Good morning. Mic check. Mic check. 1 2 1 2. Mic check. Good morning. The special session of December 8th, 2020 is hereby called to order. Mic check. Morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today's special session of December 8th, 2020 is hereby called to order. At this time, please stand for the national anthem, invocation, and also followed by the Virgin Islands March.
Father, Almighty God and Father, thank you for allowing us the privilege to call upon you through prayer. We do recognize that you are holy and we are so sinful. But thanks to you, Lord, for sending your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ, to die on a cross for us, that through faith we can receive forgiveness of sins, giving us the right to come boldly to you at this time, making our requests known. Father, you know more about our circumstances than we know. And Lord, you know our present dilemma with this pandemic we are faced with. We thank you for the political leaders that you have chosen to lead us in these U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you for our governor and this august body of senators. Today, Lord, as they meet to discuss the serious issues we are faced with, I ask you to please grant them the knowledge and the wisdom necessary to deliver it to the glory of God and the benefit of the people of these islands. Let their minds be turned towards you. Oh Lord, please, for we certainly need more than our own understanding to deal with the difficulties before us. Give them guidance that they need to see the future of their decisions that they will make today. And Lord, in the end, grant them the consensus, grant them the oneness needed, Lord, that they would be turned into goodwill for our people and glorification to your name. Let the decisions made today be realized by these lawmakers, that only what's done in and by the power of God through Christ will bring about the real help that are beneficial to all of the people of these islands. Let them see you today, Lord. Please let them see you. For we know that you say in your word very clearly that we must not lean to our own understanding, but we must trust in the Lord with all our heart. Because when we don't lean to our own understanding, you will, Lord, guide our pathway. Lord, we ask all these things through Jesus Christ our Lord, and for his sake. Amen.
Thank you very much. And first of all, we'd like to thank the Reverend Dr. Bentley Thomas, Senior Pastor of the Bethel Missionary Baptist Church, for his word this morning. Thank you very much, Pastor. We appreciate you. Colleagues, once again, good morning to you, and thank you for being here this morning. I know it's been rather difficult for some of you who have been under the weather, and I really thank you for your presence here this morning as we continue the work of the people of the Virgin Islands. The legislature has been called into special session by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. to consider 4 bills, which includes the matching fund securitization cooperation, which was previously acted upon by this body. Today, the legislature will dissolve into the Committee of the Whole to receive testimony on the proposed matching fund securitization legislation, as well as proposed legislation concerning the governor's ability to borrow funds. The legislature would also consider bills to extend the state of emergency and to establish penalties for actions that endangers lives and property during the state of emergency. At the conclusion of the Committee of the Whole, the legislature will then rise back into the regular session to vote on the proposed legislation, as there is no vote taken in the Committee of the Whole. We have a virtual full house today, and I expect a robust but very respectful discussion on these very important measures. At this time, I'd like to remind all present to turn their phones off or put them on silent as to avoid any interruptions that may be caused by your phone ringing. For persons appearing remotely, please mute your devices unless you are speaking. At this time, I'd like to ask the Madam Secretary to call the roll.
Senator Alicia V. Barnes. Senator Barnes present. Senator Oakland Benta. Senator Benta present. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Allison L. Degazan. Senator Degazan present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis present. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins present. Senator Stedman Hodge Jr. Senator Hodge present. Senator Myron D. Jackson. Senator Jackson present. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James present. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Payne present. Senator Janelle K. Sarro. Senator Sarro present. Senator Athniel Bobby Thomas. Senator Thomas present. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale present. Mr. President, you have 15 members present.
Very well, thank you. We have a full complement and do have a quorum and prepare to proceed. At this time, Madam Clerk, any correspondence to be read into the record? If not, you may proceed with today's agenda.
Consideration of floor agenda, Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of date hereof a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation to 1, acquire all of the Virgin Islands government's right, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government of the United States Treasury during the transfer period and related rights. 2, issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price therefore and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3, direct the Security and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account, approving and ratifying all actions taken pursuant to Act numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the date hereof, and ratifying the amendments to the Rum Company agreements and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, USVI Public Finance Authority. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Austin Nibbs, CPA, CGMA, Administrator, Government Employee Retirement System. Ms. Cynthia Arnold, Vice President of Operations, Diageo, U.S. Virgin Islands. Mr. Miles L. Plaskett, Esquire, Special Counsel to VI Public Finance Authority, Duane Morris, LLP. Mr. Jeffrey Eaton, Esquire, General Counsel, Winston & Strong, LLP. Mr. Adam Lobert, Senior Vice President and Lead Investment Banker, Ramirez & Co., Bound Counsel, Squire Pattern Boggs. Ronald Russell, Esquire, Government Retirees United for Fairness, Gruff. Ms. Key Walker, Esquire, General Counsel, USVI, Public Finance Authority. Ms. Clarina Modeste Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance. Mr. Louis Hoyle, General Manager, Cruise and Rum Distillery. Ms. Lisa Fort, Esquire, Bond Counsel, Hawkins, Delafield and Wood, LLP. Mr. Pedro Hernandez, Esquire, Bond Counsel, Squire Patton Boggs. Mr. Richard Tortora, President, Capital Market Advisors, LLC. Ms. Carol Deniston, Esquire, Bond Counsel, Squire Patton Boggs. Bill number 33-0447, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Section 1461, relating to public nuances by adding paragraph 3 to define public nuisance as including anything that endangers the public peace, health, safety, welfare, economic well-being, and lives and property of citizens of this territory, and amending Section 1462 to establish penalties for actions that endanger public peace, health, and safety in order to preserve the lives and property of the people of the territory during states of emergencies. Invited testifier, Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health. Honorable Denise N. George, Esquire, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Honorable Richard T. Evangelista, Esquire, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Honorable Trevor A. Villanor, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Bill number 33-0448, an act amending title number 8310, relating to the governor's authority to borrow monies from the public fund of the Virgin Islands to offset cash flow problems caused by shortfalls in the collection of revenues resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, and to create working capital, avoid layoffs of government employees, pay initial obligations, and meet the operating expenses of the government, to change the fiscal year for the governor's borrowing of funds from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021, and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, USVI Public Finance Authority. Ms. Adrienne Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery, USVI Public Finance Authority. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Clarina Modeste Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance. Bill number 33-0450, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the COVID-19 pandemic for an additional 60 days from December 8, 2020 to February 6, 2021. Invited testifiers, Mr. Daryl D. Jassen, Director, Vitima. Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health. This concludes the reading, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Just for the record, we do have Mr. Aldwit Frias, the actuary, that will be representing the Government Employees Retirement System today, Mr. Austin Nibbs. Mr. Frias will be representing him today, and he's from the Siegel Company. At this time, colleagues, we'll dissolve into the Committee of the Whole. For those of you that's just joining, again, good morning. The legislature has dissolved from the special session into the Committee of the Whole in order to receive testimony on 4 measures sent down by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. Today, the committee will receive testimony from the Public Finance Authority, and representatives of the governor's financial team and various law enforcement and, law and finance firms. We will also hear from Vitima, the Department of Health, the Virgin Islands Police Department, and the Attorney General's Office. And at the conclusion of today's Committee of the Whole, we will move back into legislative special session to take action on these measures. At this time, we'll be hearing testimony on Bill number 33-0446. And I'll just want to go to be able to recognize all of the testifiers that have been invited to testify on this particular measure, and just make sure that we're doing a sound check. At this time, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Public Finance Authority.
Good morning, present.
Jennifer O'Neill, Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director of Office of Management and Budget.
Good morning. Present.
Very well. Mr. Frias, representing the Government Employees Retirement System.
Good morning.
Morning. And I think we have correspondence from Ms. Cynthia Arnold that she won't be present. However, she has sent in written testimony, so we'll read that into the record at the appropriate time. Mr. Miles Plaskett, Attorney Miles Plaskett, Special Counsel to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority, representing Dwayne Morris, LLP.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President.
Morning. Attorney Geoffrey Eaton, General Counsel, Winston & Strawn.
Mr. President, this is Nathan Simmons. Mr. Eaton is at this moment appearing before the U.S. Court of Appeals in the excise tax matter. We hope that he will be concluding that shortly and will be available at the time before the session. The testimonies are completed to present his testimony.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Simmons. Mr. Lobert, Adam Lobert, Senior Vice President and Lead Investment Banker for Ramirez & Co.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President. President.
Very well. Ms. Key Walker, General Counsel to the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority.
Good morning, Senate President. I'm here and present.
Morning. Acting Commissioner of Finance, Acting Commissioner Modest Elliott.
Good morning, Senate President. Present.
Morning. Attorney Lisa Fort, representing Harkins, Delafield and Wood, LLP.
Good morning, Senate President.
Morning.
Present.
Morning. Attorney Pedro Hernandez, Squire Patton Bob. Attorney Hernandez. We'll move on to President of the Capital Market Advisors, LLC, Mr. Richard Tortora.
Good morning, Senate President.
Morning. Attorney Deniston, Carol Deniston from Squire Patton Boggs. Attorney Ronald Russell, representing the Government Employees United for Fairness, Gruff. Attorney Russell. Very well. Okay. So at this time, we'll go ahead and receive testimony from Mr. Nathan Simmons. Once again, can you all turn your devices and mute at this time? And Mr. Simmons, you may proceed with your testimony. I'm sorry, before we do that, can I ask all of you to turn back on your camera, please stand, so we could administer the oath of office. The oath, I'm sorry. The oath. Oath of office. That's coming next year. Please raise your right hand and do you solemnly affirm under penalty of perjury that the information you be given to this committee will be the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief? Please respond individually. Mr. Nathan Simmons.
I do.
Ms. O'Neill. Director O'Neill.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Frias.
I do.
Attorney Plaskett. Attorney Plaskett.
I do.
Mr. Lobert. Mr. Lobert.
I do.
Thank you. Attorney Key Walker.
I do.
Acting Commissioner Elliott.
I do.
Mr. Louis Hull from General Manager of Cruiser Rum Distillery. Attorney Fort.
I do.
Attorney Hernandez.
I do.
Mr. Tortora.
I do.
Attorney Doniston. And Mr. Russell, Attorney Russell, if you have joined us. And Mr. Frias. Did I say that? Did I called you before?
I do.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please acknowledge that all of the individuals that have acknowledged receiving the oath. At this time, Mr. Simmons, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning. Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, other members of the 33rd Legislature, fellow testifiers, media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative
One second, Director Simmons. Please, individuals and on the virtual, please go ahead and put your device on mute at this time while Mr. Simmons have the floor. Proceed, Director Simmons.
Thank you, sir. Good morning again, and to you, Mr. President, and other members of the 33rd Legislature, fellow testifiers, media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration of the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority. We appear today pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with the new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating, as of the date hereof, a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. Mr. President, we previously appeared before you at special sessions held on August 25, 2020 and September 17, 2020, and before the Committee on Finance on August 27, 2020, to present for your consideration and approval legislation intended to replace the existing matching fund revenue bonds issued by the Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority with new matching fund securitization bonds to be issued by a newly created special purpose governmental corporation known as the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. This corporation would acquire all the government's rights, title, and interest to the matching fund receipts and issue the new matching fund securitization bonds. We also requested minor technical amendments to the government's agreements with Diageo USVI Inc. and Cruise and Viral Limited, and ancillary agreements relating to the issuance of the matching fund securitization bonds. At the conclusion of the legislative process, this honorable body adopted what is now Acts numbers 8329 and 8330 for the intended purpose, but with certain amendments, key among them being that the corporation's bonds resolution may consider the interest rate on any bonds issued by the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation not exceed 3.75% at par. Further, the legislation required that the bonds be closed before midnight on September 30th, 2020, after which the legislative authority to perform the transaction would terminate. After proceeding to market the bonds, and on the eve of pricing, we were informed of the filing of a complaint for injunctive relief and motion for temporary restraining order in the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands by attorneys representing certain GERS retirees, thereby causing us to halt further marketing of the bonds. Although the lawsuit was subsequently withdrawn a few days later, the damage had already been done. As a result of the time lost and the uncertainty created in the financial markets with the filing of the lawsuit, coupled with the time restriction contained in the legislative amendments, there was insufficient time to resume marketing of the bonds and close by the legislatively mandated deadline, which was the day following the formal dismissal of the lawsuit. Therefore, we made a very difficult decision to suspend the transaction despite strong interest from potential bondholders. However, we are still in a favorable interest rate environment such that this remains a viable transaction. Therefore, we are compelled to bring this matter back to this honorable body once again, as the savings to be generated from the proposed securitization could have a significant economic impact in the territory, which continue to be impacted by the loss of revenues due to the COVID-19 pandemic and other revenue shortfalls. Specifically, the proposed securitization is expected to generate an additional $255 million in cash flow savings over the next 3 fiscal years, 2021, 2022, and 2023, at an average of $85 million per year. This increased cash flow would increase the liquidity of the Virgin Islands, and that increased liquidity would make more money available for the operation of the government, including the funding of certain projects and priorities for the people of the Virgin Islands at a time when COVID-19 continues to severely impact our economy and revenues. Therefore, we are here again seeking your authorization to replace the existing matching fund revenue bonds that were issued by the Public Finance Authority with matching fund securitization bonds to be issued by the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. More specifically, in Bill number 33-0446, we are seeking to repeal and replace Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, amend Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with the new Chapter 24, terminate the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation as created by Act number 8329, and create a new entity named the Matching Fund Corporation, which would, 1, acquire all of Virgin Islands government's rights, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury during the transfer period and the related rights. 2. Issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate to pay the purchase price therefore and as otherwise authorized under the Act. 3. Direct the United States Treasury and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the government's restricted account. 4. Approve and ratify all actions taken pursuant to Acts numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the date hereof. And 5. Ratify the amendments to the rum company agreements. Mr. President, the legislation before you for consideration is essentially the same as was approved in Acts numbers 8329 and 8330. Similar to what was approved in Acts 8329 and 8330, the proposal would transfer all of the government's rights, title, and interest to the matching fund receipts to a special purpose entity to achieve both cash flow and net present value savings. The special purpose entity would issue new bonds in an amount necessary to call and defease all the existing matching fund debt, including the Diageo and Cruzan project bonds. The new corporation, excuse me, or special purpose entity would issue new matching fund securitization bonds with a lower interest rate than currently being paid on the existing matching fund revenue bonds, and would therefore lower overall debt service requirements, resulting in more of the matching fund receipts flowing to both the government and the rum companies after debt service is paid. The increased amount of matching fund receipts remaining will continue to go to the government and the rum companies under their existing agreements. Under the structure that was previously and currently being proposed, each year the matching fund receipts would be sent from the U.S. Treasury through the Department of the Interior to a government-owned restricted trust account held by the bond trustee, who would then be required to transfer the matching fund receipts within 1 day of their receipt to the securitized matching fund receipts fund, from which the required payment on the matching fund securitization bonds are made. After the debt service is paid on the matching fund securitization bonds, the matching fund receipts remaining are transferred by the trustee to a residual account for payment to the government and the rum companies under their respective agreements. The structure we are seeking to be reauthorized, like the previous structure, is intended to provide increased liquidity for the government because a greater portion of the matching fund receipts are expected to be available for general government purposes after payment of a lower amount of debt service on the new bonds. In other words, the remaining amounts to be received by the government are expected to be greater than the remaining amounts currently received by the government under the existing structure. The sale of the matching fund receipts to the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation is intended to provide enhanced security for bondholders that prevents diversion of the receipts from the debt service payments. Once all outstanding matching fund securitization bonds are paid, the matching fund receipts will once again be owned by the government. It is important to note that we are not issuing bonds for additional debt. And let me repeat that. It is important to note that we are not issuing bonds for additional debt, nor are we extending the final maturity of the current outstanding debt. The terms of the matching fund securitization bonds will not extend past the final maturity of the existing matching fund revenue bonds. The proposed legislation does not include an interest rate cap provision or a closing deadline. It is our belief that each of these provisions adversely impacted some investor interest in the securitization bonds and would have likely and unnecessarily impacted bond pricing. The interest rate that the bonds will eventually sell at will be a function of the credit rating and market conditions on the day of pricing. Keep in mind that the whole purpose behind this refunding is to generate savings that can be used for governmental purposes. The interest rate cap language added to the earlier legislation caused confusion in the market and gave rise to concerns that the issue may not close if priced above the cap, notwithstanding that the desired savings would be achieved. To generate the savings we have estimated, we would only proceed to sell the bonds at a market price that would yield those savings. Also, potential investors in the earlier transaction knew that we were given a very tight deadline to close on the securitization bonds and would have used that as leverage to get additional yield on those bonds. The Public Finance Authority and other members of the technical team are cognizant of the legislative intent behind the prior amendments as a mechanism to ensure the protection of the matching fund receipts for the benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands, and assures this body that bonds will be issued and this transaction closed only if the savings are achieved and debt service is reduced in a manner that benefits the people of the Virgin Islands. Let me be clear, Governor Bryan will not close a transaction that does not accomplish these goals. Since the prior refunding transaction did not go through before September 30th, the matching fund receipts received in September were deposited into the existing escrow account and used to pay the debt service that was due on October 1st, with money set aside for the April 1st interest payment. If the proposed bill before you is passed, we expect that the U.S. Treasury will provide formal sign-off as long as there are no material differences between the reauthorized legislation and the legislation previously approved by the Senate. This is an extremely important point. Any material changes to the legislation may restart the review period with Treasury and cause delays as they conduct another review. The Treasury, Department of Interior, executed acknowledgement would be included as an appendix to a new offering document and remove an unknown for investors, which would help achieve lower rates. The new securitization bonds will have a marketing period of not less than 10 calendar days prior to their pricing to help achieve the best pricing results. The transaction would close no more than 10 calendar days from pricing. We have, in prior testimony, presented detailed background information explaining this transaction. But I believe it would be beneficial to this body and the listening and viewing audience to provide a brief summary of the information previously provided so that the benefits that would inure to the people of the territory can be readily seen. As we previously indicated, the government of the Virgin Islands to the Public Finance Authority has historically sold bonds in order to provide funds for the cost of infrastructure and economic development and to support rum production by Cruzan and Diageo. Currently, the U.S. Treasury collects an excise tax of $13.50 per proof gallon of rum manufactured by Diageo and Cruzan on St. Croix and shipped to the United States. And the government receives a rebate of $13.25 per proof gallon from the excise taxes that the federal government collects. This is referred to as the matching fund receipts or rum cover over. These funds are transmitted directly to the Bank of New York Mellon as trustee for the existing bonds and held in escrow until they are distributed by the trustee. The monies are used to pay periodic principal and interest to the bondholders, the rum companies according to their agreements executed for economic development, and to the government. The existing matching fund revenue bonds have an average interest rate of 5.58%, with some existing matching fund revenue bonds paying as high as 6.75%. Because of the well-known economic difficulties that have been experienced in the Virgin Islands for several years, the existing matching fund revenue bonds have been downgraded by the credit rating agencies to below investment grade. In contrast, the new matching fund securitization bonds were awarded a preliminary BBB investment grade rating by Kroll Bond Rating Agency, reflecting and recognizing the stronger protections for bondholders and providing us with public bond market access for the first time in several years. Under the substantially identical legislation proposed today, we expect that investment grade ratings will be maintained for the bonds authorized under this legislation. In connection with the existing matching fund revenue bonds, a portion of the bond proceeds was set aside in a debt service reserve fund. This fund was established to provide additional securities for the bondholder. If at any time there are insufficient matching fund receipts to make a debt service payment on the bonds, the shortfall would be drawn from the debt service reserve fund until it is exhausted. If that reserve fund is never drawn upon, it is released to pay the final year's interest and principal on the outstanding series of matching fund revenue bonds. In fact, since it was established over 22 years ago, the existing debt service reserve fund has never been drawn upon. And because of the projected increased level of debt service coverage under the proposed matching fund securitization corporation structure, the likelihood that a debt service reserve fund for the matching fund securitization bonds would ever be drawn upon is even more remote. The holders of the matching fund securitization bonds will enjoy debt service coverage of $3 of matching fund revenue receipts for every $1 of debt service due on the new matching fund securitization bonds. This is a significant improvement over the current minimum coverage ratio of $1.50 of matching fund receipts for each $1 of debt service under senior lien bonds. This added coverage negates the need for a new debt service reserve fund for the securitized matching fund bondholders. Keep in mind that a debt service reserve fund is funded from bond proceeds. Therefore, we would be paying interest on this amount over the life of the bonds. The amount currently in the debt service reserve fund will be released and applied in part to reduce the amount of the matching fund securitization bonds being issued, thereby reducing both the amounts of principal and interest to be paid on the new bonds over their term. It is also important to note that not having to borrow approximately $80 million to fund a new debt service reserve fund will allow the corporation to avoid substantial interest expense on the debt service reserve fund, monies that could be used for governmental purposes. And you'll recall that I mentioned earlier that we will not be issuing any new debt. If we were to have a debt service reserve fund, we would have to borrow additional monies in order to fund it. The $80 million represents 1 year's principal and interest on the matching fund securitization bonds. The cost of maintaining the current debt service reserve fund of approximately $130 million for the existing matching fund revenue bonds has been very expensive for the people of the Virgin Islands and has resulted in the government receiving less of the residual rum tax receipts in the past and foregoing major infrastructure needs and improvements whilst cash sits in reserve, some locked away until October of 2039. Because less of the matching fund receipts will be needed to pay the lower amount of interest on the corporation's bonds, more of the matching fund receipts are expected to flow to the government to fund other necessary priorities. Securitizations, as we have previously explained, are common financing structures in the capital markets. And in fact, those supported by enabling legislation like that previously approved by this body and signed by Governor Bryan have been used with great success. Similar authorization structures, as we noted, have been used in the past by several entities, including the City of Chicago and by our own Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation of the Virgin Islands, with great success. You will recall we advised that the Public Finance Authority received notice that Moody's Investor Services upgraded its credit rating on the bonds of the Tobacco Settlement Financing Corporation from A3 to A1. This same similar structure, which was used to securitize the funds received from the Tobacco Settlement Fund, resulted in the financing of the Charlotte Kimmelman Cancer Institute on St. Thomas and the construction of the VI Cardiac Center on St. Croix, among other health-related projects. In summary, the authorized securitization would provide for the refunding of all of the existing matching fund bonds issued by the Public Finance Authority by having the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation issue matching fund securitization bonds at lower interest rates. Once the matching fund securitization bonds and all obligations under the indenture relating to the matching fund securitization bonds are paid in full, the government will once again own the rights to the matching fund receipts going forward. The Matching Fund Securitization Corporation may issue additional matching fund bonds in the future only upon authorization by the legislature and the corporation's board of directors, which includes the governor, and after all requirements are met for issuing additional matching fund securitization bonds. As I stated in previous testimony, under current market conditions, the Public Finance Authority is not able to restructure its outstanding matching fund bonds in a traditional refunding bond structure. As we noted, in 2016, under the previous administration, the Public Finance Authority attempted to issue additional matching fund bonds only to have to withdraw the offering on the day of pricing due to insufficient orders from investors to complete the offering. This proposed reauthorized securitization is once again expected to provide access to the public bond markets, which was not achievable in 2016. Because of the difference in interest rates expected to be paid on the matching fund securitization bonds versus the interest rates being paid on the existing matching fund revenue bonds, this proposed securitization is expected to significantly reduce overall debt service that is supported by the matching fund receipts. As we've stated previously, once the transaction is completed and the refunding bonds issued, the savings derived from the refunding will be presented to the legislature with the governor's recommendations for the projects or priorities to be funded. As you know, GRS has been mentioned as a possible recipient of some of the savings. However, we wish to reiterate once again that the savings to be derived from the refunding in and of itself is not a comprehensive solution for the GRS. We must continue to work diligently to develop long-lasting solutions for the GRS. What has previously been suggested is that if the legislature were to appropriate the debt service savings to be derived in the first 3 years to the GRS, it is currently estimated at $85 million per year, it would substantially reduce the approximate $120 million annually that GRS must withdraw from its investment portfolio to fund retirees' pensions, thereby potentially delaying its insolvency by up to 18 months and giving the legislature and the administration more time and opportunity to develop long-term solutions that would save the GRS. Mr. President and Senators, this concludes my testimony. Thank you for granting us the opportunity to appear today before this body. The following persons will again be making presentations before this honorable body. Attorney Lisa Forst from Harkins, Delafield and Wood, LLC, Bond Counsel to the Public Finance Authority, will make a presentation on the existing matching fund bonds. Attorney Miles Plaskett from Duane Morris, LLP, Special Counsel to the Public Finance Authority for the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, is available to answer questions regarding the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. Attorneys Carol Denniston and Pedro Hernandez from Squire Patton Boggs, US, LLP, bond counsel with respect to the new matching fund bonds, are available to respond to questions regarding the proposed legislation, the arrangements with US Treasury, and the overall structure of the financing. Acting Finance Commissioner Clarina Modest Elliott will present testimony on the functioning of the transfers of matching fund revenues in the manner prescribed by US Treasury. Attorney Jeffrey Eaton from Winston & Strawn, LLP, will review with you the amendments to the agreements with the run companies. Principal Advisor to the Public Finance Authority will make a presentation on the bond rating and the financial flow of the transaction. Adam Lobert from Ramirez and Company, Inc., serving as Senior Book Running Manager for the issuance of the new matching fund securitization bonds. Detailed biographies of these presenters who are experienced in bond and securitization transactions have been submitted to you at a prior hearing on related matters. And finally, Director of Management and Budget Jennifer O'Neill will provide closing remarks, after which we and other members of our financial and advisory team, to include Keith Walker, General Counsel to the Public Finance.
Thank you very much, Director Simmons. At this time, we'll hear from Attorney Frost from Harkins, Delafield, and Wood, LLC. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senate President, members of the legislature, media, ladies and gentlemen of the legislative chambers, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I'm Lisa Forst, counsel at Hawkins, Delafield, and Wood in New York. Hawkins has served as bond counsel to the Public Finance Authority in connection with all of its outstanding matching fund revenue bonds, among other issues. Since 1998, matching fund revenue bonds have been issued by the Public Finance Authority. The proceeds of those bonds have been used to finance capital projects, including rum company facility construction and improvements, as well as working capital needs of the government, in each case as authorized by the Virgin Islands legislature. Each series of matching fund revenue bonds is secured by a pledge of the trust estate that's established under each indenture, which also establishes all of the funds and accounts, including a debt service reserve account that's held by each of the trustees, and a corresponding matching fund loan note of the government, applicable to each series of bonds. As of any payment date, if the amount of available matching fund revenues is less than the amount needed to pay debt service, the trustee is required to apply monies on deposit in the debt service reserve accounts to satisfy such shortfall. To the extent funds are drawn upon from a debt service reserve account to pay debt service, and such account falls below the debt service reserve fund requirement, such shortfall must be replenished with the next available matching fund revenues after such funds are first applied to fulfill annual debt service. Funds remaining in the debt service reserve accounts upon the redemption in full of all matching fund revenue bonds are required by each indenture to be applied to pay the redemption price of those bonds. The projected amount of matching fund revenues for each fiscal year is determined by the Virgin Islands government in consultation with each rum company, and it's provided in an annual advance from the Department of Treasury received in September of each year. Pursuant to the special escrow agreement, the government notifies the United States Department of Interior's Office of Insular Affairs of the execution of the annual request and instructs the U.S. government to transmit all matching fund revenues directly to the Bank of New York Mellon Trust Company as special escrow agent. The Bank of New York Mellon Trust Company is also the trustee on all of the matching fund revenue bonds. The governor's instructions to wire matching fund revenues directly to the special escrow agent was memorialized in a letter from Governor Mapp in 2017. The special escrow agent is required to deposit all matching fund revenues it receives into the applicable special escrow fund established under each special escrow agreement. These funds cannot be applied to any other purpose, and this is the feature known to you as the lockbox. The special escrow agent is required to make the transfers necessary to pay debt service, first on all senior indenture bonds, and then to make the other deposits and transfers required pursuant to the Diageo agreement and the Cruzan agreement, each as certified in a calculation agent report. Contemporaneously with the annual advance, the Cruzan calculation agent and the Diageo calculation agent, each an accounting firm engaged by each rum company for such purpose, will provide reports setting forth the application of Cruzan matching fund revenues and Diageo matching fund revenues, respectively, after satisfaction of all bond obligations under the senior indenture. Calculation agent reports, which are prepared in accordance with the Cruzan agreement and the Diageo agreement, set forth payments and transfers required under such agreements. The payment transfers for the Cruzan matching fund revenues include debt service on Cruzan subordinated bonds and payments to be made to Cruzan and to the government. And for the Diageo matching fund revenues include debt service on the Diageo subordinated bonds, as well as payments to be made to Diageo and to the government. There's an attached chart to my testimony that demonstrates this flow of funds I've just described. Beginning at the top, you can see the inflow of Cruzan matching fund revenues as well as Diageo matching fund revenues. They go first into the special escrow account that flows through the senior indenture for senior lien debt service, subordinate lien debt service, to replenish a debt service reserve fund if there's a shortfall, and then they both flow down to the applicable Diageo and Cruzan matching fund subordinated indentures to pay their debt service and to replenish any shortfall of debt service reserve funds there, after which they go to the government as well as to make the payments under the respective rum company agreements to Diageo and Cruzan. And that concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Farth. Next, we'll go to Attorney Plaskett. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President and members of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Season's greetings to you and to your staff, to the legislative staff, and best wishes for a happy and safe holiday season. For the record, my name is Miles Plaskett. I'm a partner at Duane Morris LLP, and we have been engaged by the Public Finance Authority as counsel, special counsel to the PFA, and counsel to the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, which I'll be referring to as the corporation. You have a very packed agenda in front of you, and in appreciation of your time, I would like to submit that I provided testimony on September 17th, as well as remarks with respect to that testimony. I would ask that my testimony from that date be incorporated and in today's session. The changes, the legislation that is before you, which seeks to replace Acts 8329 and 8330, terminates the matching fund corporation, securitization corporation that was established in those acts, and establishes a new matching fund securitization corporation, but makes no substantial changes to the operation, the organization, the existence of the corporation. And as a result, the testimony that I gave before is the same, will be basically the same as it is today. And so I would just ask that you allow me the time to hit some of the big issues and summarize what we discussed before. The corporation will be a non-profit corporation, which means obviously that the corporation has no authority to make a profit and will not be doing so. It is an independent governmental instrumentality. As Mr. Simmons explained, special purpose vehicles such as the corporation are corporate entities that are commonly used in structured financing and project financing. The entity that is used is normally a corporation, as is in this case, or a limited liability company or a limited partnership, and they are used for a limited and discrete purpose in the transaction. It usually has a single asset. In this case, it's the matching fund revenue, which is the basis of the transaction. This corporation has very limited operations and duties. It will have the right to purchase the title and interest to the matching fund receipts. It will issue bonds only with the authorization from the legislature, and as Mr. Simmons explained, it will not be issuing additional bonds. The bonds that are being issued will have the same maturity as the existing bonds. The corporation will issue a residual certificate to the government, evidencing the residual interest in the revenue stream payable to the government of the Virgin Islands after all trust indenture obligations have been satisfied. The corporation, as I said before, cannot make a profit. It cannot collect or hold money. The money that comes into the corporation in the form of the matching funds revenue will be deposited into a designated account in the name of the corporation, created and held by the Bank of New York Mellon as trustee. It cannot incur debt, guarantee, or otherwise become obligated to pay any debts of any other entity or hold out its credit as being available to satisfy the obligation of others. It can only issue those bonds pursuant to the master trust indenture and authorized by the legislature. It cannot acquire obligations or securities. It cannot pledge its assets. It cannot become a debtor under the U.S. Bankruptcy Code, or merge with any person or entity, or have any members, and it cannot engage in political activities. The corporation will establish and adopt policies and procedures that require the participants to complete disclosure statements that are the same as the economic disclosure statements required by all third parties for transactions with the government under the Virgin Islands Code. The corporation and its board of directors will cooperate with the legislature in any investigation, any audit or review undertaken by the legislature with respect to the performance of the directors and the corporation, any projects financed or supported by the corporation, and any programs or operations undertaken by the corporation, all in order to detect and prevent misconduct, inefficiency, and waste within the programs and operations of the corporation. An independent accountant appointed by the board of directors will conduct and prepare an annual audit of the accounts and records of the corporation. As Mr. Simmons indicated, this type of vehicle has already been established and used in the Virgin Islands in the form of the Tobacco Settlement Corporation. They're structured essentially in the same way. Now, I think last evening I saw a concern raised by a former senator of the Virgin Islands, a longtime government employee and public servant, and a retiree under the GRS, who her concern was that the government would be giving up this essential asset, this revenue stream to the Matching Fund Corporation, and that the government shouldn't do that, and that the government would somehow giving away its independence or its authority over this stream of revenue. Clearly, I have not explained what this corporation can and cannot do previously. The government is not giving up this stream of revenue. The government will, as Mr. Simmons explained, at the end of the bond, when the bonds mature, retain its interest in this in matching fund revenues. This is a vehicle that allows the government to get back into the bond market. This is a vehicle that allows the government, which has not been able to do so for some years now, to tap into this resource and to finally be able to take advantage of this lower interest rates, this economic environment, to make a difference for the people of the Virgin Islands. Senators, we are asking for your leadership again. We're asking for this opportunity to make a difference for the Virgin Islands. We are here, and I am prepared to answer any questions that you have regarding the structure of this entity and how we are going to proceed. I hope that you will review this, consider it, and act favorably. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Plaskett. Next, we'll go to Attorney Denniston. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Senators. I believe it's Attorney Hernandez that had been testified on behalf of Squire Patton Boggs.
You may proceed, Attorney Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Mr. Senate President and members of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I am Pedro Hernandez, a partner in the Miami office of Squire Patton Boggs, LLP. We appreciate the opportunity to be engaged as bond counsel to the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation and to speak with you today regarding our work on behalf of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation.
Attorney Hernandez, can I ask you to slow down a little bit, please? We have to record your testimony. Just slow down a bit. Thank you.
Sure. Our testimony will address 1, the Matching Fund Securitization Act, referred to herein as the legislation and changes to Act numbers 8329 and 8330. And 2, an update of the status of the discussions with the United States Treasury and the Department of Interior in connection with the flow of funds from the U.S. Treasury and the Department of the Interior to the Treasury of the Virgin Islands. So there are several changes being proposed to the previously enacted Act numbers 8329 and 8330. First, the proposed legislation will repeal and replace Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amend Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, and terminate the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation and create, as of the date hereof, a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. Second, certain amendments included in Act 8330 to Sections 1405D7 have been changed to a generic interest rate provision, and the proposed legislation does not include a sunset date that was included in Act number 8330. Third, the proposed legislation approves prior actions that were authorized under Acts 8329 and 8330. And fourth, certain provisions are being proposed to reflect the ratification of the Rum Company Agreement amendments that were previously ratified under Act number 8330. To that end, copies of those documents have been provided to this body. Of course, certain renumbering of sections have resulted as well. Except as just discussed, and as I'll more particularly describe in my testimony, the proposed legislation is identical to Act 8329 as amended by Act 8330. The specific proposed amendments are outlined and described as follows. First, in the whereas clauses, the following changes were made to the whereas clauses for Act 8329 as amended by Act 8330. One, we added a new third whereas clause. This is a clarification which is to reflect that the proposed legislation will repeal and replace Act number 8329 and 8330. The additional amendments are to the operative provisions. First is a new section 1. This is a clarification, again, just to provide that the proposed legislation will repeal and replace Act numbers 8329 and 8330. Section 2, this is a renumbering. Section 2 was originally Section 1 under 8329 and 8330. Within Section 2, there were changes to Section 1402, subsection G, which is the definition of the cutoff date. It's an update. Because the matching fund receipts received after August 1st, 2020, which was the original cutoff date in Act 8329, because the receipts were used to make the October 1 payment, the cutoff dates needs to be updated to a more recent date, which is why we went with the date that's currently in the legislation. The additional changes to Section 1405D7, which is the bond section. This is also a clarification. This change reverts to the more generic language regarding interest rates. Now, Section 3 is an amendment and a ratification. It deals with prior actions. Section 2, now Section 3, under Act 8330, previously included a sunset date of September 30th, 2020. This section has been revised and now approves and ratifies all actions taken pursuant to the previously enacted Act 8329 and 8330 prior to the date hereof. And then the proposed legislation in Section 4 deals with the rum company agreement amendments. This is a ratification section, and this section updates the ratification section contained in Act 8330, pursuant to which the rum company agreement amendments were previously ratified. Next, I'm going to discuss the update of the discussions with the United States Department of Treasury and the Department of Interior. The Squire Patton Boggs teams of David Schnicker, David Stewart, Carol Denniston, and myself have been in discussions with the U.S. Treasury and the Department of Interior teams comprised of Christopher Blinkley, Gary Gribble, Ann Moy, and Basil Otley. The U.S. Treasury and DOI teams have confirmed that upon the enactment of the proposed legislation as presented today and receipt of the certain certifications and opinions, the forms of which have already been provided to them, U.S. Treasury and DOI will provide written acknowledgement of the governor's irrevocable direction to remit the matching fund receipts to the GBI restricted account. This is a significant development and achievement, really, from the last time we were before this body, since we now have confirmation from U.S. Treasury and DOI that they have concluded that they can remit the matching fund receipts to the GBI restricted account. Again, I just want to emphasize that this is a significant improvement, achievement, and development, because we now have certainty with the U.S. Department of Treasury and the Department of the Interior that they have concluded that the structure of the transaction works from their standpoint, and that they will be able to sign the acknowledgments. Of course, the important thing being that we've provided them with this proposed legislation, and their conclusion and their approval is conditioned upon the legislation being enacted in substantially the form that they've reviewed. To the extent that there are any deviations from the legislation, it could create delays with Treasury, but we have this wonderful news from them that they are prepared to move forward with the transaction as we've presented to them. So that concludes my testimony, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Attorney Hernandez. Next, we'll go to the Commissioner of Finance, Acting Commissioner Maurice Elliott. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Good morning, Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., other members of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner of Finance and a member of the Financial Advisory Team on the securitization transaction.
One second, Assistant Commissioner. Acting Commissioner, can you go ahead and turn on your video, your camera, please? And we could have those that's not testifying. Go ahead and turn off your camera so that'll allow for some additional bandwidth.
Wow.
You may proceed once you turn on your camera, Acting Commissioner. Seems like the acting commissioner may have a disconnect. At this time, we'll go ahead to Attorney Eaton from Winston and Strawn LLP, and then we'll come back to the acting commissioner. Attorney Eaton, are you up?
Mr. President, I do not believe that Attorney Eaton has been able to join us as yet. As I indicated earlier, he is presenting before the Court of Appeals and on the excise tax matter. So if you can go by him, we'll try and make sure that he's here before testimony is concluded.
Very well. Let's go to Mr. Frias, representing the Government Employees Retirement System. You're recognized for your testimony on the behalf of Administrator Nibbs at this time.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Good morning to the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to everyone who is listening and for my fellow testifiers. For the record, my name is Aldwin Frias. I'm a Senior Vice President and Actuary for the Seagull Company. We are the actuaries for the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands, or GERS. I'm here today to also represent Mr. Austin Nibbs, Executive Director and CEO of the GERS. Unfortunately, he has some health personal issues to attend to today, so he was not able to come and attend this hearing. So first thing I'm going to do is read for the record, the written testimony of Mr. Nibbs. Dear Senator Francis, I'm requesting to be excused to attend the Committee of the Whole meeting on December 8th, which is today, due to health reasons, and request that this letter is read into the record. Thank you for the invitation to give testimony on Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, which amends the Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating, as of the date hereof, a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation to, number one, acquire all of the Virgin Islands government's right, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury during the transfer period and the related rights. Number two, issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price, therefore and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And number three, direct the Secretary and the U.S. Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account, to approve and ratify all actions taken pursuant to Act numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the date hereof, to ratify the amendments to the rum company agreements and for other related purposes. Since my first appearance before the Committee on Finance in 2008, I have always highlighted the deteriorating condition of the system. Based on the current funding of the system, it will become insolvent by 2024 or sooner, depending on market conditions or if nothing is done to fund the system on an actual reserve basis. The market value of the portfolio as of October 31st, 2020 was $448 million. Note that the market value of $448 million exclude the member loan program, which is currently about $39.5 million, a local alternative investment outstanding loan of $3 million from West Bay, the office complexes about $7 million, the land on St. Croix and St. Thomas valued at around $7 million, and Havenside Mall valued at around $41 million. To meet obligations to the retirees for benefit payments, $120 million was withdrawn from the fund in fiscal year 2020 and $15 million so far for fiscal year 2021. The system's aggregate assets performance as of October 31st, 2020, fiscal year to date was about 5.3%, which exceeded the performance of many of its peers during this period. The plan return was 7.3% for fiscal year 2020. Since investing in the market in 1981, the plan has returned an average of 8.8% per year. Over the past 20 years, the market rates of return have been positive 16 out of the 20 years. In many of the years, the returns were well above the assumed rate of return of 7% or 8% at some point in time, and as high as in 2003, 17.6%, in 2004, 10.6%, in 2005, 11.8%, in 2007, 14.1%, in 2012, 14.5%, in 2013, 9.1%, in 2017, 11.2%. The negative returns were a result of market conditions in 2001 and 2002, 2008 and 2009, and 2015. When compared to its peers of the same size to include the value of its assets and its portfolio, GERS performance is in line with or above that of its peers. We must emphasize again, if the plan sponsor and the legislature do not identify additional funding sources, based on the current withdrawals from the portfolio, the liquid assets will be depleted in the next 3 to 4 years, at which time the system will become insolvent and will not be able to provide the benefits promised to the retirees and active members in full. As of November 30, 2020 payroll, the GERS paid benefits to 80,691 retirees and beneficiaries. The gross retiree payroll for the pay date November 30, 2020 was $10.7 million. For fiscal year 2020, $263.5 million was paid to the retirees and pensioners. The active membership as of October 31, 2020 was about 8,377. Central government is about 5,917, and the semi-autonomous agencies about 2,460 members. There is less than a 1-to-1 ratio between the actives and retirees. Active members continue to leave the service of the government before vesting. From October 1, 2019 to September 2020, the GERS refunded employee contributions of $6.7 million. The October 1, 2019 actual valuation report has been completed, and a copy was submitted to the governor and the legislature of the Virgin Islands. For the GASB, or Governmental Accounting Standards Board, required disclosures for accounting purposes, the discount rate used was lowered from 4.25% last year to 2.67% this year. This is because the plan is projected to become insolvent soon, and that the municipal bond index rate has decreased significantly from October 2018 to October 2019. Note that the 7% assumed rate of return that was previously quoted is different here because that was used to develop long-term funding and assuming that the plan will remain solvent. This measure results in total pension liability of about $5.9 billion, and with the assets that we have on hand, the net pension liability, or the unfunded liability, is about $5.3 billion.
Mr. Frias, can I ask you to just slow down a little bit, please? Just slow a little
Sure.
bit. All right. You may proceed. We have a stenographer that's recording your testimony, so slow a little bit. You may proceed.
Okay. So this results in a funded ratio of about 11.3%. And again, this is for the GASB required disclosures for accounting purposes. The ADEC, which is the actuarially determined employer contribution, is about $365.8 million, or 91.6% of pay for the October 1, 2019 actuarial valuation period. At the employer rate at this time of 23.5% of pay, there is a projected deficit of 68.1% of pay between the ADEC and the projected employer contributions. From 1991 to 2019, the plan sponsors owe the system approximately $1.98 billion net of the 6% loss investment. The GERS is in full support of any legislation that will provide desperately needed funds to extend the life of the system for the membership, both retired and active. While this legislation is a start, it will not solve the GERS funding issue, but it's a great start. I'm aware that there is other legislation in the pipeline to provide additional funding to the GERS. I would be remiss if I did not make another plea to the 33rd Legislature on behalf of the retirees and active members of the GERS and the territory to make the funding of the GERS the #1 priority. Sincerely, Austin L. Nibbs. So this concludes Mr. Nibbs' written testimony, and I just want to echo everything that he says in here, and also Mr. Simmons' testimony that this is not by any means represent the full solution for the GERS, but it does provide a significant impact in that if the proceeds from this bill is appropriated in full to the GERS, that is projected to prolong the solvency of the system by about 2 years. While this provides additional time to try to find a comprehensive solution to the GERS issue, I can't emphasize enough that time is still of the essence. As I've testified to this body in the past, if the GERS runs out of asset reserves, the contributions coming in will only be able to pay 30 to 50 cents on the dollar of the full benefits. To put that into perspective, currently the average retiree benefit is about $2,500 per month. If we're only paying 30 cents, 50 cents on the dollar, that means we're going to be paying on average $750 to $1,250 per month for benefits. So again, I can't emphasize enough that we need to find a comprehensive solution for GERS. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frias. At this time, we'll go back to the acting commissioner, Ms. Modest. Elliot, you're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Okay. Good morning, Senate President Nobel E. Francis Jr., other members of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner of Finance and a member of the Financial Advisory Team on the securitization transaction. The provisions of the Securitization Act afford a much-needed vehicle to effect some relief to the financial hardship being experienced. The funds generated from this common practice of debt refinancing gives the GVI the wherewithal to address priority payment obligation, such as infrastructure improvements and the critical government employees' retirement systems solvency. As Acting Commissioner of Finance, I am responsible for interacting with the U.S. Department of Treasury and the Department of the Interior regarding the matching fund receipts to be utilized in this transaction. As indicated by Squire Patton Boggs, the United States Treasury has granted but conditioned its approval of the transaction on a transparent and accountable process to ensure efficiencies. The Department of Finance has certified to these procedures and has committed to ensuring that these procedures will be followed. The Department of Finance makes every effort to prudently manage the GVI's coffers. However, having experienced one disaster after another, with demands ever increasing, we must employ critical and creative thinking to steady our footing to sustain the basic services and needs of our territory deserves. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to applaud the astute vision and diligence demonstrated by Governor Bryan and Lieutenant Governor Roach with the submittal of this proposed legislation to this august body. My appreciation to the applicable cabinet members, the financial team, and the staff at the Department of Finance for your support and contribution to this critical piece of legislation. Honorable Chairman Francis and the members of the 33rd Legislature, I thank you for your attention and allowing the time to present the department's position and hope that you favorably consider the proposed legislation. I remain available to address any inquiries you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Commissioner Modest Elliott. At this time, we'll go to Mr. Richard Tortora.
Thank you. Good morning, Senate President Francis, senators, and guests. I'm Richard Tortora, President of Capital Markets Advisors, LLC. My firm serves as the independent registered municipal advisor to the Public Finance Authority. This morning, I'll provide you with an update on what has transpired since I last addressed you in September on the plan of finance and other issues related to the proposed matching fund securitization. September pricing update. Following the Senate's authorization on September 17th, the securitization bonds of the original special purpose vehicle were marketed to investors during the week of September 21st. Our underwriters, Ramirez and Company, Bank of America Securities, and Jeffries and Company, along with other members of the government's finance team, conducted over 30 one-on-one calls with institutional investors. The calls went well, and the BBB rated SPV bonds generated significant investor interest. The underwriters had received pre-pricing indicative orders for more than half the bonds when a lawsuit was filed on the afternoon of September 23rd, effectively ending their marketing efforts before they could price the bonds on the morning of September 24th. Had we been able to continue, I'm confident that the pricing would have been successful and the government would have achieved the savings goals previously discussed. On October 1, 2020, the PFA paid the scheduled principal and interest due on the government share of its outstanding matching fund bonds. Since the SPV bonds did not close, the payment was made using a portion of the matching fund receipt advance received by the government from the U.S. Treasury in September. Under the new plan of finance, a portion of the reserve fund monies will be used to reduce the amount of matching fund securitization bonds being issued, with the remaining balance flowing to the government, effectively allowing it to recover the amount of the October 1, 2020 debt service payment. You may also recall that when I last presented to this group in September, the government's finance team was concerned as to what might happen to interest rates following the November 3rd presidential election. I'm pleased to report that while taxable interest rates rose a bit shortly after the election, tax-exempt rates actually declined. If current market conditions continue, we may ultimately secure lower interest rates on the matching fund securitization bonds than we had anticipated in late September. The vast majority of all tax-exempt bonds are sold with a credit rating assigned by one of 4 major credit rating agencies. A bond rating is an independent credit assessment made by a rating agency of an issuer's ability to pay its debt in full and on time. The proposed matching fund securitization bonds have been assigned a rating of BBB by Kroll Bond Rating Agency. Kroll is a full-service global rating agency that has issued over 40,000 credit ratings on over $2.2 trillion in debt. The BBB rating assigned to the Matching Fund Corporation's bonds is firmly in the investment grade category and is 8 notches higher than the rating on the PFA's outstanding matching fund bonds. And I've provided a slide that shows credit ratings, and I think that's available for your viewing. Kroll publishes separate methodologies for rating asset-backed bonds and tax revenue bonds. A combination of these 2 methodologies was used to rate the SPV's bonds. The 3 times debt service coverage, true sale of the RUM tax receipts from the GBI to the Matching Fund Corporation, historic strength of the RUM tax revenue stream, bankruptcy remote nature of the corporation, and lockbox structure are all positive credit features of the new bonds that were critical in their earning an investment grade rating from Kroll. The GBI last successfully issued matching fund revenue bonds in 2013 and gross receipt tax bonds in 2014. An attempted sale of matching fund revenue bonds in 2016 was unsuccessful due to a lack of investor support. Kroll Bond Ratings Agency rating of BBB on the corporation's bonds helps to ensure their marketability to investors. The successful pricing of the corporation's bonds next month, if approved, will mark an important milestone in the GBI's financial history. The GBI's return to the capital markets would not be possible without the corporation. It will not only allow the GBI to significantly reduce its future interest payments on the new securitization bonds, it would also provide a mechanism for access into the market again in the future. The securitization will also provide much-needed budgetary relief at a time when the territory's revenues are severely strained due to COVID-19. In the future, additional bonds could be issued by the corporation on a subordinate basis without impacting the contractual payments to the corporation's existing bondholders or the rum companies. The securitization is expected to generate savings to the GBI over the next 10 years before debt service increases in years 11 through 19, resulting in increased debt service costs before generating additional savings in year 20. By reshaping the debt service on the corporation's bonds, significant cash flow relief will be created in the next 10 years when it's needed most to fund GERS, rebuild the territory after Hurricanes Maria and Irma, and combat the impact of COVID-19. Should the Senate approve the new securitization, the revised timeline for this transaction will provide our underwriters with a more reasonable amount of time to market the matching fund corporation's bonds. The additional time period to market the securitization bonds should result in broader market support for the transaction, as it will provide investors with more time to conduct their credit analysis and secure the in-house credit approval required to allow them to place orders for the corporation's bonds. Additionally, the new expanded timeline to market, price, and close the bonds will provide the government's legal team with a more appropriate amount of time to prepare all the documentation required to close this transaction. Once fully authorized by the legislature to restart the financing and factoring in the upcoming holidays, it will take the government approximately 6 weeks to complete the proposed financing. This concludes my testimony. I'd be pleased to address any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Totora. At this time, we will go to Mr. Lobert. You're recognized for your testimony.
Good morning, Mr. Senate President. I've got some slides there that you may want to take a second to put up on the screen as I go through them.
Well, media, you're available to assist? You may proceed, Mr. Lobert.
Good morning, Senators. Just before we start, for the record, I must state that Ramirez is here as an underwriter and not as a municipal advisor. My name is Adam Lobert, and I'm here to present an illustrative example of the plan of finance. The plan consists of the refunding of all outstanding high interest rates PFA matching fund revenue bonds, and to refund them with new lower interest cost securitization bonds to achieve the following three general goals. $85 million of cash flow in each of the first three fiscal years, 2021, 2022, and 2023. Positive overall debt service savings over the life of the bonds, and positive net present value savings, which is required by the legislation before you. This savings also includes a share of savings that are attributable to the refunding of the respective rum company project bonds. GVI realizes 70% of the debt service savings from the refunding of the Diageo project bonds, and 60% of the savings generated from the Crucian project bonds. We do utilize capitalized interest to offset GVI's share of interest payments for the first three fiscal years, providing the ability to achieve the $85 million. And lastly, most importantly in our overview, is that should the anticipated rates on the pricing date be projected to reduce the ability to achieve these goals, the governor could either modify or pull the transaction at will. Next slide, please. On slide
One
two
second,
here,
media,
yes.
1 second.
Sure.
Media, can you assist
Okay.
with the slide presentation? Very well. Go ahead.
Thank you. On this slide, we just present some of the general parameters of the plan of finance. The goal, very similar, almost substantially identical to last time, is to refund all the outstanding bonds with new lower interest securitization bonds. About 80% of the bonds will be triple tax exempt. About 20% of the bonds will be federally taxable, and that's due to current federal tax law governing what can be advance refunded and certain non-callable bonds that needs to be defeased. This structure will be secured over the remaining term of the Diageo and Crucian rum agreements without extending the final bond maturity. Currently, that is October 1st, 2039, as it exists today. The structure will be enhanced relative to what currently exists to a minimum of 3 times debt service coverage in every year. That means that there should be a minimum of $3 in projected revenue for every dollar of debt service. With respect to these bonds, these are new bonds under the indenture, so it's not an additional bonds test, but future bond issuances under this indenture would also be subject to the minimum 3 times ABT level at the senior level. As Mr. Tortora mentioned earlier, there could be subordinate bonds, and that's sort of outside the scope for today. But the senior bonds are 3 times on the additional bonds test. As has been mentioned earlier by Director Simmons and Mr. Tortora, we're going to apply a portion of the released existing debt service reserve fund monies to reduce the amount of new bonds to be issued and to recover the October 1st, 2020 debt service payment. And we also assume that the fiscal 21 Department of Interior advance of about $273 million and $13.25 per proof gallon cover over rate remain constant over the life of the bonds. I'm going to turn for a moment here to slide 3 if I can. So what does this all look like? Here I'm just going to go through the table on from left to right. Column A are the projected revenues. They are kept static at the advance that was received for fiscal 21. We don't assume any of the growth that is covered under one of the scenarios in the consultant's report. We just assume that they're static. And then columns B, C, and D are the 3 components of debt service for the senior lien bonds. The first one, column B, is what GVI's debt service looks like. Column C is what the Diageo project looks like, and column D is what the Crucian project looks like. Now, you'll notice the similarities for the most part between these 3 columns is that they all are basically structured with equal annual payments, and they start to tail off in 2038 through 2040 as the rum company contracts expire. On column E, this is the capitalized interest on the government portion of its debt service. You'll see that it matches the same amounts in column B. That's designed to give the government no net debt service over the next 3 years so that it has the ability to achieve the $85 million. Column F basically just sums up columns B, C, D, and E, and then for purposes of the indenture, the coverage is basically the revenues divided by the net debt service, which, absent the first 3 years, is basically 3.24% for the life of the bonds. Now, this will fluctuate depending on where the markets are on the day of pricing, but the concepts here will be the same. That could go up, that could go down, but the transaction has to be above 3 times. Next slide, please. On slide 4 here, we profile what the GVI share is on a before and after basis. And in the first column, this is what the debt service is in fiscal 21 through 2040 for the GVI portion of the bonds. And that's for the PFAs, the first column. The second column is what it looks like on a net basis for the securitization. And what that means on a net basis, if we just turn to the footnote for a minute, that's the gross debt service less the capitalized interest, less all the project bond shared savings that accrue to GVI, and includes recovery of the fiscal 21 debt service paid to date on October 1st, 2020. And then the follow column is shows the net reduction in total debt service. And for the first, so this column here all the way to the end reshapes the debt service from being heavily front-loaded to create equal annual payments and sunsets at the time of the Rome Company expiration. And as you can see, the first 3 years, the average is $85 million per year. Let me just sort of caution at this point, this is only an illustrative example. It is subject to change, and actual market results will be different. This is a discussion point at this point in time, and at the time of pricing, that will be determined, but it shouldn't be materially different either way between what's here plus or minus, but obviously not to get to view this as something that's fixed at this point. This will fluctuate, and I just wanted to put that on the record. That concludes my overview of the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lobert. At this time, we'll go to, is Mr. Eaton on the line yet? If not, we'll go to Key Walker. Key Walker, you recognize for your testimony at this time. Attorney Key Walker. Attorney Walker, are you available?
Yes, sorry. Good afternoon, Senate President. I'm here to respond to questions as General Counsel for the Public Finance Authority. The testimony for the authority was delivered by Nathan Simmons.
Very well. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you go ahead and read the correspondence from both Diageo and Cruz and Rum into the record at this time? And then we'll come back and final testimony or closing discussion will come from Director of Management and Budget, Director O'Neill.
Testimony of Diageo USVI Inc., Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Committee of the Whole, December 8th, 2020. Senate President Novelle Francis, members of the Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, legislative staff, ladies and gentlemen. I am Cynthia Arnold, Vice President of Operations for Diageo USVI Inc., Diageo USVI. I present this testimony as the request of Senator Francis on Bill number 33-004, on Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of the date hereof a new entity named Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. In late July of this year, the Governor's Office approached Diageo USVI to ask for our support in making minor changes to the agreement between Diageo USVI and the Government of the Virgin Islands to enable the Government of the Virgin Islands to take advantage of the lower interest in the bond market. The Governor made clear to Diageo USVI that this deal was very important to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Governor's team presented Diageo USVI with a proposal that considered the structure of the original agreement and how to modify it to enable the Government of the Virgin Islands to benefit from lower interest rates while maintaining the parties' contractual protections. The proposal was that Diageo USVI would retain 30% of the benefit of any interest rate, while 70% will go to the Government of the Virgin Islands. Diageo USVI accepted this proposal without any attempt to negotiate a higher rate for itself. Notably, as the agreement was originally structured, without the amendments which Diageo USVI agreed to in September 2020, Diageo USVI would have been entitled to 100% of the benefit of any rate change, as Diageo USVI pays the debt service on the Diageo USVI project bonds from its share of the agreed allocation of the cover-over revenues it generates annually. As you know, the trustee receives the cover-over payments. The government of the Virgin Islands receives its allocation, which is between 51 to 57%. The community trust receives 3%. Then Diageo USVI pays the debt service on the bonds at whatever the relevant interest rate is. After payment to the government of the Virgin Islands, the community trust, and the bond debt service, whatever funds remain are paid to Diageo USVI. Diageo USVI did not negotiate for or receive any further economic benefits once presented with and accepting the government's formal proposal. Diageo USVI is pleased to be able to support the territory's efforts to obtain additional financial resources and re-enter into the bond market, and looks forward to continued partnership with the people of the Virgin Islands. December 4th, 2020, Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President. Dear Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., thank you for your invitation to testify to the Committee of the Whole on Bill 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Act Numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of the date hereof a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, the Act. As request, Crujan Viral Ltd., Crujan, is submitting this written testimony. Crujan has been a presence on St. Croix for decades. The history of the island is our history. That history has been integral to our success. This has resulted in Crujan producing over $2 billion of cover-over revenue being returned to the people of the Virgin Islands. Our contributions to the USVI does not end with these revenues. We are also a model corporate citizen for these islands and have stayed committed to reinvestment in our facilities on St. Croix. Additionally, Crujan partnered with local organizations to provide recovery support for the U.S. communities through the Island Spirit Fund. The Island Spirit Fund was set up in the wake of Hurricanes Irma and Maria with an acknowledgement that long-term recovery required a sustained commitment. The Island Spirit Fund has partnered with the St. Croix Long-Term Recovery Group, the St. John Long-Term Recovery Group, the St. Thomas Recovery Team, and the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands to donate over $2.5 million to these organizations to ensure that we support the communities where we live and work. An important part of our success is also our relationship with the government. We treasure our relationship with the government and appreciate the opportunities over the years to work together for the betterment of the USVI. That is why we have made it a priority to work with the government on its proposed adoption of the Act. Our understanding of the Act is that it will provide a mechanism for the government of the U.S. Virgin Islands, the government, to refinance its outstanding bonds, the refinancing. We have been informed that the government would like to consummate the refinancing so that it can reduce the overall cost on its outstanding debt on a net present value basis. Since we are not involved directly with the refinancing or the drafting of the Act, we are not in a position to provide commentary as to the viability of the proposed transaction, nor are we in a position to comment on the language or the inner workings of the Act. However, due to our relationship with the government and our history on St. Croix, as we have already highlighted, the financial stability of the government is important to us. In this light, we hope the refinancing brings the expected results. We also realize that our keeping a viable business model is key to the financial stability of the refinancing. Therefore, we engage with the government to negotiate changes to our agreement that we believe support the refinancing, but do not negatively impact our employees or our business model. We thank you again for the invitation to testify. If you have any questions regarding this testimony, please do not hesitate to contact Lewis Howell. Louis Howell, President and CEO, Crujan Viral Ltd. That concludes the reading, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, for reading those two correspondence into the record. At this time, we'll go to Attorney Russell, representing the Government Employees Retirement Retirees, Gruff, to give his testimony. Attorney Russell, you're recognized.
Good afternoon to everyone, distinguished senators. An outset, let me state that I am not representing Gruff with this testimony. I am representing myself. Therefore, I'd ask that the esteemed senators understand that I am representing myself instead of Gruff during this testimony. First of all, senators, as a retiree...
Attorney Russell, can you put on your video at this time?
Yes.
Very well, thank you. Are you saying that you're not representing Gruff, but you're representing yourself as an individual?
Yes.
Very well.
Can you see me now?
We can.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. I have listened to the governor during the campaign for support, and I am sort of convinced that, based on the testimony I heard today, that many of the problems with the bill that were identified before have been satisfied. There are benefits that come from this bill to the GRS system, and we as a community has to understand that this is December 8th, not September 17th. The national election has been completed and we have a new president. Therefore, it's my position that the documents that were submitted regarding the gasoline excise tax to the legislature and to the governor, they become a viable solution to the GRS problem. This is a stopgap.
Attorney Russell,
the bill has some
Attorney Russell, I know that you,
Yes.
you provided some written testimony to the legislature. Can you stick to those testimony? Is that what you're speaking off of?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you may proceed.
Yes.
All right, very well.
Thank you. The written testimony that's submitted on behalf of Gruff, I am not prepared to defend that testimony. So at this point, I would just ask that the legislature be guided by its own wisdom and vote accordingly to help the retiree system get past this crisis, and later down in 2021, 2022, I believe this territory has the capabilities to solve the GRS problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Attorney Russell. At this time, Senator Jackson, you're recognized for your point of information, you said?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The letter that we received from the Government you received from the Government Retirees United for Fairness Incorporated makes mention of we attached Attorney Russell's December 1st, 2020 letter to the editor for all leaders in the territory to review. At this time, I would ask the President if, in all fairness, that the letter received from the Government Retirees United for Fairness be read into the record. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Jackson, obviously, we just heard from the individual that submitted the correspondence, Attorney Russell, clearly indicated that he was representing himself and that, whatever would be guided by the correspondence that was submitted and made a part of the record and is available for review. Therewith, it sounds like there may be some conflict in respect to that. So I will be very reluctant about reading this correspondence into the record without have it properly proffered, because the individual that actually submitted the correspondence, Attorney Russell, have clearly indicated that he's representing himself as an individual and not representing Gruff at this time. So your request to have that read into the record, I think, will be inappropriate at this time. And that, whatever the correspondence that was submitted, again, it makes reference to an article that was printed in the newspaper. And, myself and you, because this letter, as well, there is no signature. There is an electronic signature of Ms. Helen Hart, that's supported by an official signature. And clearly, Attorney Russell have represented that he's not in a position at this time to speak on the behalf of Gruff. So at this time, the chair will go to Attorney Key Walker, who will read on the behalf of Mr. Eaton his testimony into the record. Attorney Key Walker, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., President of the 33rd Legislature of the United States Virgin Islands, other members of the 33rd Legislature, media, ladies and gentlemen in the legislative chambers, as well as the viewing and listening audiences. I am Key Walker, and I'm presenting this testimony on behalf of Jeffrey Eaton, partner at Winston & Strawn LLP in Washington, D.C. As I explained in the testimony I presented to this body in September, the government engaged my firm, Winston & Strawn, for the limited purpose of preparing and negotiating technical amendments to the rum company agreements to accommodate the new bond structure and to design a mechanism for sharing the debt service savings that will result from replacing the high-interest, subordinated rum company project bonds with new low-interest senior bonds. Both those are achieved in the amendments that were before you and that you ratified previously, and they are equally achieved in the amendments that are before you today. Today, you are being asked to do two things with respect to the rum company amendments. First, to re-ratify the amendments previously ratified in September, and second, to ratify a second set of amendments that make minor conforming changes to the September amendments to the rum company agreements. The September amendments before you today are identical to the ones you ratified previously. The new amendments make only non-substantive changes to the September amendments. The only changes are: one, an extension of the drop-dead date in the Crusion Amendment from October 31st, 2020 to January 31st, 2021. And two, a small number of ministerial changes to conform the September amendments to reflect the changed transaction timing and the new authorizing legislation. I will now briefly describe both the September amendments and the new amendments. Before I do, it is important to emphasize that our mandate in preparing and negotiating both sets of amendments was to leave untouched the substantive aspects of the business deals. Changes to the rum company's subsidy levels, for example, were not on the table. This was intended to be and was only a technical amendment. I testified in detail about the initial round of rum company amendments at the September hearing, after which those amendments were duly ratified by this body. Because of the importance of the rum company's role in the securitization transaction, I think it is worth spending a few minutes to describe those amendments again. I will then briefly describe the small number of new amendments that are necessary to conform the rum company amendments to the new legislation before you today and to the altered timing of the transaction. The September amendments. These amendments were presented and ratified in September and had two primary functions. The first function was to make conforming changes necessary to reconcile the existing rum company agreements with the new securitization structure. Second, the September amendment provided new language for dividing the debt service savings between the government and the rum companies. Most of the September amendments to the rum company agreements are designed merely to accommodate the change from the old matching fund indenture structure, which included senior bonds backed by general matching fund revenues and two series of subordinated bonds, one backed by Diageo's cover-over revenues and another backed by Crucian's revenues, all of which were issued by the Public Finance Authority. Under the new structure, all the bonds will be senior bonds issued by the special purpose vehicle, and there will be no bonds that are specific to either rum company. These changes required ministerial amendments to the rum company agreements simply to reflect the new structure. You'll see in the amendments to sections 6.1.1, 6.1.4, and 6.1.5 of both rum company agreements that we've merely added references to the new indenture and the new bonds, and added descriptions where necessary of how the new indenture will work. The more substantive changes in the September amendments appear in the amendments to section 6.1.6, which really has two functions. First, it connects the rum company agreements with the new indenture at the point of the residual fund. Cover over revenues flow into the indenture structure through payments of debt service and various costs into accounts with the residual fund. Second, this section sets forth the flow of funds out of the residual fund to both the government and rum companies. The primary changes here, other than adding references to the new indenture and new bonds, are designed to accommodate a structural change in how debt service is paid under the new indenture and to provide for the allocation of the debt service savings that will result from the securitization. You can think of section 6.16 as a payment waterfall, with cover over revenues coming in at the top of the waterfall and filling up buckets as they flow down. Under the old agreements, the revenues went first into a debt service bucket for each rum company, which collected the debt service due on each rum company's project bonds. The remaining revenues then flowed into the government's account, which received a percentage of the total cover over, and then into the rum company's account, which received whatever revenues were left after the debt service and the government's interests were paid up to a maximum percentage. There is then a final bucket for any leftover funds to go to the government. The new indenture requires some changes to that waterfall structure. Because the new bonds are all senior bonds, debt service on all the bonds gets paid at once under the indenture. By the time the cover over revenues flow into the section 6.1.6 waterfall, there isn't any debt service to pay. So under the new structure, once the new bonds are issued, no revenues flow into the debt service bucket. The waterfall effectively starts with the government's interest, which hasn't changed except that its percentage of the revenue is now increased by its share of the debt service savings. Under the Diageo agreement, it then flows into the Communities Facilities Trust, the same as before, and then under both agreements into the respective rum companies' accounts. Like the government's share, the rum company's share remain the same except that they are increased by the amount of their share of the debt service savings. The only change in the economics of the deal from the September amendments is a reduction in debt service payments. Under the old structure, the reduction in the debt service on the rum company's project bonds would have benefited only the rum companies because only they paid debt service on those bonds. In order to obtain the benefit of the reduced debt service brought about by the securitization, the rum companies agreed to share the savings with the government. The mechanism for determining the savings is straightforward. For each company, we calculate the total refunding debt service savings, which represents the difference between the debt service under the old high interest bonds and the debt service under the new low interest bonds. That savings amount is then allocated between each rum company and the government and paid out annually under section 6.1.6. As you will see, the savings on Diageo debt is split 70-30 in favor of the government. The savings on Crucian debt is split 60-40 in favor of the government. The difference in the company split is a function of Crucian's much smaller share of the total debt. The principal amount of the Diageo project bonds is about 7 times the principal amount of the Crucian project bonds, so that in absolute terms, the savings on Crucian's debt service are much lower. The government agreed to give Crucian a slightly higher share of the savings in order to make the deal economically attractive. The great majority of the overall savings occur on the Diageo side, of which the government will receive 70%. Finally, the last section of the amendments just establishes that the amendments become effective only upon the closing of the issuance of the securitization bonds. That is, if for any reason the new bond issue fails to occur, the amendments will not go into effect and the rum company agreements will remain unchanged. With regard to the current amendments, the unexpected delay in the securitization and the related need for new authorizing legislation required a number of non-substantive conforming amendments to the September amendments, which I'll refer to as the November amendments. I will now briefly describe these new amendments. First, the effective date. The Crucian amendments ratified in September included a clause adding a drop-dead date of October 31st, 2020 for the closing of the securitization, which at that time was expected to occur no later than September 30th. Because the transaction did not close before the October 31 cutoff date, it was necessary to further revise the amendments to extend that date. The new Crucian amendment before you today changes the drop-dead date from October 31st, 2020 to January 31st, 2021, and allows Crucian to further waive or extend that deadline as necessary. Regarding new legislation and timing, the only other changes in the November amendments are minor and are required to conform the September amendments to the new authorizing legislation before you today and to change the timing of the transaction. For example, references in the September amendments to Bill number 33-0363 and Act number 8326 have been changed to refer to the new legislation. Similarly, references to transaction documents that were previously dated September 2020 have been changed to eliminate the superseded dates. In conclusion, both the intent and the effect of these amendments is to conform the rum company agreements to the new debt structure, to conform them to the new authorizing legislation, and to change the timing of the transaction without altering the basic economics of the deal for either the rum companies or the government. Thank you for your time and consideration. Mr. Eaton is expected to join us shortly, and he should be available for any questions that you may have regarding the amendments to the rum company agreements.
Thank you very much, Attorney Q. Walker. Next, we'll go to Director of Management and Budget, Jennifer O'Neill. You're recognized for your closing remarks.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Good day, Senate President Novell E. Francis Jr., other members of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and a member of the Public Finance Authority's board. I appear as part of the team and pursuant to your invitation to provide testimony on Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of the date hereof a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation. I will conclude today's team presentation by reiterating Governor Bryan's comments in a November 30th, 2020 letter to the editor published in the Virgin Islands Daily News. In that open letter to residents of the Virgin Islands, the governor explained that, quote, refinancing and reducing debt through the creation of a securitization corporation, or SPV, is a globally accepted strategy used by municipalities for saving large amounts of money on existing debts and accessing that money to benefit citizens, end quote. You, the members of the 33rd Legislature, understand this well, and also understand that this transaction presents a unique opportunity for the people of the Virgin Islands that may not exist for very long. There is no single option that can be used to resolve the long-standing systemic issues that the territory faces, and we have an obligation to identify, analyze, and take advantage of each opportunity that arises for the benefit of the people of this territory. This securitization is a step in the right direction. On the contrary, doing nothing and not taking advantage of this opportunity could lead to reduced pension benefits, continued denial of access to capital markets, reduced services to our residents, and reduced liquidity, all while we continue to pay high interest rates on the existing bonds. Not repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330 may also send a message to interested parties that the U.S. Virgin Islands has neither the capacity nor the courage to implement practical steps to solve its challenges. This administration, however, does see the need to be bold and to make the necessary tough decisions, to be innovative and show the courage to change, which includes refinancing our outstanding matching fund debt to reduce our future debt service costs. In simple terms, this securitization is much like refinancing a mortgage loan, which Governor Bryan also pointed out in his letter to residents. He spoke of the significant savings one can receive by refinancing a mortgage loan with an interest rate of 6% down to 4.5% or less. I can personally attest to this, as I am currently working on refinancing my own loan that will save me over $700 in monthly payments. This transaction can provide the same type of benefits on a much larger scale. Additionally, in order to successfully refinance the loan, sometimes a person with better credit is needed to help us. In the case before you today, it is the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, or SPV. The SPV allows us the opportunity for a higher investment grade credit rating and substantially increases the probability of the success of refinancing the loan. Similar to an individual with a high credit score, the SPV will have a higher credit rating than the GVI currently has, which will allow it to access lower borrowing rates due to the perceived reduced risk. The GVI will be rewarded with a lower cost of borrowing and the removal of the need for a reserve fund. We recognize that this transaction is complex, and as stated in a prior hearing, we have done this before via the Virgin Islands Tobacco Securitization Corporation, which has performed flawlessly for close to 20 years and recently received a credit rating upgrade. We are here before you today, once again, solely to explain to the 33rd Legislature and the listening public all of the benefits of this securitization transaction and the basic blocks of the transaction as compared to the financial decision everyday citizens make relative to their personal finances, while also asking for your full support. In conclusion, I will reiterate the important facts listed by Governor Bryan in his letter, and I quote, "We are not borrowing any extra money. RUM cover over revenues will continue to be issued to us. We will be paying less money in debt and have more money to spend for our priorities. We will continue to be transparent and excellent stewards of government funds. We will continue to be prudent with our expenditures and diligent about collecting revenues. We have to act now while interest rates are low. Fixing the GERS is urgent. We are level-headed decision makers, and there is no better plan, end quote. Thank you, the members of the 33rd Legislature, for vetting this transaction, recognizing the benefits to all residents, and providing your approval. Many thanks also to everyone who contributed in any way towards the success of this transaction. Mr. President, this concludes our collective testimonies, and we remain available to answer any questions that you or the Committee of the Whole may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director O'Neill. I think that that completes the round of testimony on Bill 33-0446. At this time, we'll take a 5-minute recess, and when we return, we'll go to questions. We'll have a 7-minute rounds of questions. At this time, the Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 5 minutes. We're out of recess at this time. For those of you that's just joining us, we're in special session today at the Earl B. Atley Conference Hall, and we've been called into special session by the governor in regards to 4 measures that's before us. And the first one that's being vetted currently is Bill 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of a matching fund securitization corporation, creating as one of the date hereof and a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation to 1, acquire all of the Virgin Islands government right, title, and interest in matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of government by the United States Treasury during the transfer period and the related rights. 2, issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price thereof and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3, to direct the Secretary of the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account, approving and ratifying all actions taken pursuant to 8329 and Act 8330 prior to the date hereof, and ratifying the amendments to the rum company agreements and for other related purposes. We have heard to the government's financial team and other individuals, to include the rum companies that have put their testimony in record. At this time, we'll be opening up the floor for questions by myself and my colleagues. Before we go there, I'd like to ask Mr. Tortora, in regards to our current credit rating, and I know that you made some reference to that in the testimony, have we improved or worsened since you've been before us, or since we have approved the recent requests? Where do we stand right now with our current credit rating on this bond?
Credit rating has not changed since we last testified before you in September. The senior lien matching fund bonds that are currently outstanding have a credit rating of CAA2 by Moody's Investors Service, and the subordinate lien matching fund revenue bonds and the government of the Virgin Islands itself has a credit rating one step below that at CAA3. I'll also mention, of course, that the credit rating on the matching fund securitization bonds recently secured from Kroll Ratings puts us at a BBB rating, which is 8 steps higher than the existing ratings on the matching fund bonds currently outstanding.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Mr. Simmons, I was just coming to you anyway, so I know that you want to add to that, and while you do, I know that you spoke about the environment being favorable to a very good interest rate. If you could just expand and elaborate on that as you deliberate my first question, if you could just respond to that as well. You recognize.
Certainly. Good afternoon, sir. I actually wanted to put on the record that Attorney Jeffrey Eaton has joined us, and so he is available to answer questions regarding his role in the amendments to the rum company agreements. In terms of the interest rate environment, as we had presented previously, and I guess I should turn my camera on, I'm sorry. As we had presented previously, the market, in anticipation of a potential or possible change in administration nationally, we were concerned that it might create more unfavorable conditions in terms of the market. But fortunately, there's been no change in terms of the perception by the market to a Biden administration. So we think that it's still favorable to issuing these bonds and at a good price in this month.
Very well. Thank you very much, Director Simmons. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Gregory. You recognize for your 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to the people of the United States Virgin Islands. Of course, there was a lot to take in today around this whole securitization issue, and this is our third attempt at this. And of course, since the first time, a lot has changed. I know initially when we met, there was discussion around A rating. Now we're down to BBB rating. There was discussion around interest rates around 3.5%. So a lot has changed. And we've heard a lot today, and we need to flesh this out in order for us to make an informed decision. I must say that the government did come a lot more prepared than they came the last time. But I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to start with Adam Lobert. I am seeing your cash flow, your debt service comparison document for the first time, based on your testimony. And I need to find out from you, what is the actual present value savings or cost of this plan? And I ask this question because cash flow savings from backloading debt service is not the same as present value savings. So I need to get a clear understanding of the cost and of course of the actual PV savings, because on the two occasions that you came before us, the overall amounts have changed significantly. I think the first time it was some 52 million, the second time it was 44 million, and I'm now seeing 60.3 million. So I need to get a clear explanation around that, please.
Thank you, Senator. The 60 million shown on slide 4 is actually cash flow savings overall over the entire 20-year fiscal period. It is not a present value number. These cases are designed with approximate interest rates in mind between the taxable and the tax exempt. But generally speaking, there is no present value column right here. However, from a present value perspective, money received today is worth more than money received in the distant future, obviously. And here the present value would probably be higher than the 60 million that's there, because most of the savings does come within the first.
So what is the present value? Give me the present value savings, because that's what was sold to us in all of our initial discussions. So I am trying to understand what is the actual present value savings on this plan.
I can go back and take a look at that and send that to you, but it is not on this slide.
Yeah, that's important to us because I believe the initial discussion around the present value savings was the 255 million, which of course is also, based on what I've gleaned from all of what we've discussed, is also tied to some of the debt service reserve that is currently owned by the people of the Virgin Islands. But let me take this a little further. Let's go to the U.S. Treasury and the Department of Interior update. And this is to Pedro Hernandez. So initially, the discussions that we had was that we would be able to, at minimum, CAA rating. Now we're down to a BBB rating, of course. And I suspect that is because of the responses that we received from the Treasury and the Department of Interior. How does the development of the restricted account impact the overall discussions? Can we look forward to seeing an updated bond rating as a result of the account being restricted? Are we still in the same position because the territory will in fact be touching these dollars, although it will be in a restricted account?
Good afternoon, Senator. Yeah, this is Pedro Hernandez. I'm not one that can really speak to the ratings on the bonds. However, I will say that I do not believe, and the finance folks can maybe confirm that the flow of the monies through the GVI restricted account was not the basis for a downtick in the ratings on the bond. That was a structural change, but it didn't affect or impact or adversely impact the soundness of the credit. So
let me ask
Sorry.
Totora that question then, because initially in the conversations with him, that was a discussion around the A rating. So I'm trying to understand, the impact, or how do we move from A or A plus to triple B?
Sure. Thank you, Senator. This is Richard Tortora. In our preliminary discussions or our presentations before the Senate, we talked about what our expectations might be in terms of credit rating. And based on some of the real credit strengths of the structure, we were of the opinion that we could indeed come in the A category, which would have been a very significant feat for an issuer in the Caribbean Basin. However, when Kroll went through the totality of all the factors that leads them to a rating decision, they came up with a triple B rating, which again is an investment grade rating, and very solidly in the investment category. And that rating was indeed well received when we were in the market in September by investors. So were we somewhat disappointed we didn't get an A? Certainly. Are we happy with the triple B? We certainly are, and it generated good results.
Okay, of course, that is disappointing to us as well, because it most definitely will change the interest rate. I see that Mr. Chair is a little distracted, so I'm going to ask for his indulgence to ask my last question. Sir? Yes, let's talk about the bond test. So, based on what has been presented to us, the rating is predicated on an additional bond test for the senior lien, going from our current 1.5 times to the fluctuating 3 times. I learned today of the fluctuating 3 times, right? Plus the debt service coverage. Well, no, the debt service coverage is no longer included. So the senior lien, usually traditionally the senior lien is traditionally funded its programs with the senior lien is where the GVI traditionally funded its program, and the junior lien is where the reserves for the rum companies were floated, right? And other private sector needs. Now tell me, now that we're moving to the 3 times additional bond test and the 2 entities, which is a GVI as well as the rum companies, are in fact now on the senior lien, how does that impact other opportunities for the Virgin Islands to borrow? It seems to me like we would have to move forward with borrowing on junior lien rates for future needs. Is that a correct assumption, which in turn will present to us higher interest rates?
Sure. Senator Richard Tortora will answer that. The structure of the new bonds, which allowed us to get the triple B rating, does indeed provide for a minimum of 3 times debt service coverage. So for every $1 of debt service, there'll be $3 in revenue. And that's one of the primary reasons I suspect we secured the triple B rating. Going forward, we talked about one of the terrific advantages that will inure to the government by virtue of this transaction. Well, should this initial issue be successful, you'll have a new funding mechanism that can take you into the market. The new funding mechanism, the Securitization Corporation, will allow you to issue additional debt, as you said, on a subordinate basis.
Mm-hmm.
It will not have 3 times coverage. So as a result, we would expect, all things being equal, the interest rate on the subordinate debt will be somewhat higher than the rate that we're issuing debt at now if we were under the same market conditions.
So you are in agreement that my analysis is accurate as far as moving forward in this particular securitization, we will only be able to float bonds on a subordinate lien basis, correct? I just want to be clear.
I suspect that will be the case. And again, there's a significant amount of subordinate debt capacity that we believe you'll be able to issue after the issuance of this senior lien debt.
Well, thank you. My time has been called, and I don't want to abuse my time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Thomas, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the professionals testifying before us today and to the viewing and listening audience. Let me direct this to Mr. Tortora since he was just there. Sorry for not putting a handle on your name. I don't know if you're attorney or whatever your proper title is, or Mr. Tortora is what I said. My question to you is the same question I had. I think it was the second time we addressed the SPV issue here in the legislature. And my question was this. Initially, as you just said to my colleague who just previously spoke, there was an expectation of an A rating, right? And in that expectation of the A rating, what was the range? What was the range of interest rates that you were expecting?
Sure. If indeed we were successful in securing an A rating on this transaction, rather than the current BBB that we did secure, I suspect we might have seen interest rates were perhaps as much as 25 basis points, so 1/4% lower, which would have been, of course, to your benefit.
Could you give me a percentage range, please? A percentage range.
Sure. If presently we think we're in the market of selling bonds in the neighborhood of, say, 4.5, 4.75, the difference might have been 4.25 to 4.5. So 1/4% difference.
And at a BBB rating, what is the range for the anticipated interest?
Okay. Again, very difficult to say because market conditions change every day. However, when we were in the market in September, we looked as though we were going to be successful until we were stopped by the litigation at selling these bonds at a rate perhaps just under 4.5%.
So you again,
and that's a true interest cost of just under 4%.
This is what I just got from you, Mr. Tortora. This is what I just got from you. You're telling me, yeah, and I understand all of the conditions and everything that could affect the ratings, but you're telling me that if you had an A rating, you were expecting 4.25 to 4.5, right?
Correct.
And then the reality is we didn't get an A rating. We got the lowest investment rating possible, which is BBB, and you're still anticipating 4.5%?
Yes, and Senator, if you looked at the graphic that I provided in conjunction with my testimony, a BBB rating is certainly not the lowest investment grade rating. A BBB minus is the lowest investment grade rating. My firm has over 400 clients. Many of them are in the BBB category, and they enjoy market access. So a BBB rating for a transaction of this size and complexity is not surprising and is very marketable. What you're offering to investors are securities that are triple tax exempt on the federal, state, and local level. It's really a unique investment opportunity. That's why I believe one of the reasons these bonds were so well received when we were in the market in September.
Okay, great. And I'll yield to you on that understanding of the market because I definitely don't. But it just seems to me that a lower rating will give you a lower range. But if you're saying it would remain the same, all right. Now, the original SPV model that was sent down to the legislature was discussed, dissected, and the body definitely felt that it was lacking some assurances for the people of the Virgin Islands. That's why we ended up putting in what I thought were very tough demands, a minimum interest rate, a certain deadline that we received. So the legislature, we were doing our job. We were fighting for the people to get them the best ever. And regardless of what the time passed and the bonds were not, the measure did not go forward. So are we now regressing to what is basically the initial document that was sent down to the body? Is that the discussion from all the changes that are listed here? Are we now regressing to that original SPV proposal?
Senator, I think that question might be better answered by one of the attorneys who are responsible for drafting the new legislation and did indeed draft the original legislation.
Well, just
30 seconds.
If I may, Senator Thomas, offer some responses to that. The legislation removes the interest rate cap, if that's what you're asking. Yes, so yes, it would revert to the language that was in the legislation prior to the legislature's amendment with the interest rate cap. And so that's what the new legislation does. But what the legislature did not set a minimum interest rate. You actually put a cap on the interest rate. So it was prohibitive for us to be able to engage with any substantial investor that may have been wanting to purchase bonds above that rate, even though we would still be able to get the savings that are generated. So, we understand the concern for the Senate, but as we've indicated time and time again, this is a refunding for savings, and if we're not able to generate the savings, then we won't move forward. And we have pledged to you and to this community a certain level of savings, and we expect to generate those savings.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Simmons. I know my time was called, but just a final question. And yes, the cap may have been prohibitive, but again, I'm sure that everyone here understood that the cap was a way to put a measure to protect the interests of the people of the Virgin Islands. In removing that cap, and I know you just said you have every intent on doing the best, but in removing that cap, are we now removing the final protection measure to give the people of the Virgin Islands the best possible deal?
Senator, I'm sorry, excuse me, Director, continue.
No, no, sir, you're not. We have to, first of all, recognize that there's a distinguish between a cap for maximum interest rate permitted is not an authorization to meet the market demand. So you can't set a cap on the market. The market will fluctuate. I mean, tomorrow, President Trump may do something that that sends the market into a tizzy, or President-elect Biden may outline a policy initiative that the markets may find impactful, and the market changes. So once we get into the market, then the market conditions at the time will determine how we're able to price the bonds and achieve the interest rates that were not the interest rate, but the savings that we're seeking. So, I'd let Roger expand on that a bit, but, I don't think that removing the cap takes away anything from the legislative oversight, because what we're pledging to you is that the savings that we generate will meet what the minimum that we've said to you, and if we're not able to do that, then we're not going to go forward.
Thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the extra time, Mr. President, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Senator Thomas. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. The last time I didn't vote for this because we given up our major revenue source. Now, I'm looking at this here, again, at a clean slate, but we're being pounded about GRS. This is going to be the savior of GRS. You got to vote for it to save GRS. I read this bill back and front. I read the red line version. I have not seen GRS mentioned in this bill one time. Is it an amendment or something coming? You know, somebody got to let me know because, you know, I don't see GRS mentioning it. That's number one. The interest rate, when we originally had this bill, it was to provide $255 million for 3 years, $85 million a year up front that we could use for GERS and for other projects. We had a certain date that we had to do it by because we had to make a bond payment. Mr. Simmons, did we make that bond payment? Since we didn't go ahead with the deal, we had to make the bond payment. Did we make our bond payment?
Yes, we did, Senator.
Okay.
And, you know, again, this transaction was not because we couldn't meet the debt service that was becoming due, because the revenue that is funding these bonds are the matching cover over receipts. So we clearly had the money to pay. We wanted to meet the September 30th deadline so that we could utilize those cash flow as savings to generate the $85 million savings that we were projecting. But we have come back now with a proposal that's slightly, the financing is a little bit differently, but we think that we can still meet the $85 million savings annually for the first 3 years of this transaction.
Okay, so
utilizing somewhat of the debt service reserve fund.
Okay, we're not sure. We still have the $150 million for debt service that we have of money for the Virgin Islands. Is that still a part of it?
The debt service reserve fund is still there, yes, and will be utilized, as I indicated, as part of this transaction.
Okay.
But in terms of GRS, let me just mention that GRS is not mentioned in this legislation, and that is intentional because we don't want to give the impression that the financing of this transaction has anything to do with a pension bond. But clearly, it is the legislature's prerogative and to move legislation to do what you deem appropriate with these savings.
Excuse me a minute, Mr. Simmons. Excuse me a minute. In regards to your mention about pension bond, we are producing a new bill, that this bill ratifies the two new RUM agreements. So it's not a new bill to create a pension bond. It's a new bill for refinance of the two RUM companies. Also is what this bill is a part of, correct?
The bill repeals and replaces the legislation that was passed back in September,
right,
on September 17th. So the creation of the matching fund, securitization corporation, and all the attendant. No, but now because of the sunset date that the legislature put in the legislation that was adopted, it became necessary for us to then have to repeal that, because the way the legislation was written, once the sunset of September 30th, if the transaction had not been consummated, then the entire legislation became null and void. So we had to now repeal that legislation and reinstitute it again, and that's what we're trying to do here today, in order to be able to move forward with this transaction.
Okay. Also, then because you already had an SPV, there's established a board. Who are the board members of the SPV?
Attorney Plaskett, you have the names. But remember again, Senator, as I said, that legislation became terminated on September 30th. So we reinstituted a new SPV, and there'll be a board reestablished.
Right.
Attorney Plaskett have the names.
Right. There should be an existing board because there is an existing SPV. So who are the board members?
Good afternoon. If I may respond, Senator. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Miles Plaskett. The existing board members that will be the board members that will be on the new matching fund securitization Corporation will be Michelle Dreyer, Darrell Smith, and Governor Albert Bryant. These were the members of the board for the previous Matching Fund Securitization Corporation that was terminated by the legislation that expired or sunsetted.
Right. So they are the existing. They are the existing board members until we repeal it or it sunset. They are the existing board members, correct?
They were the ones that were the board members of that previous corporation. Okay. They are prepared to be board members of the new corporation.
Oh, that's what I say. So if I may, one last one, Mr. Chair, please. Can you change my whole train of thought? Back to when we originated with the $255 million for the 3 years, an interest rate was mentioned. What was that interest rate at that point to get us $255 million? For the 3 years and then it go down for the 20. What was the initial interest rate?
Senator Richard Tortora, the interest rate that would have generated the 2.55 was roughly 4.5%.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, again, I remember clearly from it being in the threes, 3.5, 3.75 is what I remember it to be, to get us the original bill. Here now we move into a next bill, and we're saying it's the same with a few amendments, but we should have just amended and done rather than renewing. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Attorney Plaskett, do you care to put on record the board members that you mentioned before, of course, with the exception of Governor Bryant, who we know? Do you care to put any other information on those individuals that have been tasked? I know you say Michelle Dreyer. What's the name of the second person? Smith?
Darrell Smith. Both of them, we provided information about them at the September 17th, I think in my remarks session. Both of them are professional directors. They are work with CSC Global Financial Markets and Delaware Trust Company. We have vetted them. We've put them done our due diligence. They're professional, as I mentioned, professional directors. They do this type of work regularly. We are utilizing them at this stage because it makes it much easier and quicker to get the process moving and get it done. The governor, as the chairman of the board, has the authority provided in the legislation to change the directors, and it's expected that he will do so.
All right, thank you very much, Attorney Plaskett. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. Obviously, trust is an issue. And we see we are already flip-flopping on the percentage. And from my previous colleague, you know, GRS, again, should have not been the poster child of this measure. And here we are again today. Remember this? Ratification. The last time that we were here and voted on this, colleagues weren't sure whether or not we were here to ratify an agreement. It was voted upon, and yes, it was a ratification. We find ourselves here again today under the same circumstances. I don't know how I'm going to do this in 6 minutes, but regarding let me start at the corporation structure. Does this type of corporation needs to be registered with the Division of Corporations? and trademarks.
Senator Miles Plaskett, again, it does not. It is being established by the legislature as an act of the legislature. It is not the corporation that would be established by that you would form with the Department of Corporations.
Thank you. So
Division of Licensing and Corporation.
Will the corporation function as? Thank you, Attorney Plaskett. Will the corporation function as a agent of the government of the Virgin Islands?
It's an instrumentality, an independent corporation, and I'm not sure what you mean as an agent of the government of the Virgin Islands.
So let me ask this: will the government of the Virgin Islands be legally liable for any actions of the corporation?
No.
Would the corporation be able to issue any additional matching fund securitization bond in the future without the express authorization of the legislature?
No.
Okay. And you already mentioned the members of the corporation board, the corporation's board, but will they be changing from those who were appointed before or were to be selected before for this one going forward?
If I understand your question, these are the board members that were selected before with the prior corporation. The corporation has now terminated and expired. They are prepared now to become the board members of a new corporation pursuant to the new legislation.
And besides the governor, are any of the board members of the corporation's board of directors paid via contract to serve on this board?
The board, they are paid pursuant to a services agreement, yes.
In, I think it was August, I was represented that the refinancing had to be completed before September 30th for it to work. What has changed to make it work now in December during what I will call a lame duck session?
Senator, this is Richard Tortora. I'll answer that question. Our original goal was to lock in interest rates in a market that we knew was favorable with the BBB credit rating and close by the end of September so that we could pay the October 1st payment. What's changed, of course, since the original transaction did not close in time, the October 1 payment was paid from a portion of the money received from the Treasury Department, the matching fund receipts, as it always would have been.
How much was paid? How much was paid?
The debt service payment, I believe, was $67 million paid October 1.
It was also reported
Senator, may I?
Back then in the August proposal that it will produce about $255 million savings in the first 3 years. What's the interest rate assumed to produce the savings? What interest rate?
The interest rate that we were looked as though we were going to receive in the market was approximately 4.5%.
It wasn't lower than that?
It might have been a bit lower than that, but
30
that's
seconds.
approximately.
Is that the same interest rate assumption still valid now through December?
We believe it is. Our credit rating, of course, has remained the same, and market conditions, somewhat to our surprise, have probably improved slightly since September. So we're optimistic, based on the result of the earlier pricing effort in September, that we could achieve all the goals that were stated at that time.
Senate President, sorry.
Go ahead.
May I complete the response to Senator Gittens' first question regarding the transaction in September.
Stand by, Attorney Walker. Let the senator complete his questions, and I'll let you respond
Sure.
at my time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just closing off there until you hopefully you do a second round. If not, I'll just make some comments at the appropriate time. But something is just not adding up. And I wanted to ask Mr. Simmons, am I correct that we now have about $1 billion in outstanding bonds being paid at an average interest rate of about 5.5%?
The matching fund revenue bond, Senator, yes, approximately $1 billion is outstanding, and the average interest rate is about 5.58%. But remember, some of the bonds are as high as 6.25%.
So if this is so, if the entire bond structure were refinanced at the reduced rate of 4%, then we would save about $45 million or so over 3 years, which is not even close to the $255 million.
Senator, again, Richard Tortora, I can respond to that. What I think is confusing people is one of the goals of the transaction was to generate significant savings in the next 3 fiscal years, 21, 22, and 23. The market reception we received in September made us confident that if indeed we were able to price the bonds the next day, we certainly would have achieved those goals, and the savings would have looked very much like what we had presented to you. But keep in mind, this is a 20-year transaction. Presently, under current market conditions, we envision the ability to save approximately $255 million collectively in years 1, 2, and 3, and then roughly another $140 million in years 4 through 10. So we expect to be savings the first 10 years, and then we'd actually have higher debt service in years 11 through 19, and then a year of savings again in the final year of the transaction. Our ability to generate the $85 million in each of the 3 years, that's a goal we're going to certainly continue to try to achieve. If indeed interest rates move higher or lower, the cumulative savings in later years certainly might change. But one of our goals is to achieve the 255 in the first 3 years.
So with the significant savings expected, as you stated, besides contributions to the GERS, what other uses are contemplated for the savings, Mr. Simmons?
Senator, as I began to say to the previous senator, that we're not presuming to step on the legislature's prerogative. You know, the appropriation, the power of the purse is that of the legislature. I expect that once the savings have been generated, that the governor will be submitting his list of priorities that that he sees. But again, it is the legislature's priority and prerogative
so Mr.
to
Simmons,
determine how those monies will be spent.
True, Mr. Simmons, and I'm not abuse the chair's time, but you know that that's going to happen where the governor is going to be able to say, and I'm sure by now discussions were had as to how these monies would like to be used. So are you not in a position to state where else besides GERS?
I am not, Senator.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Attorney Walker, you may proceed with responding to the senator's first question.
Just to complete the response, the senator, the honorable senator indicated that the transaction didn't work. And just to be clear, the transaction actually was working. We were receiving favorable responses from the market to the transaction. A decision was made ultimately by us to pull the transaction because of the lawsuit that was initiated by Gruff, which would have or may have had negative impact in the market. So to protect the transaction, we pulled it. But just to be clear, before we pulled that transaction, the transaction was indeed working. We anticipated that it would indeed be successful. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands and the public knows that there was not a failure of the transaction. There was not a failure to obtain a deal. There was a decision to pull it in light of the litigation.
Please recognize Senator Gittens for a follow-up.
Thank you for that response, Attorney Walker. Mr. Chair, point of inquiry. The testifier that responded before Mr. Simmons, what's his name again? Was it
Tortora?
I believe
Yes,
that's who.
Richard.
Yes. Yeah.
I through the chair to Mr. Tortora. So are we referring to the deferment of payments to be a savings?
Senator,
I mean,
there's different ways of looking at savings. The $255 million, quote, savings during the first 3 fiscal years are cash flow savings. Those are payments that normally would come out of the budget. As a result, they would come from the matching fund receipts. By virtue of the securitization, while there'll still be debt service payments made on the securitization bonds, they will be significantly lower. They're going to be offset by capitalized interest. So the savings in each of the first 3 years are cash flow savings, providing the government with $85 million in budgetary relief in each of the first 3 years.
Time.
It was a point of inquiry, Mr. Timekeeper, but thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. You're welcome. Senator for Gregory, quick point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, so based on the illustrative example, you noted in 2021 there would be no securitization debt services, and I'm following up just on the conversation from my previous colleague, but I know that we made a payment in October. So please explain to me how we are stacking that against this whole debt service comparison document that we have in front of us. Thank you.
So, Senator, the October 1, 2020 payment was made from the matching fund receipts, received the advance that was received from the Treasury Department, as it always had been. Going forward, we have one more payment to be made on the existing bonds in April of this current fiscal year, on April 1st, roughly $17 million payment. That payment would be funded with a portion of the proceeds that are already exist. If the transaction closes, they could be funded with bond proceeds. If it doesn't close, it will be funded from the matching fund receipts that are currently on deposit in the USVI.
The number that you have here is 84 million, right? So we made a payment in October. What was that payment amount?
$67 million.
Yeah, so then how are we counting 2021 to still have 84 when we already made that payment? That's why I asked, how are we stacking this?
Understood. And the answer to that, Senator, as you know, there is money in the Debt Service Reserve Fund that exists in connection with the existing matching fund bonds. Those monies will, a portion of them will be applied to reduce the amount of securitization bonds to be issued, but $67 million of those monies will pass through to the government to be used for government purposes So that could be recognized as $67 million in debt service relief in the current fiscal year.
Senator Viola, you recognize for point of inquiry.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. If you're saying originally when you came, you said that the debt service reserve would be utilized to pay down the amount of debt that we presently have. So you're going to use the entire 100 and something million to pay down our outstanding debt. So which one is it? Are you cashing it in and then using it as a savings, or are you paying down the overall debt?
Senator, because the October 1 payment has already come and gone, and it was paid with a portion of the advance received from the federal government, that $67 million payment has already been made. The structure of this transaction envisioned using a similar amount of the monies currently in the debt service reserve fund, $67 million, and releasing that to the government, which effectively replaces the money that was already spent to pay the debt service payment. So it's just a different use.
Okay, well, 1 second, sir. Which means that the chart that you provided is basically wrong because you're going to be financing more debt now. This was based on utilizing the debt service reserve to pay down the overall amount, but you're going to be carving out $67 million to replace what was already paid for debt service. So from the debt service reserve money that belongs to the government of the Virgin Islands. So then you're going to be financing a higher amount. So your savings can be more than the last presentation when you said it was $44 million. If you're going to finance a higher amount, how does your savings jump to 60?
Actually, Senator, we're not financing a higher amount. The monies in the debt service reserve fund, previously all of them were going to be applied to reduce the amount of bonds being issued.
Okay, so stop there. So stop there 1 minute. If let's suppose that's $1 billion, and you're utilizing $130 million in debt service reserve to reduce that billion. So now you're down to 870. But you're saying that you're going to use 67 to pay off what was there already, so you are going to then go back up to 937.
Well, actually, no, Senator, because if you think about it, we already reduced the amount of debt outstanding. The October 1 principal payment, the debt service payment that was made October 1, effectively reduced the amount of debt outstanding. So your scenario, rather than $1 billion, we're not looking at $1 billion anymore because we've already paid $67 million of it October 1st with a portion of the matching fund receipt received from the federal government. So we don't need to apply the full amount in the debt service reserve fund to be at the same place because $67 million of the debt service has already been paid. So for us to, if we indeed want...
we're playing with numbers. Your original proposal is that if you look at the sheet, it states that we're not paying any debt service for the first 3 years. And that's how you're saving that 80-something million because you're deferring those debt payments and then you're going to pay them from year 4 through 20. But you have already paid debt service for this year, so you can't realize an $85 million savings because you have already paid the debt service. I will ask again when I come to my turn, but the math isn't working. Why didn't your sheet reflect the fact that you paid the debt service? Why did you leave it blank? Why don't you just actually put what occurred? This is December. You paid it in October. Why is it not reflected under the handout that we have?
Senator, this is Adam Lorbert Ramirez, if I may respond to that. The example presented on slide 4 here does include a footnote on the bottom with regards to the recovery of the October 1st payment. What this transaction on a revised basis seeks to do is it seeks to allow the government to recover that through this transaction. So as Mr. Tortora mentioned, $67 million that previously would have gone to reduce the debt has already been paid by the matching fund revenues that have already been received. We're trying to allow the government to to recapture that payment during fiscal 21 to the point where when you look at the before and after on what the government will pay, it will be $85 million less.
Very well. We'll move on and give the senator opportunity to question under his time. However, the $67 million represented both principal and interest. Are you prepared to articulate exactly how much of that went towards principal, how much went towards interest payments? You're muted.
Yes, Senator, I believe it was 50 million went to principal, roughly 50 million to principal, at the balance to interest.
50. And you said that there's still a subsequent payment of $17 million that will be due in April.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, very well. No, let me get to Senator Benton, then I'll come back to you, Senator. Senator Benton, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just... We are looking at numbers before us that has been presented in many ways, not just today, but previously. And yes, this is a lame duck session, and I'm one of those lame duck senators for this moment. But at the same time, when we look at what's being presented here, I want to ask, if we move forward with this new legislation for this new corporation, the members of the board, would they have to come before the legislature to be approved for the position?
No. This is Miles Plaskett again. No, they would not.
Thank you. And we know we spoke about the funding to be received, and I get a lot of calls, or got a lot of calls from a lot of retirees, that the monies to be garnered would be going to the GERS. Is that a fact? And this is for the retirees who have all listened to this, have all been explained in verbatim that the purpose of this transaction is to enable the government to provide funding to the GERS to take care of our able-bodied retirees who have served this government well. Are the proceeds going to go to the GERS? And I don't want to sum this or sum that. I need to have an idea of a number of what's going to go to the GERS for the retirees who have been told this is the purpose of this transaction.
Senator Benta, if the legislature deems the savings to go to the GRS, then that's where the savings will go. That is the decision of this body. So I believe the governor has indicated in public statements that it's his desire for savings to go towards the GRS. But ultimately, we all know that the legislature makes this decision.
Thank you for that. I want to know what the percentage. Mr. Simmons testified that he doesn't know where some of the others are going to go. What is going to be the percentage that, because we have other obligations when it comes to this, what percentage is being looked at for the GRS? Those are discussions that's been had with the GRS already. What is the percentage that will go to the GRS?
I don't know of discussions that are being had with the GRS, and Mr. Simmons didn't indicate that he did not know. He said he could not speak to that because
he said, just a minute, Kiwaka. He said he could not speak to it. He didn't say he didn't know. And that's the part where transparency of the to the people of the territory is lacking, where they're looking to us, especially the retirees. There's been one of those push out there to embolden the retirees to get up and rally behind this legislation for a purpose of a resolution to the issue with the GRS. And this is not what we're discussing. Right now, we have before us a brand new legislation for a brand new SPV, really. And in preparing for this, I heard that the members to be selected for the board would have to come before this body. And that was something that I said. But it was said based on the principals who have the engine or the key to start this engine. And that is not what we're hearing here today from Mr. Plaskett, which is what's in the language of the bill, that they don't have to come before us.
May I complete my response, Senator? to your question.
Go ahead, ma'am.
With regards to the percentage of the savings and with regards to where the savings will be attributed to, we have full faith and confidence that the legislature will make the best decision on behalf of its constituents and the people of the Virgin Islands as to where to direct those savings. And we trust, and we have elected you because we trust you to make those decisions. So if the legislature deems that 100% of the savings should go to the GRS, then so be it. Then that's how it should be. And I think you can report back to your constituents that have called you that you will act in their best interest and direct the savings in a manner that would best serve the public, preferably the retirees.
And as it's proffered based on how it's presented, thank you, Attorney Kiwanuka, how it's presented, without having dialogue or conversation with the members of this body in a plan forward, respectively, with respect primarily, it is only a one-thought concept in one direction, and the legislature was not a part of it, really. So the understanding of the direction going forward and how we're going to address this was only within a tobacco of a certain circle, not holistically, and not really being transparent to the retirees, to the GRS. As many are talking about 40% cut comes January, I don't know why we have sent or presented this to the people when it's not true. There will not be a 40% cut comes January. It's not true, Mr. Simmons. Can you tell us, the members
30 seconds.
of this body, as long as the people of this territory, is there going to be a 40% cut of the members of the retirees to the GRS comes January?
Senator, what I do know is that the GRS recommended to the legislature and the governor.
No, that's not what I'm asking you. Let's semantics and just a minute. I'm not going to sit here and be bamboozled. The answer is the answer. Is there going to be a cut comes January of 40% of the retirees? It's a yes or no.
I cannot answer that. That depends on the legislature.
And there you guys go again. This is what has been presented to the retirees. With no real, just a minute, my time. Just a minute, because the GRS wasn't speaking for the executive branch. This is what has been presented. Just a minute, Mr. President. Let him relax himself over there. We're speaking to the people of this territory. You're not speaking to children.
Director Simmons, the senator has his time. So
Thank you.
If he asks you to hold off, please do recognize that.
The people of this territory have been bamboozled by the airwaves and bureaucracy in the media and stipulating certain things are going to happen to them. Well, some people who sits in position, and those of you who've been to jail otherwise and playing games with people, you're still walking a fine line with people's lives. Those things got to stop. So I'm asking the question for the people of this territory to understand, will the GERS or the members of the GERS be cut 40% come January? And Seeger Consultant is there somewhere. One of the members have the answer. Who has the answer to this?
Senator, the GRS is here, and I think they have the best answer to this. But just to be clear, there are no members before you. There are no representatives before you that have gone to jail. And a reputation is a very sensitive thing. And I just want to make clear.
Let me ask you that. This is what my question, and my question is this. While you are playing semantics, Mr. President, may I? Because they're going to play this like we fools inside here. They need to answer the question to the people of the Virgin Islands. And the answer is, the entire government or executive branch staff that's sitting before us, the financial team, does not know whether or not there will be a cut or not of 40% to the members of the GRS comes January.
Good afternoon, Senator Benta. This is Director O'Neill. The members of the executive branch cannot tell you if there's going to be a cut to GERS, to the retirees. Someone at GERS would have to give you that information. We all were on a call with GERS a few weeks ago, and they indicated something on that call. Mr. Nibs would have to give you that information. We can, on our end, can only tell you that in order to stave off a potential cut, this transaction would help. The young man
and
from
for the people
Siegel
who were
can
not
probably
listening
give you
in,
more
for-
information,
Ms.
but we
Ms.
can't tell
O'Neill,
you anything else.
and for the people who was not on the call with the governor and along with some of the members of the body, where it was said that there will not be a cut. And all of you sitting there who are part of the financial team don't know this. It was said that there will not be a cut. I don't want to, just a minute, let me speak, and then you'll ask you a question when I need you to answer me, because I can see what's happening here. This whole ball, tobacco has been rolled down to the legislature to embarrass the members of this body if you don't act appropriately based on what they want you to do. I'm lame duck. At the same time, what this is doing here right now is removing the oversight. So I would ask whether the PFA is necessary, where the PFA now rule was changed under this new vehicle, not the old one now. This is another one they're coming up with and saying it's a new SPV package where this body will not have any fiduciary responsibility or oversight of what goes on for 10 years. And then 10 years after that to make it 20. Of what happens with the finances. And at the same time, you're saying to the people by writing on the backs of the retirees to make them believe that if we don't act in accordance to what you guys want, that they will be losing their benefits comes January of 2021, which is a lie. And while we sit here and we try to move forward and do what's right for the people, we continue to send people to the grave with stress. You know how many people die because they can't even imagine that this is going to happen to them, or losing their mind, or begin to lose themselves? Our retirees who serve this community? You guys are placed in positions to represent the people, not yourselves. And then here comes our citizens who depend on this collective body of elected officials to do what's right on their behalf. But it all falls under lies. One last question, Mr. Chief, if you would.
Yep.
Now, to the PFA, would this vehicle, with this new bill, be allowed, like we have done with the tobacco ban, to stay under the PFA, and the PFA will report to this body rather than us having to go soul searching for information?
Senator, as I indicated in my
this is to Mr. Simmons of the PFA, where this body back in 1987, 88, 89, developed the PFA. I want to know from Mr. Simmons, would this body be reporting to, or would be placed or remain under the PFA rather than being separated into another vehicle or another entity unaccountable by the legislature? Would you allow for it to stay under your jurisdiction? This new legislation, would that be something that you can do?
The Securitization Corporation is a separate governmental instrumentality created by this legislature. And
the PFA, by legislation and law, has a responsibility. So I'm asking you the question, just like we did with the tobacco bond, with the board and so forth that we set up under the SPV. The jurisdiction still remained under the PFA. Would the same thing be in accord, or can be in accord, as the tobacco bond and representation?
The tobacco corporation is not, quote unquote, under the PFA. It is a separate governmental instrumentality.
That still reports to the PFA? This instrument does not, or will not, report to you?
The governor of the tobacco settlement, the governor is the chairman of the Tobacco Settlement Corporation, and similarly, the governor would be the chairman of the Securitization Corporation.
And Mr. Simmons, you see semantics? It is two different things we're doing here today.
Senator, you have to wrap it up.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, but of course, we have a follow-up on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. President, can I respond?
You may respond, Director O'Neill. What are you responding to, though?
Thank
I mean, you just going
I'm responding to Senator Benta and his insinuations, one, that people are lying on this transaction, and also that we are not looking out for the people, and that we have the responses to what GERS is going to do. Whatever GERS ultimately decides to do has to come to the legislature for the senators to make a decision. To try to put that on any person sitting here testifying today is being disingenuous at best, Senator Benta. So we do not take kindly to that, or to damaging our reputations by insinuating that any of us is sitting here lying today. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. Senator Hodge, you recognized for your 6 minutes at this time.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, and also the testifiers. What I really find interesting after the good senators line of questioning is that when we look at semi-autonomous agencies, and this body in the past has voted so that government employees can still get a personal loan through the retirement system. And a semi-autonomous agency, which is a retirement system, refused to do it. If the hospital, which is semi-autonomous, wants to make certain cuts, they can make the cuts. And what can this body truly do? What can the executive branch of government truly do when it comes to operations within these agencies? So it comes down to putting out the right information to the public. And we can debate. We could debate all day long. We can debate Port Authority and whether or not Port Authority should charge additional fees, passenger fees when they come to the territory. But the executive branch of government can't dictate that. And I've heard it right here in this body, where my colleagues respect the decision making that comes from these directors or commissioners. This body gave $9 million in fiscal year 2021, another $9 million for the retirement system, and that's a Band-Aid. That is a Band-Aid. And here we are with something that could be fiscally going in the right direction. That's going to benefit the retirees, not necessarily the retirees, because in the end, it's only proposed $85 million to pay down on a $120 million debt on a monthly basis that the retirement system is incurring. And this body has a choice. This body can decide that if they want to, nothing has to go to retirement system, because we need to find ways to generate more revenues in the territory. And if we have the opportunity to go and purchase, the government wants to purchase Sugar Bay and spend $100 million on Sugar Bay, that's revenues coming in. If the government wants to focus on other capital projects, like a convention center, that's revenues coming in. But yet, we're going to constantly infight. Me personally, I don't care who the governor of the Virgin Islands is. We have to support the titular head of our government so that we can move forward. Because right now, we're in regress mode. I'm telling you, turn up in the hen house. The first question that I have is going to, and I don't use up a lot of my time. I want to ask Mr. Hernandez, to your knowledge, did Moody's provide a credit opinion, and how does that credit opinion weigh against the BBB rating?
Senator, this is Richard Tortora. I think that question is more appropriately answered by me, since I had the primary dealings with the rating agencies. And the answer to your question, Senator, is we did not ask for, nor did we receive any credit rating opinion from Moody's on this transaction.
Yeah, but the one thing I've discovered about Moody's is that a number of years ago, they were quick to put out some information that there's $50 million that was missing. So when they're ready to give opinions, they could give opinions on subject matters that they want to hit on. Another question that I have that you can respond to me is, when it comes to, in one of the testimonies under the U.S. Treasury and for the Department of the Interior, certifications and opinions, what specifically are those certifications that would give us the green light to move forward with the GVI restricted account?
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Pedro Hernandez. These were the certifications and opinions that were previously presented, summarized to this body, that deal with one, the ownership of the GBI restricted account, that it is an account that is owned by the GBI, that it will be accounted for on the books and records of the GBI. So it's those certifications and opinions that were previously presented to this body.
All right, thank you. Director Simmons, basically even from the previous scheduled hearings, what projections, what cost savings are we going to have between year 4 to year 10?
Again, Senator, you mind me responding to that question? It's
Can you hold my time, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, can you hold my time?
Go ahead, Richard or Adam, whichever one of you have that hand.
Thank you, Director.
It's 140. Sorry.
The additional savings in years 4 through 10 are roughly $140 million.
Okay, so thank you very much. So potentially we're looking at, for the entire lifetime of that bond, included over the lifetime, at one point they said it would be a $44 million savings. So potentially we're looking at around $400 million over the lifetime of this refinancing, correct?
Actually, no, Senator. The savings in the first 10 years, as we have said consistently, savings in the first 10 years of approximately $395 million. There would be additional increased debt service costs in years 11 through 19 of $340 million. So in gross dollar savings over the life of the issue, again, gross dollars, approximately 60.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the testifiers. Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Hodge. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 6 minutes. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. President. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Our territory definitely is undoubtedly at a serious fiscal crossroads. The hurricanes of 2017, coupled with the global pandemic of 2020, and our chronic fiscal issues of the territory have all combined to severely weaken the economic state of the place that we call home. Businesses across the territory have closed. Some may never return. Residents have left. Some of us have close families and friends who have left, and they also may or may not return back to the place we call home. At this time, Mr. President, we have to really work on some serious, bold, initiative, innovative, and reasoned solutions to help us through these difficult times. That being said, Mr. President, Mr. Simmons, you online?
Yes, Senator.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm fine.
Okay, let me ask a question. This new entity has a better credit rating for the government of the Virgin Islands. I want you to help us understand how a new entity gets a better credit rating than established ones. Bear in mind, Mr. Simmons, my colleague from Old Tutu, when he was inquiring to Mr. Totoro about the difference between an A rating and a BBB rating, he was told basically it's the same. If that's the same, why couldn't we not obtain the same agreement that we're looking for now under the PFA?
Well, I don't think Mr. Tortoro said the ratings are the same. The ratings are not the same. The BBB and the A are both investment grade rating, and I think that's what he said, that we still have an investment grade rating.
Yes, but he didn't indicate that the percentage was about the same. But go ahead.
He
Sir.
was talking about he was speaking about the interest rate that he ran the scenarios at was about the same. But you keep in mind, Senator, that what we present here is what we believe the market conditions will yield once we go into the market. We don't have the crystal ball to say, okay, definitely it's going to be this rate or that rate. Based on all the information we have, based on our analysis of conditions in the market, this is what we estimate or we project is going to happen, and these are the savings that we believe will be generated. Once we get into the market, the pricing will determine exactly where the interest rate falls. And what we're saying is that if the savings can't be achieved, then we're not going to go ahead with it. And I think what Senator from Frederick said that trust is a thing, and I believe that he is correct. It seems like there's a lack of trust that the government will do what it says it will do, and it seems like we're expecting that the government is coming here and telling you things and is planning to do otherwise. That is absolutely not true, and Director O'Neill put it properly in perspective. We're not coming here and lying to you. We are giving you our best estimate of marketing and what we can achieve. And yes, things could change, but hopefully things will stay where they're at, and we'll be able to successfully close on this deal. In terms of the difference in the PFA versus the SPV and why that can achieve a investment grade rating, the PFA does not control any revenue stream. And that is essential. And when it was created to issue debt on behalf of the government. But it doesn't have any revenues of its own. So whatever revenues are pledged against the bonds that are issued by the PFA is the government's revenues. So when the government got into financial difficulty and the economy went sour in certain years, the government's credit rating dropped. Therefore, the PFA bond rating dropped as well. So now the PFA is intricately tied to the government and cannot issue bonds that are going to achieve an investment grade rating because the revenue of the PFA is the government's revenue. That's why in creating this special purpose, we had to transfer the revenue stream to this separate corporation so that this corporation now owns the revenue and is able to issue the debt and get the investment grade rating. And once the transactions are finalized, the revenue is returned to the government. And, that's the best way I can put it.
All right, can I ask either you or Mr. Tutor to answer this? Is Ramirez willing or able to purchase the bonds that are not sold? And have they put that in writing? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon, Senator. This is Adam Lorbert at Ramirez. We have been hired to conduct a negotiated underwriting. In that process, we go out and we solicit orders from prospective bondholders. And then at that point in time, there's a determination made with regards to underwriting. Let me just be clear, there is no formal commitment, but we do understand that it is an all or none. We must take out all the bonds and we must find a way to underwrite all the bonds, and that's what you hired us for. But in advance, there is no commitment. The same way you cannot fix rates, there's no commitment to underwrite the bonds in advance. That occurs at the time of the bond purchase agreement when that's executed between Ramirez as representative of the underwriters and the SPV.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator James, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. To Mr. Nathan Simmons, are you familiar with the state and local government series securities program?
No, Senator, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Well, the State and Local Government Series Securities Program was established in 1972. And long story short, it was a way where governments can be able to go through the same thing, what we're trying to do here today, without having to create a special purpose vehicle. Are you familiar with that?
No, Senator.
All right, so I won't dwell on that too long. I will forward you the information at a later time. But in your testimony, you spoke about the Superior Court case where a temporary restraining order was placed on from the retirees. Can you just provide some clarification and describe how the case truly affected the bond proceedings when the act was passed? Can you go into some details, please?
Senator, when the court case was filed, we then had to disclose the fact that there was legislation pending against the transaction. We had to disclose that to the market, and then would have had to then rewrite the offering statement to include this legislation. So we had to put a halt on marketing the bonds so that we could then have a resolution of the court case, and then update the offering statement to provide investors with the clear view of any legal transactions that would impact the securitization. So all of that, made us short on time in being able to move forward with the transaction. So that's why we have to pull the transaction.
So do you have any...
If I may complete that response, Senator.
Sure.
If I may complete that response, a TRO never issued. There was a request for a temporary restraining order, and Gruff and the other plaintiff withdrew that litigation before any order was ever issued. So there was never an actual temporary restraining order, just to be clear.
Understood. So, question, did we receive any correspondence from the market or the investors when this supposed temporary restraining order came into play?
This is Adam Lorbert at Ramirez. I've marketed quite a number of transactions in the past throughout my career, and one of the most critical things is that once a lawsuit is filed, no matter how frivolous, the marketing has to stop, because we don't know what it is. It has to resolve itself. The offering document has to be updated. Those are legal precedents that have to occur before we can go back to investors, because we have to disclose all those things. Those are part of the securities laws, is to make sure those documents are accurate. That takes time. So faced with the incredibly tight deadline on the prior transaction, we had to pause. At that point, it's just pencils down. You can't really do anything else until the legal side resolves itself. So it wasn't really a choice in that sense.
Thank you for the clarification, but it was a yes or no question. I just want to know if there was correspondence sent from the market when the retirees had that temporary restraining order. Yes or no?
Senator Ismail Splasket, the market, I'm not sure what you mean by the market. The market means all of the investors that are out there that could potentially buy the bonds. And just to put this into a little more context, when the complaint was filed was on I think, if I'm correct, a Wednesday afternoon. After the first day of actually marketing the bonds, we were going to have another day on Thursday. It stopped us from doing the marketing on Thursday. And there's Friday and the following weekend, and the bonds we were expecting and hoping to close the following week by Wednesday, which was the deadline. It just completely threw everything off, and I think it was an intentional act by parties knowing that this is what would happen.
Thank you. I read an article where the governor denounced the GRS board consideration of benefits cuts. But can anyone speak to me if there was anything in writing from the GRS board or Administrator Niz that confirms that if this bill is passed, that there will not be any cuts? Have they went on the record publicly? Is there anything in writing that says if this bill is passed, the one that is before us today, that we will not see any cuts?
Senator, this is Aldwin Frias from Siegel. I'm not aware of any public document. My understanding is that the board sent a recommendation to the governor that if nothing is done in the future, the fact of the matter is the GERS is going to run out of money in 2 years. And when that happens, the benefits are going to be reduced 50 to 70% because that's the amount of money that's coming in terms of contributions that will fully protect that benefit. But as an alternative to that, one of the recommendation was to reduce the benefits by January 1st by 40% in order to prolong the solvency or to solve the solvency of the plan. But that's assuming nothing else is done. But to my understanding, and we're not lawyers, the GERS board does not have the authority to do that. But that's just a letter that was sent to the governor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can just ask one more question, if I can wrap up. So what we're addressing here is not a February 2021 issue. We're addressing an issue in the next 2 years, in the long run.
Well, we want to address the issue, not just the 2 years, but, basically forever. I think, GERS, as we've said before, this is a good big step in the right direction, but it doesn't completely solve the GERS problem. But this is, one big part of that puzzle. Once we have this and we're actually able to appropriate the savings of $255 million, that will give us a little bit more time to solve the issue.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know, because there was this big, scary picture that next year, something wrong next year, that it will be like the ending of the world, and I'm glad that you placed that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Before we go to the next senator for her round, I wanted to ask you, Attorney Walker, or anyone that has a response for this, have there been any effort to create a safeguard that, in fact, if there is some movement on this legislation, that a similar TRO will not be issued or seek? Have there been any reassurance, any insulation, or contact been done with the stakeholders to ensure, outside of the general comments that the governor have publicly made and articles that have been issued, have there been any contact with those individuals that may have been responsible for the prior TRO?
If I recall correctly, when it was withdrawn, there was some sort of dismissal with prejudice, is my recollection. But I'll see if anyone has anything different. And of course, we can't control, who sues who when. But the withdrawal of the litigation to some extent prevents the same litigation from being filed. I think what's important, though, is how this body treats this legislation with regards to a potential sunset provision. So as Attorney Plaskett explained, we just didn't have the time to continue what would have been a successful transaction due to the time constraints. So that's why this new legislation that we sent down eliminates that time constraint. If we would have had more time to react to the lawsuit, we would have had time to move forward with the transaction after a dismissal. So while we can't prevent anyone from filing a lawsuit, we can definitely make sure that the legislation is passed in a manner that will allow for these sorts of things to happen.
Very well.
And allow us enough time to react.
I think it's important that we put on record as well that that lawsuit came at a cost, at least to this body. There was a cost association then to defend this institution as a result of that. And I will imagine that there was also a cost that went to the executive branch in regards to that. So the same taxpaying money that could have very well been leveraged to benefit the retirees, the government of the Virgin Islands or other areas, then was utilized for the purpose of defending the institution as well as the executive branch in that. So, Attorney Walker, you made reference to some time limitation. Are you saying that there should be no limitation placed on this legislation? It should be an open slate?
An ideal situation would be that there's no sunset provision included. That's the ideal situation. If for any reason this body wants to, again, consider including a sunset provision, then we'd ask that that sunset provision, be set further out than the last one, so that would allow time for a complete transaction. And it would also allow for greater leverage on our behalf. It would give us greater ability to negotiate the best transaction possible. I believe Richard Tortora, Adam Lobert could speak to that in greater detail, what the value of no sunset provision or a sunset provision that's set much further out would have on this transaction.
I think that will be critical in terms of a recommendation, and at the appropriate time I'll get back to questioning that, because it's impossible for us to just issue a carte blanche without any limitations for this transaction or any transaction similar to this to occur and just leave it out there.
Understood.
Very well. Senator Saro, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to those listening and viewing. We've marketed this entire deal between the calls to the office, people tagging me on Facebook. You open the Daily News, we spend money on full page ads. I mean, this has been like a campaign, a serious campaign, and we've campaigned on the premise of the 42% cut, which appears today to be disingenuous. Now, we keep using the word savings in the first 3 years, and can we confidently say or truthfully say that we have a savings in the first 3 years when we're not even paying our debt service? I guess Ramirez?
Yes, good afternoon, Senator. The savings in the context of the first 3 years are the cash flow savings that the government can expect to realize by not having to use more of the matching funds for debt service during that period.
So is it wise to send a message that not paying our bills for the first 3 years is a savings or deferment?
I think that the message in this economy is that you take the actions necessary in order to prioritize your goals, whatever they may be.
Okay. Hold on.
Debt refinancing offers the ability to do that.
Thank you. Just for the listening and viewing audience, look at the hurricanes and the situation with mortgages. All the bank did was add the 3 months to the back end of the loan. So we have to stop touting that the government has a savings because we're not paying our bills. Now, Director O'Neill, you said on page 3 of your testimony that you are currently refinancing your own loan. And yes or no, would you refinance without knowing the interest rate, duration of the loan, or a payment schedule?
Thank you for that question,
Just
Senator
yes or no?
Saro. No.
No, right?
No, I would not.
Okay, but that's what you guys are asking the body politic to do. To approve a refinancing with no information. And we have a lot of numbers, people in here, so I'm going to come from a policy standpoint this afternoon. Let's go to the chart for a second. Well, let's skip the chart for 1 minute. What is the cost in fees, Ramirez? How much have you been paid so far?
We have not been paid anything. Our fee is contingent upon success of the transaction.
Counsel, how much will you make? Bond counsel. How much have you been paid?
We likewise are only compensated upon successful consummation of the transaction. So we have not been paid anything.
So has anyone been paid so far in this entire process? No?
The PFA can respond to that. There were payments made to certain contractors associated with the transactions, such as...
What's the total cost?
Mr. Simmons, do you have that number in front of you?
And I'm asking this question because it's a question that we don't really ask, and people make a lot of money off of these transactions. So what has been the total cost so far, Mr. Simmons?
IHS Markit has been paid for the verification analysis that they did, and I think that was $185,000. We expect to pay Kroll for the bond rating, and that's $140,000. I don't think that anyone else has been paid up front.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Let's go quickly to the chart. If the what interest rate were these numbers crafted from? What was the? How did you get to the math?
This is Adam Lorbert Ramirez. This is an illustrative example of where market rates can be. It's a composite of both tax exempt and taxable rates.
So what was the interest rate did you use?
Approximately here, it's somewhere around between 425 and 450 on a composite basis.
4.5. Okay, so if you have, if your interest rate went up, how are you saving more? How is the savings more? Because from the old plan that you had, your savings was 44, and now your savings is 60.3. How did you get to that math?
So the old plan that we had presented to you on September 17th was called the threshold case. That was a break-even case. At that point, that's sort of the go, no-go, where the governor can accomplish all the goals that are set out in the presentation. So from this perspective here, we refine that a little bit based on the information we received back from the market in late September, adjusted for where rates have gone. At this point in time, these are all estimates, but this is a fairly representative case of what can possibly be experienced if the market holds up the way it has.
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, I have one more question. Through the chair, but I have a request. I'm requesting what is the contingent fees for this entire transaction? What is Ramirez expected to receive? Counsel, we need to, when that, they at least have to know what they expect to make, what their profit would be off of the Virgin Islands. And they're not divulging. And lastly, through the chair to legal counsel, our legal counsel, is legal counsel available?
Yeah, Ms. Rogers will she's right outside. We'll have her come in.
Okay.
She's not there?
While we wait for Attorney Rogers to come in, Attorney Walker, are you okay and do you approve of a bill coming down to this body void of an interest rate cap? As a barred attorney, do you agree with the legislation that's void of an interest rate cap?
As a barred attorney who has been working on this transaction, yes, for the reasons that were explained in the testimony of Mr. Simmons and explained by other members of this team.
Okay, and the Revised Organic Act Section 8. Revised Organic Act Section 8 gives this body the authority to issue bonds. And in Section 8 of the Revised Organic Act of 1954, it says the bonds so issued shall bear interest at a rate not to exceed that specified by the legislature. So as a barred attorney for the PFA, again, is a legislation, we could talk numbers all day, but what is before us? Is it constitutional and is it in accordance with the Revised Organic Act?
Yes, because if there's no interest rate in the act or in the legislation, then there's no violation of the act
Can I have
at
legal
the
counsel
interest
on
rate
the
that we
floor,
come
Mr.
back at.
Chair? Before we move on, I'd just like to know the
Legal-
legality of what we're discussing
Legal
today.
counsel, please come to the floor. Legal counsel, please come to the floor. We'll move on to the next senator. As soon as she gets here, I'll come back to you, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You had concluded? You made reference to the contingency fees for the complete transaction. Was that the only request you had?
Yes.
Thank you. Senator Degazan, before we go to Senator Degazan, Director Simmons, do you have that information readily available?
Good afternoon, Senator. No, we'll have to put it together to have an accurate number for the senator.
Very well, thank you. Senator Degazan, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. My first question is to bring some clarity. Where did this concept of 42% cut come from? Where, as a body, how did we even begin speaking about 42%? Is GERS still before us to testify, Mr. President? Is someone from GERS there?
Senator, this is Aldwin Frias from Siegel.
Okay.
I can, yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is the current situation that GERS is currently in, unfortunately, does not provide us with any good options. Unless, we in the Virgin Islands determine a way to, create goods and services that will generate additional sources of revenue that we can, put into the GERS system. The options that we have are very limited. So the current projections where the system is going to run out of money in 2 years basically means that members are going to have a significant cut in their benefits. The cuts will be 50% to 70%. The idea of looking at possible solutions and again, these are not good options just because, this is where we are currently in. The idea is to basically minimize the reductions that could potentially be incurred by members, by current and future members. And just to put the 40% into perspective, the 40% is really just for the Tier 1 members. Tier 2 members are not going to be cut under that scenario of 40%. And the idea behind that, if you recall, when the Tier 2 program was created back in 2005, the Tier 2 program essentially already got 30 to 40% cut in their benefits. The benefit multiplier in their benefits once they retire is 30% lower than the Tier 1 members. And also the salary that you're looking at is based on a career average versus a final average of salary.
So you
right.
answered several of my questions that I had to continue with. So what I really want to clarify is we're not pulling possible cuts out of the air. Is this a reality? Is this something that we are going to have to sit and work on as a community come January or a little further on through the 34th? Will they have to deal with possible cuts being one of the agenda items on their desks?
I mean, I think this is one of the things that we're going to have to deal with within, the next year or two. The sooner we deal with it, I think the better. But it all depends on a lot of factors. It depends on, what other things that are happening in terms of additional revenues that we can find. But the idea with the 40% is basically trying to level the benefits between Tier 1 and Tier 2. I would love to see a scenario where we don't have to cut benefits, but basically the main reason why we're draining at this point is because of the benefits are out are much bigger compared to the contributions that are coming in.
Okay, can you put your video on, please?
Yes, yeah, please put on your camera.
I'm sorry, I thought I have it on.
Thank you for the information.
I have
So
my video on.
this concept of the 42%, or even if we want to look at it as a lower amount, is reality, is something that the 34th legislature is going to have to deal with. And I am still eager to hear the answers or the examples that some of my colleagues may have to be able to curtail that or to stop that from happening. I know that we have a lot of questions and a lot of nervousness around securitization, but the entire concept of securitization is a complex one. It is
1 minute, 30 seconds.
It is one that pools resources. It is one that uses savings. It's a package deal. And so because there's so many moving parts, it brings trepidation. But the real trepidation is that we do have a scenario of how do we not allow cuts to happen. And until we can come up with some other viable solution, some other viable plan, this 33rd that's about to end, I believe that it is necessary to explore what is before us. So we hear GRS say these cuts, these things are real. And then we hear our colleagues say, is it really real? So we're here a third time because it's a complex situation. Because we still have questions, I guess. And I think even after we vote, there will still be questions. My next question. Mr. Simmons, you mentioned the government will once again own the rights to the matching fund receipts going forward in your testimony on page 11. Explain to me why you say once again through the process, because this was another point the community had concern about.
Time.
That matching fund receipts and the rights giving that up. You clearly said, may I continue, Mr. Chair? This was my final thought.
Excuse me.
Sorry, may I continue, Mr. Chair? The government will once again own the rights to the matching fund receipts going forward. Please explain that for the people so that there will be some comfort with this matching fund. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The question was for Mr. Nathan Simmons. Okay.
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for the question. As we've explained before, in order for the securitization to happen and for us to obtain the investment grade rating, we had to transfer these revenues to this securitization corporation so that the revenues will be divested from the government and into the corporation, so that the corporation then would be the controlling interest of the matching fund receipts, and to apply those receipts towards the bond, the debt service, and the remainder towards the government and the rum companies per their agreements. Once the bonds have been paid off, then the matching fund revenues return to the government of the Virgin Islands. And some have said that, well, what if the government wants to issue new bonds and don't have the use of those revenues? But the legislature, again, can authorize the SPV to issue those additional bonds based on those revenues. So there is still the control of the government in terms of being able to issue new debt and using those revenues as the debt service source. So, but once all the debt is paid, then the revenues are transferred back, the ownership is transferred back to the government.
Mr. President and Senator Digazon, if I may also add, what we said before, in addition to what Mr. Simmons is saying, the corporation cannot do anything with the matching fund revenue other than what's set forth in the agreement, what's in the indenture agreement, to make the payments, to take the residual, the certificate, and give the rest of the money back to the government. The corporation cannot take the matching fund revenue and spend it or use it for any other purpose other than to pay the bonds and then to take the residual and pay it back to the government. So to the suggestion or the thought that somehow this corporation is taking control of the revenue and can then the directors of the board or the corporation can decide what it wants to do with that revenue is just false. It can't happen.
Point of clarification, please.
You recognize Senator Degazan.
Earlier, it was mentioned, and it was a very good point made, and I wasn't sure which colleague mentioned it, but the concept of being conservative came up because there was a situation. Okay, I think the question was, based on the rate, why is there a higher savings than what was initially presented in the first scenario? When the government presented this securitization first, you mentioned threshold. Was this part of the entire conservative premise that they were coming on, that they were going to come with extremely conservative numbers, and now there's more solid numbers? How, I want to make sure I understand why we're able to, I'm going to say what I see it is, delay more.
This is Adam Lobert at Ramirez. The threshold scenario that was presented to you on September 17th was designed to be the threshold at which the governor can achieve all of the objectives that were stated as the goals of the financing. Above that, it starts to constrain that ability. Below that, it can easily achieve that ability. We did go to market in late September. We did get feedback from investors, and we did have a range as to what investors may or may not accept. And it's from that range that we have developed what is before you today that's a little bit more refined.
Thank you so much for that clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Welcome. Senator Soro, you recognize your point of inquiry? You have one to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to restate my request to the chair. I was asking for the legal fees paid or not so far, the bond brokerage, the consultant fees, and what is the transaction going to cost the people of the Virgin Islands. And they should have that rough estimate already, but I'm asking formally to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Benta, you recognize for a point of inquiry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to go to Mr. Alwyn, who spoke, who's one of the actuaries on behalf of GRS, but spoke about the percentage of Tier 1 and Tier 2 employees and the cuts. And if he's speaking on behalf of the GRS at this point, to Mr. Alwyn, is there a cut pending come January?
Not that I know of, Mr. Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Attorney Walker, you had a response for Senator Fred Gregory in terms of the present value question?
Yes, thank you. The honorable senator had posed a question to Mr. Lobert, and he now has a response. So I'll defer to him.
Thank you, Attorney Walker. The scenario before you that is on slide 4, the present value of that is it's approximately 52 million.
Slide 4, 52 million. So slide 4, which can you clarify which slide are you referring to as slide 4?
Yes, that is on slide 4. The question was the total net reduction in debt service is 60 million. What is the present value of that today? And that is 52 million.
Very well. Well, which one of these documents, because none of them really have a number, it'll be the large page, the examples of debt service comparison.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Right. Senate President.
All right, that's page 4. The question is, what is the difference between... All right. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go first to Lisa Forsch. In your testimony, you spoke about the debt service reserve. What are your feelings on dissolving the debt service reserve?
Good day, Senator. You're asking me how I feel about the resolving
Dissolving,
the debt
yes.
service reserve?
Yes.
I don't have a feeling about that. It's a credit matter.
In your
that,
professional capacity, do you think it is wise for the Virgin Islands to dissolve the debt service reserve?
I can't form a judgment about such a thing.
Okay.
It really is a credit matter.
Okay. So your lack of an answer have answered the question for me. Mr. Plaskett, you said that had the lawsuit not been filed, that you were expecting to close the week after?
Correct. The end of the month. We were expecting and hoping to close by that Wednesday. That was the plan.
So hence, the last legislation included an interest rate of 3.75%. So you're saying now publicly that you were able to have individuals that were interested in floating monies at that percent, because you said you would have closed the week after?
I'm saying that was when we were scheduled to close. I'm saying that we were marketing, and we were in the second day, about to go into the second day of marketing, and then pricing the bonds that week with the intention, the expectation of closing. What we would have gotten?
Hold on. That's good. That's good. Mr. Tortora, did you expect to close if there was no lawsuit filed?
If indeed the rates were accepted by the government, the deal would have closed the next week.
The legislation stated 3.75. Did you have any expectation of closing at a rate at 3.75 or below?
We did not.
Okay, so we need to say that. I mean, we're going around the bush and saying we would have closed this or that. You did not have the appetite on the market for any rates below 3.75. So the reason why you did not close wasn't because of the lawsuit being filed, it was because the 3.75, you were not able to meet that threshold. In the bill that we presently have, is there any language or any part of that bill that says GRS? Is there one word that says GRS in the bill?
These aren't pension bonds, Senator.
I didn't ask that. I said, is there any? You have a separate
reason
section.
why, though.
They could have okay. Let's go with pension bonds. It is not pension bonds. Is this a refinance or we float in additional money?
This is a refinancing, Senator.
So if we're refinancing, monies are already given to the Virgin Islands, and those monies were given for working capital, it was given for capital projects, how can you then say, if you have in any terminology stating that the savings must go to GRS, it becomes a pension bond when it is a refinance? How does it come a pension bond when we are only saving what we already have? You spoke about the debt service reserve. So how does it come a pension bond? Who came up with that concept that putting the word GRS will make it a pension bond when we're refinancing what was already financed?
If the
IRS, the federal government, came up with that concept.
So the IRS came up with that if we use our savings for the GRS, it becomes a pension bond.
The IRS and the
so let's fast
federal
forward.
government came up with the concept.
Let's fast forward with that argument, because that's an argument that you have consistently used. If we close on this special purpose vehicle, and then after we decide to use the money for GRS, what is the difference? Would it then become a pension bond? What is the difference? Would they say that it is now
1 minute, 30 seconds.
morphed into a pension bond?
The purpose of the bonds would not be for pensions, because the savings would be given, forwarded pursuant to the indenture agreement to to the government of the Virgin Islands, and the legislature will make the determination of what to do with those savings.
And if the legislature make that decision to give all to the pension system, would that make it a pension bond?
Not if you not because the bonds were not issued in order to pay pensions. The savings from the bonds were given to the government, and the government decided, the legislature decided what it would do.
So the legislature could decide right now to put in a clause that whatever savings we realize must go towards GRS. Let me move from that. I would move from that because I don't agree with the reasoning at all. And I do agree with refinancing your existing debt. The difference is the way that this is structured. When you refinance your home, you don't stop paying your mortgage for 3 years and then add it on to the 17 remaining years if you have a 20-year note. This is saving money on the front end. Some $400 million on the front end. But on the back end, we're paying $340 million. So you're saying, I am going to pass this on to a next generation. We will save X amount now, and I'm going to pass on the savings to the next generation. And I ask the question, why couldn't we refinance, cash out the debt service, and give the $130 million to the retirement system and start paying the bond from year one, where we would not have a savings at all? So when people are out there with the simple arguments that this is the real plan, and if you don't have nothing else, you must vote yes. I have spoken about restructuring what we're trying to do, but we have been met with a brick wall, a refusal to restructure anything. So I'm not going to go down the argument of those simpletons on the radio that want to say you got to vote yes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Chair, may we complete?
I'm sorry,
Senate President, may we complete our, may we respond to the questions and statements of Mr. Violet? I believe Attorney Plaskett had a response to the question regarding pension bonds and the insertion of GRS in the legislation. And I believe we also have some other responses from technical team members.
Very well, go, you may proceed.
Attorney Plaskett, can you go ahead and continue with your response to regarding the IRS and the reason why certain language is not included in the proposed legislation?
I'd actually defer to bond counsel, as I think I've addressed the senator's concerns.
Yes, hi, this is Pedro Hernandez. I think the concern raised for the use of the savings to be explicitly set forth in the securitization transaction legislation is because they're two separate and distinct issues. We understand that we all look at them.
Attorney Hernandez, please activate your video.
I am activated. Do you not see me?
No, we're not, but you go ahead and proceed.
Okay. So the pension bonds can only be issued for as federally taxable bonds. They cannot be issued federally tax exempt. The bonds that we're proposing to issue, the majority of the bonds that we're refunding were issued for federally tax exempt purposes, and we're going to be issuing refunding bonds federally tax exempt as well. So the concern is by putting in the fact that savings will be used for GRS in the existing legislation when it's really is something that should be handled in a separate legislation. There to address the statement, there's nothing to prevent the legislature from today preparing an appropriations kind of separate bill that would specifically say exactly what the senator was saying, that the savings from from the issuance of these bonds will be used to fund GRS. The fact is that just this securitization while the discussions revolve around the savings being used to fund GRS, in and of itself, when the legal structure of the transaction is not a GRS funding. It's what the government is going to do with the savings as a result of the issue. So it's really bifurcating two separate issues. So I don't know if that is helpful or not. But I think that's what Attorney Plaster was trying to get at with his points in the pension bonds.
Thank you very much, Attorney Hernandez. Attorney Walker, you got anyone else to respond?
Mr. Lober or Mr. Tortora, do you have any further responses to the statements that were made by the Honorable Senator Violet?
This is Richard Tortora. I just want to say, I think we can all agree that current interest rates are significantly lower than the rates on the outstanding bonds. It was always the intention of this transaction to generate savings for the government of the Virgin Islands. This cannot be done by the Virgin Islands on its own because of investment credit ratings. It can only be done through the creation and use of this new entity, the Matching Fund Securitization Corp. I also want to make clear that I might have been misunderstood earlier. There is clearly a difference in market reception to an A-rated credit versus a triple-B rated credit. While both of them are investment grade ratings, an A-rated credit will receive broader market support and lower interest rates. And I approximated those lower interest rates to be about 0.25%. So I just wanted to make sure that was the statement that I made earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Senate President.
Point of inquiry, Senator Fred Gregory, you recognize.
Thank you. I'm going to make a statement and then I'm going to ask my point. So the credit rating that was offered to us at A initially, we are now down 2 points or 3 points from that to a triple B. That's very concerning, but let me ask my point. I know that we're refunding all of the matching fund bonds, and I suspect that we will be refunding some at a savings. So what is the cost to the people of the Virgin Islands for those that are at a savings?
Who's that question to? You have a specific person?
That would be Tortora, the government. I mean, they should have that information. We have bonds that should be maturing somewhere around 2024, correct?
Mr. Simmons, you want to take a stop? We'll start with Mr. Simmons.
Senator, there are 10 series. This is Richard Tortora, Senator. There are 10 series of bonds that we're seeking to refund. 7 of them are currently callable. They were callable starting October 1st.
Right.
The Series A, the 2012 Series A bonds are not callable till October 1st of 2022. And the Series 2013 A bonds and the 2013 B bonds do not have call features. Those are the ones that you're referring to that mature in 2024. There would be some savings or losses resulting from refinancing those bonds. Those numbers have certainly been factored into the overall savings that will result from this transaction. If you're looking for a breakout of what those might be, we can certainly address that. Also, we are trying to ameliorate losses that might result from refinancing the bonds with the future call date and the non-call.
Okay, so my question was basically to get a breakdown of the savings, Mr. Tortora. I do understand that it's included in the entire true-up, but I think it's so important for us to have the segregated information so we could have a clear perspective on what we're trying to do here. Thank you.
Senator, this is Adam Lorbert Ramirez. If I may add, a critical point of distinction here to understand is that we need to defease all the prior bonds. There isn't a choice as to just take out the bonds that produce the most amount of savings. We have to make sure that the liens can be sold and transferred free and clear of the prior indenture. As Mr. Tortora mentioned, the majority of the bonds, greater than 80% of them, are currently callable. That savings is immensely positive. The bonds that are not callable will need to be dealt with in the sense that there will need to be some escrow set aside for them, and that will subtract a little bit from that. But on the whole, what you see in front of you is what the savings is, but there isn't really a choice in the sense that we have a choice just to cherry pick whichever ones we can and leave the other ones behind. They all have to be cleared in order to provide the revenue stream free and clear of the prior indenture. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you. Again, legal counsel, please come to the chambers. Point of inquiry, Senator Viale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there an IRS restriction, current or retroactive, on the use of these proceeds? Did anyone hear the question?
This is Pedro Hernandez. Yeah, this is Pedro Hernandez. The bonds that are currently outstanding were issued to either finance tax-exempt eligible projects or tax-exempt eligible working capital financings. So the projects that were financed or refinanced with the bonds that we're refunding, the federal tax limitations would still stay in place, as would apply to those existing projects, and therefore what we would look at here is one, to also ensure that bonds that are currently callable will be issued tax exempt, but the bonds that are not subject to call would need to be issued taxable. So that's the restriction on the new bonds is the issue of the fact that we do need to issue advanced refunding bonds, which cannot be issued federally tax exempt under the current tax laws.
Let me just be more specific. Is there any restriction if this body passes a separate bill to utilize the proceeds to go towards GRS? Is there any restriction that would prevent that?
Is there currently an IRS limitation on the so that I understand your question correctly, Senator? Is there an IRS restriction on the body passing a separate bill that would authorize you to use the savings for GRS? Right now, we have undertaken a tax analysis of being able to allocate the debt service monies, for example, for that purpose, and it appears that is something that can be done. So the answer is, would the transaction work if the GRS takes this body takes that approach? And the answer is yes.
Thank you.
Senator Blyden, you recognized for your 6 minutes at this time. Let's take a 2 minutes recess, and I'll get legal counseling here. So, all right, we'll take a recess for 2 minutes. We're out of recess. Again, for those of you that's joining us, we're in fact in special session today called by the Governor of the Virgin Islands, and we're currently entertaining Bill 33-0446, which really speaks to the matching fund securitization cooperation. At this time, Senator Soro, you recognize for your point of inquiry to legal counsel.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The bill number 33-0446, there's a drafter's note that says the absence of an interest rate for the bonds is inconsistent with the revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands. And I highlighted in Section 8 of the revised Organic Act, it says the bonds so issued shall bear interest rate, the bonds so issued shall bear interest at a rate not to exceed that specified by the legislature. And if the revised Organic Act is a de facto constitution of the U.S. Virgin Islands, is the bill before us constitutional? That is the question I had through the chair to legal counsel.
Legal counsel, you recognize. Please put your name on the record.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senators. Alain Lockhart, Muller Assistant Legal Counsel. In response to Senator Soro, if you're stating that you're considering the Organic Act the de facto constitution, then the response would be that it's unconstitutional. The Organic Act requires that the legislature state interest rate, and I wasn't a drafter, but I do note that the drafter had a drafter's note stating that it's unconstitutional. So, and I understand she'd already required or suggested an amendment in order to comply with the Organic Act.
Attorney Muller, you are saying that something about unconstitutional. The measure does not say unconstitutional. The Bureau's note doesn't say that.
No. The Organic Act states that the Senate must put a rate in it. So the rate isn't in there, and it's recommended by council that the bill be amended to comply with the Organic Act. Now, to carry it further in reference to the fact that we're going to be saying that the Organic Act is the de facto constitution, then in that sense, then we're saying it's unconstitutional pursuant to our de facto Organic Act.
Thank you. Any follow-up on that, Senator Soro? Please recognize Senator Soro. Mike.
No, thank you. I just wanted to highlight the fact that with no interest rate and us discussing this, we are giving the governor unfettered authority inconsistent with the revised Organic Act of 1954. Thank you.
Correct, Senator, and that's why it's required that you set an interest rate so it can be no doubt and there will be no wiggle room for anybody to set anything beyond what the Senate says.
Very well. Senator Barnes, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is to legal counsel through the chair. Legal counsel, I'm looking at page 35 of the measure that's before us, section 3. This is a question relative to procedure, not policy. All actions taken pursuant to Act numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the date of this act, other than the creation of the special purpose vehicle pursuant to Act number 8329, are hereby approved and ratified, notwithstanding the repeal of Act numbers 8329 and 8330. So procedurally, is this correct in terms of the repealing of both acts, but then also ratifying components that were in those acts within this particular measure? I just need to understand procedural wise if this is correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You
through the
may
chair,
respond to the chair.
yes, through the chair to Senator Barnes. We had this discussion amongst councils downstairs, and it would have been appropriate if it was more clarity in the way that's worded. But how we interpret it, it's that although you are repealing the acts mentioned, the legal acts through the bill, the acts, meaning acts taken in terms of what was set forth in the act, acts and anything in compliance with what the act said should or shouldn't do or whatever they were, those things it's requesting to be ratified, those actions to be ratified, but the overall act to be repealed. And so what they're saying is, though we're repealing the act, based on how it's worded, though we're repealing the act, any acts, steps taken in furtherance what was then part and parcel of the act that was passed, they want those things ratified and remain, but repeal the act. Now, I mean, it would have been better if it was worded differently, or even if we could get clarification from them, but that's in discussion because we saw that that little leave room for interpretation or confusion. We were discussing it, and that's how we interpreted it. So, I mean, it's still, yeah. I mean, it may have been best to seek clarification because it's the Governor's Act, but that's how we interpret it. If we give you our opinion, we leave it to you.
Thank you very much, legal counsel. Senator, that satisfy your inquiry?
Mr. Chairman, in all honesty, it makes it a bit more concerning, but thank you, legal counsel, for your response, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Point of inquiry, Senator Benta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the legal counsel, Mr. Chair, am I under understanding based on the intended SPV original bill, which has been mentioned several times, has been pretty much dissolved, the deadline has met, and we are now, is this, to legal counsel, a new bill in a sense going forward for a new SPV?
I'll have legal counsel respond to that before I make any comment on it. Legal counsel?
Yes, Senator, through the chair to Senator Benta, the act or the bill that's before us, it's a bill to repeal the acts that were in place before, seeking the scrutinization, which expired or which was withdrawn. Further action was withdrawn on it. So what they're asking is for those acts that were passed to be repealed, withdrawn, so that there would be no further of no effect. That's the one thing. So yes, that would, I hope I'm answering your question. So those acts would no longer exist as law if repealed, pursuant to the request by the governor.
And Mr. Chair, with so, based on legal counsel, can we repeal a part of a bill when the bill itself has sunset?
Well, obviously, the question or the authorization that's being requested here is to extend it. Clearly, it's sunset on September 30th, and the bill request that's before us is to extend that beyond the September 30th one, and two, to allow for all of the ratification that was done in Acts 8329 and 8330 to also to continue to exist. In addition to that was for the lifting of the interest cap that we heard that was presented by our legal counsel in terms of advice that there should be some interest cap put forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Correct.
At this time, Senator Blyden, you're recognized. Unless Attorney Kiwaka Representing the PFA, do you have anything to add to the discussion in respect to our legal counsel's interpretation of the measure before us?
I do, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with legal counsel. The language in the Revised Organic Act provides that the bonds so issued shall bear interest at a rate not to exceed that specified by the legislature. The language doesn't state that the legislature must include an interest rate, and it doesn't use the word shall after the legislature to suggest that the legislature has a duty to include an interest rate. If the legislature were to include an interest rate, then of course our hands would be bound and tied by that interest rate. And that's all that language says. The bonds so issued shall bear interest at a rate not to exceed that specified by the legislature. It doesn't require the legislature to set one. So I'm going to respectfully disagree with that advice. And I'm also going to ask if Attorney Hernandez has anything to add, or Attorney Plaskett has anything to add to the opinion that was just rendered by the legislature's legal counsel with regard to not only the interest rate, but to the repeal language in the legislation that was sent down.
Very well. I thank you for that. Again, obviously, there is some a language dispute in between legal counsel and what you have indicated. So we'll work those things. All right.
I think Attorney Hernandez and Attorney Plaskett also have some comments to add as well, if they can provide those.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll move on, and then I'll have the other senators query, and then we get some clarity there. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience. Good afternoon, testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimonies. As I sat here all morning and this afternoon thus far, one thing is for certain. Act number 8330 basically remains. The only difference is it's gutted. The amendments that we brought forward in order to protect the people of the Virgin Islands in terms of a cap and in terms of a time frame in terms of sunset have been gutted from this new proposal. And it seemed to me all we had to do, if we really were serious, was just amend the bill. Period. But nonetheless, we move on. And yes.
Testifiers, I'm sorry, Senator. Please hold the senator's time. Testifiers, please mute your mics. You're coming through. Please give the senator the opportunity to be able to query you. Senator Blyden, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I must say that I do agree with our attorney, because I spoke to Attorney Top earlier today, because based on my review of the bill and the drafter's note, it stated that basically that in section 8B1 of the Revised Organic Act, that it was inconsistent with the act, therefore it was unconstitutional. So I asked and did my due diligence in terms of them giving me a proper opinion, and based on Attorney Top, our chief legal counsel, she said it's unconstitutional. So I must go based on what she's saying, because that's who represents this body. I must ask Mr. Tutora. Good afternoon, sir. Let me ask you, because in your testimony you spoke and stated that in the current market conditions, we may ultimately secure lower interest rates on the matching fund securitization bond that we had anticipated in late September. What have made you come up with that scenario?
Thank you, Senator. If the bonds were priced today, interest rates today are indeed a bit lower on the tax-exempt side than they were the third week of September when we originally went to the market. So if indeed we were pricing today, I think we'd have a better result. Even if we're approved by the Senate today, I don't expect we'll be in the market so perhaps the second week of January, perhaps at the earliest. And again, market conditions could change. but presently rates are lower than they were in September.
And you said rates are lower. By what percentage? What numbers are we speaking in reference to? What does the number look like?
The new number?
Yes.
We haven't. I leave that to the banker. We haven't run new numbers because again, market changes every day. But if I could defer to Mr. Lawbert.
Yes. So we created this illustrative example for you, which was based on a composite of various different estimates. To go into the market today, you'd actually have to be in the market today to get an answer to the question you're asking. I think from the perspective of what factors can influence the rates lower, one is, as Mr. Tortora mentioned, not having your back up against the wall, so to speak, against a deadline. The more the market senses that you need to close a transaction by a certain time on an accelerated basis, that causes some of the leverage to go the investor's way. But I do agree with the sentiment that market conditions have improved. We obviously have a little bit less credit risk out there. There are several vaccines. How that translates to this transaction, those are all positive aspects to this, but ultimately we will know that as we get back into the market and seek to price the bonds.
And thank you for that. And I'm happy you mentioned that because also since September the 17th, when we last met, we have had a new president and vice president-elect who are
1
Democrats.
minute, 30 seconds.
We have important race going on in Atlanta right now when it comes to the Senate in terms of trying to have 2 more Democrats elected. I believe the next, say, 5 to 6 weeks is going to be critical for us in terms of, yes, it is important to work on this because it is an issue, but at the same time, we have time in terms of assuring we get a better deal once this occurs, and I believe it's going to happen, where we'll have better leverage and partners who will assist us in coming up with a way better deal and assisting us in terms of some type of assistance from the government in that regard. I believe that we have not looked at that scenario, and there are other scenarios we can also look at, and that's what I am putting my faith in terms of looking out for people here and the GR system in particular. I believe that I've been hearing here today in terms of mortgage and refinancing your house. Many of us have done that and benefited from that, but it's nothing like what we're trying to do here because when you refinance your house, for instance, you get it from a 8% to a 6%, it's a lower payment for the rest of the term. But with this schedule, in order for us to have an accurate number, we must know what percentage we're working with in order to get a proper schedule on what the payments would be, because with this schedule, you have the first 3 years of no payment, but at the same time, on the back end, is heavily in favor of taxing our future generations. Okay, so when it comes to a house mortgage, which I really do not want to hear that anymore because it's day and night.
Time.
Day and night. It's no comparison, none. So we need to really get together, all of us, and work on behalf of our seniors and the territory as a whole. We need to be in a room for at least 3 days and put all of our ideas together and come up with something, because there are many low-hanging fruits in which we can tap into to assist in the short term. If nothing happens very much, then I can say we could go out on a limb and do what we got to do. But in the interim, we have time, and I think with the new president and vice president-elect, we're going to see some changes. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Barnes, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, colleagues, central staff, one and all, and congratulations to all on their successful re-election. I would like to begin on let me begin with Mr. Nathan Simmons. Mr. Simmons, just for my enlightenment, edification, the bonds that we are planning to refinance, are they linked to any specific capital projects?
Good afternoon, Senator. The bonds were issued for a number of different capital projects and some also for working capital.
So, slow down for me. So then with the refinance, does that give us the latitude to make a determination outside of what was initially planned for those bond proceeds? Do we have the latitude to make modifications in that regard? Just a simple yes or no.
I'm not sure I comprehend the question in order to be able to answer yes or no.
Okay, I'm just asking you, okay, these bonds that we're refinancing are tied to specific items, be it capital projects or working capital on the like. That's correct, right?
Yes, in terms of the issuance.
Right. So with the refinance, are we restricted to maintain that initial purpose, or do we have the latitude based on what you're presenting to use the savings for additional items, be it GERS or other capital projects or even working capital?
I guess the question more appropriate, I guess, for bond counsel, but from what we're intending to do here, it would be appropriate to use for the government to receive those savings and utilize those savings as it deems appropriate by legislative authorization. But I would ask Mr. Hernandez, Attorney Hernandez,
No, that's sufficient. That's sufficient. If that's your understanding, I'm comfortable with that. I just needed that placed on the record. Okay, now I'm looking at, thank you for that, Mr. Simmons. I'm looking at this illustrative example overview. And if I would like to turn your attention to page 4, the graph that says debt service comparison. And I know some of my colleagues may have raised this concern, but can we just again pinpoint in year 2021, what is the accurate figure to be reflected under the column that says net reduction in total debt service? Right now, it's $84,912,138. But we have already made a debt service payment in 2020, in FY 2021. So can you tell me what that number should accurately be?
Senator.
Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you. Senator, that number is accurate. That number reflects the savings that will happen on April 1st, as well as recovering the payment that was made on October 1st. When both of those numbers are added together, they do add up to the $84.9 million.
Okay, so there's some retroactivity in this number that you're presenting here.
There is a recovery, and it is footnoted as such on the bottom of the page.
Okay. Now to the government of the Virgin Islands, be it the director of the Office of Management and Budget or the Finance Commissioner. In year
1 minute, 30 seconds.
In year 2031, we're now at a savings of $13 million. Under the things being as they are, we would have been paying $49 million in debt service. Under this scenario that you're presenting, we would be paying in 2031 $62 million in debt service, an increase of $13 million. Have we developed a plan of finance as to how our strategy as to how we're going to identify the additional funds to deal with this debt? Have we developed a plan of finance or a financing strategy to cover 2021 to 2040 to correspond with what you're presenting here in this bill? OMB?
Senator, if I may, what is being presented there? The additional debt service that would be paid is coming from the matching fund revenue. It's not that the government would need to develop additional sources of revenue in order to fund the debt service. The debt service is more, the matching fund receipts are more than sufficient to cover the debt service. As we've indicated, we have 3 times debt service coverage. What that chart illustrates is that in those years, more of the monies would be going towards the debt service, and therefore less would be coming towards the government as a result. But now that the government needs to develop an additional source of revenue in order to fund it.
Okay, but if I may, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Simmons, I think we both understand the question that I'm trying to ask. So let me rephrase it. Do we have a strategic plan that corresponds with this bill to show how we're going to be able to deal with the government's cash flow associated with this specific measure? Because if you're stating that in 2031, there's now going to be less monies coming to the government of the Virgin Islands, do we have a strategic financial plan that is aligned with this measure that would give us as policymakers some comfort that there is a plan in place to address the cash flow issues that would become a reality come 2031?
Good afternoon, Senator Barnes, Director O'Neill. We do not have a 10-year plan at this point. We have a 5-year plan, so this has not been taken into account as yet, but we are working on a longer-term strategic plan inclusive of cash flows to incorporate this measure once it is approved.
Okay, thank you for that. And then the question was asked in terms of the profits or those entities that may gain from this transaction. And while it's a question that was asked and information that would be provided to us through the chair, my question to Mr. Nathan Simmons, who has experience in this and you have done bond financing in the past, can you give me a breakdown of the entities that profit from such a transaction and an estimate as to what those proceeds are? Let's say I was involved in the transaction as I picked up a pen and I put it down. What would be the dollar value associated with what I would have earned or compensated for being a part of the transaction? So I like the number of entities and an estimate as to the amounts of monies historically or traditionally that you realize from being involved in this type of transaction.
Good afternoon, Senator. This transaction is quite different from any that we've been involved with. Just the size and complexity. We're dealing with outstanding bonds of $1 billion. So there are about 17 or 18 different entities in respect to providing information in one form or the other, and we're estimating that in total those sums would probably be in the neighborhood of $12 million in terms of the fees.
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed to conclude, I know I'm a little over, but I didn't make a lot of points of inquiries. Okay, so you're saying, like some of my other colleagues. So, so you're saying that you're looking at about 12 entities that would be involved in this transaction, and in terms of compensation aggregate, you're looking at about $12 million. So there's significant monies to be made being involved in this sort of transaction.
Yes, Senator. As I said, this is a complicated transaction, and the number of principals involved in providing legal and advisory services to the PFA and to the corporation are substantial, and verification agents and all of that has to go along with it. Yes, but when you look at it in totality, you're looking at 1.2 to 1.5% of the total issuance, and that's not substantial in terms of cost.
Okay, well, thank you for that, Mr. Nathan Simmons. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would just like legal to present to us how they would have worded Section 3, because procedurally it remains a concern. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Barnes, Senator Jackson, you're recognized for your 6 minutes or so.
Okay, we need 10. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, when you sit on this end, you got to wait. So finally, and good afternoon to the testifiers, and good afternoon to my colleagues, those viewing and listening. For those that you that are not financial minds and are trying to determine if in fact this particular measure is in the best interest of the Virgin Islands, we are also struggling with the structure and the requirements of this particular measure for the third time. And my comfort level was the GERS, which I've stated on more than one occasion, and also the amendment that was offered to Bill number 330372, which became Act 8330, which made sure that the rate would be 3.75%, and that at the close of midnight on September 30th, 2020, this act expires, and all authority to perform any transaction or other act under Act number 8329 of this act terminates. So it seems to me that it has terminated. What we are more concerned about is the rate, and that is what we should do once again, even though the executive branch feels differently about it. Now, constitutional, unconstitutional, de facto, constitution, the people of the Virgin Islands went to the polls for the senatorial election and voted yes to adopt the Organic Act or portions of it as our constitution, and this legislative body should in fact complete that commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands. So I put that on record. And I'm prepared to do so. But I'm not the owner of the bill or the legislation, so I can't do so. But when we talk about Organic Act and what's applicable and what's not, we pull it out the hat. And here we are today talking about act of self-determination, how we define ourselves and are able to deal with our matters. So the Constitution is needed. That's right. It is necessary. Yep. So here we are. Another hearing, another session, Organic Act. Now, one of our trusted financial minds sent correspondence to this body, and I think it clearly defines for me the purpose. And the purpose of this special, well, let's call it the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, which is an independent, autonomous public corporation and government instrumentality with a legal existence separate from the government of the Virgin Islands. It will be managed by a 3-person board comprising of the governor and 2 others, and we've had that discussion previously. Now, the purpose of this entity is to refinance the outstanding PFA matching fund bonds. That stated benefits are 1, to provide cash flow savings, as much as $255 million in the first 3 years, but with the net present value savings of $106 million over 20 years, and to restore the government of the Virgin Islands market access with the possible investment grade rating, and to help the government of the Virgin Islands weather the economic challenges. Now, the reality of this discussion is that we have been put in a precarious situation as legislators and policymakers. The governor, in his public campaign, on the radio, I don't know if there are any TV ads, has most definitely said to the people of the Virgin Islands, call your legislators to salvage or to save the GERS. So a spade is a spade, that we know that the funding from this, the savings from it, we would like, it is our desire to make sure that funding goes to the government retirement system. Whether we decide all of it should or not, the 34th legislature most likely would be making that decision. But the fact is that we know where we are and we know where we don't want to go. I brought a measure to add $1 to the terminal, the arrival, $1. My colleagues in finance tell me, you can't bring this bill.
Time.
Cruise ship industry gonna leave. St. Martin, 20. And we in the Virgin Islands, less than $5. Can't bring it. And then turn it into, well, we need it for, Mr. Chair, I ask your indulgence, we need it for COVID-19. Now we have a bill and this special session where they're going to tell us they need funding. And where do you think the funding going to come from? The savings. So we are in a very precarious situation. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Whether you do it today, you're going to kick the can down tomorrow. It is a means, but it does not resolve the end. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President?
Yes. Thank you very much, Senator Jackson. Mr. Simmons, Director Simmons, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to make one comment in respect to something that Senator Jackson said. We're not so much opposed to an interest rate cap as we disagree with setting a cap that approximate the market interest rate. If we think that we can bring in the bonds at 4.5%, and you set a cap at 4.5%, then it doesn't allow any flexibility for changes in market conditions. So, if it is that a cap is to be included, we would only suggest that that cap be set at higher than the expected rate, so that in the event that there is some change in market conditions and that we have to adhere to, then we can still bring in the savings and not exceed the cap. So, and that's our concern. The last time we estimated a rate during the initial hearing based on what we were hopeful to get in terms of bond rating, and the cap was set at that rate, despite the fact that we did not get that bond rating. And so, we need to be able to have that flexibility in the event of market changes. So please don't set a rate that is just equal to what we say that we think we can bring the bonds in at this point.
Very well, thank you, Mr. Simmons, for that. While I do have you, you said the payout that was made to our bonds for October 1 was how much?
The 67 million, I believe, was what Mr. Tortora indicated was the amount of the debt service in October 1.
Very
you have
well.
the exact figure?
Yes.
That is correct.
67 million
is correct.
Okay.
Director.
And what is the balance? What's the current balance in the reserve at this time?
The current balance in the reserve fund, I have the exact figure somewhere, but it's around $150 million, I believe.
Oh, 50 million. Okay. And you said that there's a pending $17 million payment that's due in April.
Yes, but that's not in the reserve fund. That's in the debt service fund, which is set aside for the payment.
Right. Okay. And how much? Can you speak to the balance in the debt service fund?
The debt service reserve fund, I'm looking for the exact figure, but it's around 150 million. Well, I get the exact figure and send it to your office.
Okay. And from the chart, I guess the illustrative example, I think that is Mr. Lobert is the one that prepared the illustratives. On the illustrative example, what assumption was used or what interest rate was used to determine the figures to cover 2021 through to 2020, the 20-year span?
The interest rate there is a composite between the triple tax exempt bonds, which are 80% of the transaction, and the taxable bonds, which are 20% of the transaction. And I think that composite is somewhere between 425 and 450.
425 and 450.
Approximately, somewhere in the range of that.
Approximately. So obviously, if you're unable to derive at that particular interest rate, this sliding scale could definitely be impacted.
That's absolutely correct. But that's also a two-way street. So if the rates do improve, then the savings obviously goes up. If the rates do not improve, then obviously savings go the other way. But I think ultimately here, the goals that the governor has set forth with this transaction sort of override that. And that's to achieve the 85 million over 3 years, positive debt service savings, and positive present value savings.
Okay. So you believe that there is, in fact, some measure of limitation or oversight that you will have in making that determination because of what the governor has deemed to be the suitable cash that's reserved in this?
So I don't want to conflate two subjects, but in terms of the interest rate cap, there are two existing protections that exist. One is a natural protection. The other one is already in the legislation. The first one is nobody does a refunding for savings if there's no savings to be achieved, right? So we know that the weighted average coupon on the bonds is about a 5.58. So you would never undertake a transaction that would ever cause no savings to be achieved. The second part of it is in Section 1405 of the legislation, which does say that that there is a requirement that net present value savings occur to the point where there are greater matching fund receipts to the government over time, taking into account the time value of money. So those are two sort of natural guardrails with respect to determining how the governor may decide to undertake the transaction, but those are safeguards that already exist today.
Okay, so in respect to the net reduction on the $85 million, can you be specific in terms of how do you derive or arrive at that $85 million? I know you spoke about the 80-20. How do you actually, because you have $70 million that will be saved, you talk about some recovering. First, if you could just qualify the recovering aspect in this, and then identify exactly how you arrive at the $85 million.
Okay, so so there was $67.2 million paid out on October 1st. That is being recovered, and there's also the savings on April 1st, 2021. There's another approximately $18 million. When you add the two together, there's your 85.
So let's put let's put a pin at the $87.2 million. When you say that is being recovered, is that you're going back then to fetch the $67 million that was paid on October 1?
Well, so what we're trying to accomplish here is we're trying to accomplish a comparable transaction to achieve the $85 million. And the way that's occurring is a portion of the debt service reserve fund will be released back to the government in the amount of $67 million for its purposes, coupled with the $18 million that it doesn't have to pay on April 1st. So if you add the two together, there is your 85 for the first year. For the next 2 years, in 2022 and 2023, there is no bond principal scheduled during those periods, whereas the old bonds do have bond principal scheduled there, and there's capitalized interest, which covers the interest that's due during that time period.
So can you speak to what mechanism was used to be able to safeguard or allow for that recoverable $67.2 million? What was what items or what negotiated or what mechanism was used to then hold or will be used? Well, it's already being used because you're saying that now the bond market is, well, you're actually holding that $67.2 million and it will be available upon this transaction. Who is in possession of this and how do you then get it back?
So it's a portion of the existing debt service reserve fund that's going to be released back to you. And right now it's being held there. Upon this transaction, as has been discussed extensively, there is no debt service reserve fund anymore. And those funds are released back to you in the portion of $67 million, with the balance being applied to reduce the bond outstanding on sort of a fungible collective basis. So there's a total amount of proceeds and a total amount of sources and uses, basically.
So let's go back again to the $67.2 million. Is this separate and apart? Is this outside of the $150 million debt reserve that now you're seeking to recover?
No. No, it is part of there. So of the of that amount, $67.2 million won't be applied to reduce the existing bonds. Only the balance will be. You will be able to recover the $67 million through that way because it would filter back to GVI and essentially into the general fund. So you will recover the payment that you made on October 1st.
So what happens to the remainder of the debt reserve fund, the 150 that's sitting there out there right now? What happens to that? That's then reduced by the 67? How do you then account for the 150?
So the balance of 83 million then would be applied to fund whatever uses the bonds will fund, which is sort of an escrow for the old bonds, funding capitalized interest, things like that. So it is a source of funds that's being released to you at this time, where previously it would be tied up for as long as 2039, depending on the schedule be released. Those funds are otherwise not available to you today.
But would you agree that that's already our money?
I would agree that it's money set aside, and it is sort of filtered throughout the net reduction in total debt service, but it is accounted for both on a present value basis. So the savings that we have here on a apples to apples basis, irrespective of how it's being allocated over the 20 years, is still 60 million. So, which, as we discussed earlier, is a present value of 52 million. That is after taking into account all the effects of the reserve, capitalized interest, and everything else as it stands in the example.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Simmons, you have done a number of negotiations on behalf of the Public Finance Authority and the government of the Virgin Islands over the years. What do you believe is the difficulty in understanding this particular transaction?
Good afternoon, Mr. President. First, let me just give you the balance on the debt service reserve fund. It's $151.6 million at this time. You know, one of the things that we've been grappling with is trying to understand what objections are to this transaction. And from what I'm told, there are several concerns that folks have. One, of course, that the matching fund receipts are turned over to the Securitization Corporation. And somehow people seem to think that by doing so, it's giving up or giving away these revenues. This is a government-created entity. It is a governmental organization that can only do what the legislation says it can do. And the legislature then retains control. Once the bonds are paid off to exist, and the revenues that go to the corporation would return to going towards the government. So there is no loss of control with the revenues. The legislature can still authorize the corporation to issue additional bonds if that's necessary for other purposes, utilizing those revenues. And one of the things that is not indicated in the presentation is the growth in the cover over the years. I mean, we factor in the 3 times percentage based on the current $272.9 million that were received in 2021, but we didn't show any growth. And based on the IHS market report, I believe that over the years, the revenues will grow to $310 million. So when we get into the later years where there are quote unquote these savings, the increased revenue will minimize the impact of that on your cash flow. So, you know, so I'm not sure what the real concern is. The interest rate cap, as I said, you know, allows some flexibility, and it's something that we're not against. We understand that the legislature wants to make sure that the interest rate that's achieved is does not unduly burden the people of the Virgin Islands, and so we accept that, and we understand that. We wouldn't do it if we didn't have an interest rate that can generate the savings that we suggest. So you know, I don't know that other than purely don't want to support it. Even if you take the GERS, and I understand some concern is that, oh, this only goes to help GERS, it doesn't do anything for the rest of the community. But even if you take GERS out of the picture and you say, well, okay, the legislature will appropriate this money for whatever purpose it desires, why would you not refinance your existing debt to achieve the savings? Some object to the structure of the savings, because the upfront, the front loading of the savings. Yes, so if you take all the money, all the savings up front, yes, you're going to have higher debt service towards the back end. But that is intentional to achieve having a lump sum of monies that you could do something with. And when you look at the term of the bonds, we're not extending the maturity. So over 20 years, you still save $60 million over 20 years. And if you're saving $60 million over 20 years, is there some reason why you wouldn't support that? And so, Mr. President, I am not sure that, I really understand what the opposition to this transaction is, but I hope I've added some clarity.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Director Simmons. And of course, the Debt Service Reserve Fund, which you have pegged to be about $151.6 million, is what's synonymous with the lockbox, correct?
No, the lockbox is really a process by which the monies flow from the Department of Interior to the trustee, and to a trustee in an escrow account, and because it flows to the trustee and not to the government first, that's considered the lockbox.
Right.
So that it flows to the trustee, and the trustee then makes the payment on the bond. So the bondholders have more confidence that the government won't divert the money and use it for governmental purposes. So instead of that escrow account, now we have a restricted account. So in principle, we've enhanced this lockbox because basically the monies would flow from the DOI to the restricted account to the SPV. So it's even more remote that the government will get its hands on the monies to divert it. So the process of the flow of the monies from the Department of Interior to the trustee to pay the bonds is even more secure.
Very well, thank you. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll come back and make a decision how we move forward on this particular measure. Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 10 minutes.
How much would I give?
G6 Productions.
Hey!
We're out of recess, and at this time, I'll allow for the government side to go ahead and give their closing remarks. And Mr. Director Simmons, if you're the lead, I'll allow for you and Director O'Neill to give your closing at this time.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, and thank you again. First of all, I'd like to extend our sincere appreciation to you and the members of the 33rd Legislature for indulging us once again in presenting this securitization to you. As I've indicated before, this securitization is a process by which we expect to generate substantial savings that the legislature can appropriate to purposes it deems necessary, including the GRS. And so we would hope that if it is that the legislature feels it necessary to include a cap and or a sunset provision, that those measures be given adequate lead time so that we don't find ourselves in a crunch again trying to complete the securitization within time constraints. So a more appropriate time frame as well as an interest rate cap that would allow some flexibility would be appropriate. So with that, I'd like to, again, thank you very much and wish everyone a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Director Simmons. Director O'Neill, you're recognized for your closing.
Thank you very much, Senate President Francis. I'm going to echo Director Simmons's sentiments, and thank you all for indulging us today, listening to us explain this transaction. And we hope that we have answered all the questions that you have. Know that we always remain available for any further clarification that may be needed before you take a vote, and also to provide support as we move forward with this. Thank you again kindly for everyone that had anything to do with this transaction. I thank all of you.
Thank you very much, Director. Again, this will conclude this portion of the hearing in regards to Bill 33-0446. We will continue to vet the other three measures that the governor had sent down before the body for consideration today. And at the conclusion, we'll be rising back up into session and then taking a vote on all of the measures that's before us today. So you're dismissed at this time. Those of you that was involved in the testifying for Bill 33-0447, and I'll ask the Madam Clerk to please thank you. I want to thank you very much for your testimony here, and certainly we had an opportunity to vet you, not just once, twice, or three times on this particular measure. So we'll see where we go from here. But at this time, I'll ask the Madam Clerk to please call up the next items on today's agenda for us to consider.
Bill number 33-0447, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, Section 1461, relating to public nuisances by adding paragraph 3 to define public nuisance as including anything that endangers the public peace, health, safety, welfare, economic well-being, or lives and property of citizens of this territory, and amending Section 1462 to establish penalties for actions that endanger public peace, health, and safety in order to preserve the lives and property of the people of this territory during states of emergency. Invited testifiers, Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health. Honorable Trevor A. Vellenor, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department. Honorable Denise N. George, Esquire, Attorney General, Department of Justice. Honorable Richard T. Evangelista, Esquire, Commissioner, Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
Very well. Again, at this time, we'll be considering Bill 33-0447, and it's an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1461, relating to the public nuances by adding paragraph 3 to define public nuance as nuisance, and as included anything that endangers the public peace, health, safety, welfare, economic well-being, or lives and property of the citizens of this territory, amending Section 1462 to establish penalties for actions that endanger the public peace, health, and safety in order to preserve the lives and property of the people of the territory during the state of emergency. And there's 4 testifiers to this particular measure. At this time, media, can you bring up those individuals, or we'll take a 1-minute recess where we load the next invited testifiers, which will be Honorable Hussein Kanasyong, Honorable Trevor Vellenor, Honorable Denise George, and Honorable Richard Evangelista. The Committee of the Whole stands in recess for 1 minute. We're out of recess, and again, before we went to recess, we did in fact hear it from our Madam Clerk regarding our next item on the agenda. At this time, I'll ask her to read all of the remaining item on the agenda, and we'll be able to take all of the testimony subsequent to that. So, can you read? Go ahead and read Bill 33-0448 as well as 33-0450.
Bill number 33-0448, an act amending Act number 8310 relating to the governor's authority to borrow monies from public funds of the Virgin Islands to offset cash flow problems caused by shortfalls in the collection of revenues resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic and to create working capital, avoid layoffs of government employees, pay essential obligations, and to meet the operating expenses of the government, to change the fiscal year for the governor's borrowing of funds from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021 and for other related purposes. Invited testifiers, Mr. Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration, USVI Public Finance Authority. Ms. Adrienne Williams Octolin, Director, Office of Disaster Recovery, USVI Public Finance Authority. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director, Office of Management and Budget. Ms. Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner, Department of Finance. Bill number 33-0450, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the COVID-19 pandemic for an additional 60 days from December 8, 2020 to February 6, 2021. Invited testifiers, Mr. Darrell D. Jashin, Director, Vitima, Honorable Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner, Department of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Again, we'll just go to verify that we have the testifiers online. Commissioner Encarnacion.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm here.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Velinor.
Good afternoon, Senate President.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Welcome. Attorney General George.
Good afternoon. I'm present.
Good afternoon. Commissioner Evangelista.
Good afternoon, Evangelista present.
Very well. And for Bill 33-0448, Mr. Nathan Simmons. Ms. Jennifer O'Neill, Director Jennifer O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Senate President. I'm still here.
Good afternoon. Director Williams Octolin.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
President accounted for.
Yes, ma'am. Acting Commissioner Modest Elliott.
Good afternoon, Senate President.
Good afternoon. And then for Bill 33-0450, Director Jashin.
Yes, good afternoon, Senate President.
Good afternoon. Okay, very well. All accounted for, so we'll go ahead and begin with the testimony for Bill 33-0447. And what we'll do is take all of the testimonies, and then we'll go to our round of questions. So at this time, who's the lead? I think the Attorney General, you're the lead for Bill 33-0447.
Yes, Mr. President, I'll begin.
Very well. You're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Okay. Good afternoon, President Francis, senators, legislative staff, and to those of you in into listening to today's broadcast. My name is Denise George, and I am the Virgin Islands Attorney General. I am present today with our Health Commissioner, Busta Encarnacion, who will also present formal testimony. Both Police Commissioner Trevor Vellenor and Licensing and Consumer Affairs Commissioner Evangelista are present and available to respond to your questions. I am honored to appear before you today in full support of Bill number 33-0447, as proposed by Governor Bryan. This measure seeks to provide for the enforcement of executive orders by establishing criminal penalties for those who choose to violate a governor's executive orders during a declared state of emergency. It is designed to enforce compliance in order to protect the health, safety, and well-being of every person in our community from the dangerous effects of the COVID-19 and other natural disasters by a means which only this body can remedy. As you all are aware, Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act of 1954, as amended, grants the governor the power to issue executive orders and regulations, and in the case of a disaster, the power to prevent or suppress lawless violence when the public safety requires. Further, this body's predecessors passed the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Act of 2009. Some of the many features of this act is that it further grants the governor the authority under Title 23 VIC Section 1005 to declare a state of emergency, to issue executive orders, to control the conduct and movement of civilians, and to take any other action he deems necessary to meet the challenges of the emergency. For the governor's part, on March 13, 2020, after the Virgin Islands Department of Health received confirmation from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention that local persons had tested positive for COVID-19, he declared such an emergency and invoked the provisions of the Act. Following this initial executive order, the governor issued several supplemental executive orders, all of which were aimed at combating the spread of the virus that has proven to be deadly for too many members of our community. Governor Bryan's executive orders have directed and prescribed certain conduct designed to stop the spread of the COVID-19 virus and to protect the health and wellness of the public. These include stay-at-home orders, curfews, requiring the wearing of face masks, limiting the number of persons congregating at any one particular location at a given time, social distancing, and more. Compliance by every single person in our community is essential to effectively and successfully achieve the purpose of these orders. Unfortunately, however, there is no mechanism to effectively enforce individual compliance of the orders through arrest and prosecution. As it stands now, the Virgin Islands law does not create a crime nor provide a criminal penalty specifically for violation of a governor's executive orders during a state of emergency. This is essential for law enforcement officers to enforce compliance with the orders. While the governor's executive orders carry the weight of law, because of the separation of powers, the governor cannot create or define crimes. Only this legislative body has the power to do so. Compliance with the executive orders is fundamental to protecting the well-being of the public, so there must be consequences for non-compliance and violation of these orders. That is why enacting Bill number 33-0447 is so important to achieve the maximum effect of the existence and purpose of the governor's executive orders for preserving the life, health, and safety of our Virgin Islanders through this pandemic and other natural disasters. It is time we give these executive orders some teeth. After all, there are those who would choose to violate executive orders for whatever reason, asking the question, or else what? What are you going to do about it? In short, we must recognize the obvious fact that an offense with no penalty attached is futile. In order to perfect the intended purpose of our state of emergency and natural disaster laws, specifically in relation to the COVID-19 pandemic, Section 1A of proposed Bill number 33-0447 amends Title 23 VIC Section 1004A1 and A2 by including in the definitions of emergency and major disaster the language, any pandemic, plague, or major virus that seriously threatens the health, safety, and welfare of the public if left unchecked. Because this proposed measure seeks to enforce executive orders by establishing a criminal offense for violations of such orders during a state of emergency, Section 1B appropriately amends Title 23 VIC Section 1005, which gives the governor the power to issue executive orders and proclamations during a state of emergency by adding a new subsection I, which states as follows: any person who willfully violates any provision or declaration of an executive order issued during a declared state of emergency is guilty of a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year imprisonment or a fine of $500 or both. Recognizing that certain proscribed conduct unique to the existing COVID-19 pandemic raises similarities to violations of our existing criminal nuisance statutes, proposed Bill number 33-0447 also amends Title 14, Section 1461 by adding a new subsection 3, which expands the definition of a nuisance as anything which endangers the public peace, health, safety, welfare, economic well-being, or lives and property of citizens of this territory as determined by the governor in an executive order issued in a state of emergency pursuant to Title 23 VIC Section 1005. The proposed measure further amends Section 1462 by adding a new subsection 3 and 3A, specifically creating a nuisance offense directly related to endangering the public peace, health, and safety, and providing for enhanced sentencing and penalties for repeat offenders as follows. 3. Whosoever commits an act that endangers the public peace, health, safety, welfare, economic well-being, or lives and property of citizens of this territory, as determined by the governor in an executive order during a state of emergency pursuant to 23 VIC 1005, shall be imprisoned not more than 1 year or fined not more than $500 or both for the first offense, and for each subsequent offense shall be fined not more than $5,000 and imprisoned for no more than 1 year. Subsection A then goes on to say property used for or causing a public nuisance may be subject to forfeiture pursuant to any applicable seizure and forfeiture laws in the Virgin Islands if the Attorney General has probable cause to believe that the property is directly or indirectly dangerous to public health or safety during a declared state of emergency. Granted, the executive branch has regulatory and administrative methods enforced by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs for persuading businesses and other places of public accommodation to follow emergency executive orders issued by the governor, such as issuing fines, suspending licenses, or closing a place down that is in non-compliance. But these are administrative remedies as distinguished from criminal offenses, which are immediately subject to arrest and prosecution of individuals who willfully violate the law. It is for these individuals for which only the threat of criminal penalty will convince them to abide by the governor's orders. While there are different schools of thought on the deterrent effect of criminal sanctions or that criminal sanctions may have on someone committing or recommitting various traditional crimes, there can be no question that having no penalty, no criminal penalty, just a mere suggestion that someone obey a lawful order issued by the governor will not deter anyone. However, being faced with the possible threat of fine or arrest and its attendant consequences can have a drastic effect on the mindset of the would-be violator. This is not a novel concept. Many states around the country have similar statutes in place. For example, California Government Code Section 8665 states, any person who violates any of the provisions of this chapter or who refuses or willfully neglects to obey any lawful order or regulation promulgated or issued as provided in this chapter, which is the California Emergency Services Act, shall be guilty of a misdemeanor and upon conviction thereof shall be punished by a fine of not to exceed $1,000 or by imprisonment of not to exceed 6 months or both. In Washington State, their statute simply provides any person willfully violating any provision of an order issued by the governor under this section is guilty of a gross misdemeanor. The purpose behind today's measure should appear self-evident. After all, existing Virgin Islands criminal statutes make it a crime to violate the orders of policemen, firemen, school administrators, judges, election officials, commissioned officers, non-commissioned officers, and numerous other governmental actors. Why then would it not be a crime to disobey the lawful orders of the governor during a declared state of emergency? Of course, no one here today ever desires to subject a citizen of the territory to criminal sanctions without some justification. But our law enforcement officers must have the tools to do so and make arrests should the need arise, particularly if that means that in the end, lives will be saved. In short, as the Chief Law Enforcement Officer of the territory, I fully support this measure, and I strenuously urge this body to vote in the affirmative for the health, safety, and benefit of the people of the Virgin Islands during these perilous times that we are in. Governor Bryan has and continues to do his part to contain and eliminate the threat COVID-19 poses to the residents of the territory. But today's measure, which provides for the necessary legal enforcement of the executive orders, is something that only this body can address and approve. And I do hope that for the health and safety of us all, that you do just that. I would like to thank you, Senators, for the opportunity to appear and present testimony on Bill number 33-0447. This concludes my formal testimony, and I remain available for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam AG. Is Commissioner Encarnacion, you also giving testimony on this particular bill?
Yes, sir, I am. I'm ready.
You recognize.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Senator Novalee Francis, President of the 33rd Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Honorable Senator Myron D. Jackson, Vice President, and all other members of the 33rd Legislature and the listening and viewing audience. I am Justa Y. Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health and Incident Commander of the Unified Command Group for the COVID-19 pandemic. I am here today along with Dr. Nicole Cragwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Attorney Dwayne Henry, Chief Legal Counsel, and Watson Harris, Director of Environmental Health, to present testimony on Bill 33-0447, an act amending Title 14 by adding a new subsection to establish penalties for actions that endanger public peace, health, and safety in order to preserve the lives and property of the people of this territory during states of emergencies. SARS-CoV-2 is a novel coronavirus that causes the disease COVID-19. Symptoms of the disease include fever, cold, and shortness of breath, to name a few. Clinical outcomes range from mild to severe illnesses and, unfortunately, to death. On or around January 30th, the World Health Organization declared the novel coronavirus outbreak a public health emergency of international concern. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention determined that the virus presents a serious public health threat, and the United States Department of Health and Human Services declared a national public health emergency. On March 13th, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. declared a territory state of emergency. To date, we have tested 29,924 persons under investigation, of which 28,161 have been negative and 1,680 have been diagnosed as positive. We have experienced 23 deaths and continue to pray for the families that have lost their lives and their loved ones because of the COVID-19. Our level of positivity has increased to 8.9% during the last week. We currently have 134 active cases territory-wide. The governor has executed several executive orders since the March 13 state of emergency. While the executive orders have the force of law, the enactment of fines has been questioned and penalties using the modicum stands constitutional muster. Bill number 33-0447 will allow for the enforcement of those fines and guarantees constitutional rights to persons accused of violations by placing those violations into the judicial system. The financial consequences of the fines have been ignored by many, as the dollar amount of the fine seemed insignificant to the immediate gratification of fun or personal financial gain. I applaud and support promoters and entrepreneurship. However, I do ask that we as a community, monitor our moral compasses. I address the participants of these events as well. I also acknowledge and appreciate the need for emotional release, as this is a stressful time for all of us. I just want you to be safe while having fun. The governor and his team, of which I am honored to be a part of, have pleaded to all residents of the Virgin Islands and asked that you adhere to the guidance given by our federal and local partners. In that, he has placed a high amount of trust in us to do the right thing. However, so many of you, us, have chosen to ignore that plea, which has led us here today. Senators, you can make a difference and help us save lives by supporting Bill 33-0447 and approving the law that will further support the governor's right to protect the citizens of the Virgin Islands. The moral code of ethics is of utmost importance, as it will take all of us to overcome this pandemic. But enforcement of the law that supports the health and safety of those that are most vulnerable will help and have an undeniable impact. Many of us have lost loved ones or experienced long wait times as those we love recovered from COVID-19. The Virgin Islands have had 23 deaths, as I said. According to the Center for Systems Science and Engineering at Johns Hopkins University, COVID-19 deaths surpassed 280,000 nationwide. And according to the World Health Organization, worldwide have surpassed 1.4 million deaths. Our 23 deaths may seem minor in comparison, but our small and close community has suffered tremendously because of those 23 deaths. We can all make a difference, Senators. You can make a difference. Enforcement plays a role in fighting the pandemic, but successful enforcement efforts against willful and repeated offenders reduces the risk of transmission and hence slows the spread of the virus and curves the epidemiological curve. Having the backing of the law will allow for immediate enforcement of an executive order. It will ensure consistent, effective implementation and achieve the intended purpose, including controlling the spread of COVID-19 within a territory. I like to say that in so many ways, but really, Senators, we need your continued partnership in this fight. Some promoters and event organizers throughout the territory have continued to be out of compliance with several indicators set by the governor and the VI Department of Health. Equally concerning are the participants of those events and patrons of our local businesses who consistently fail to comply with the guidelines set. Your support of Bill 33-0447 will allow for the placement of fines upon those who fail to comply and provide an effective and significant deterrent to the blatant non-compliance that leads to negative outcomes and severely impacts public health and safety. Let me tell you a story of the Enforcement Task Force going out on the streets at night. The bars and the nightclubs owners hear us or see us coming. They quickly announce to the patrons to put their mask on and social distance before the enforcement teams enter the establishment. No dancing allowed. Well, we enter the establishment and everything is cool and everyone complies. But once we leave, the fete is on. Not funny. A few days after that, the fete, those individuals are in line at a local lab or the public health drive-through testing line with a positive result to follow. But who really suffers? The person who enjoyed the fete? No. It's their grandparents, their sick children, or loved ones with chronic ailments. The goal is not to arrest or simply place fines on our community members, which would further increase our financial burdens. The goal is to decrease the spread of COVID-19 disease. The current lack of compliance threatens to overwhelm our healthcare system, cause preventable illnesses, hospitalization, and death. The goal is to regain a balance of our psychological, behavioral issues, economic and social state of well-being. I haven't spoken much about behavioral health status. Our Behavioral Health, Alcohol and Drug Dependency Division has been working at reducing our mental health effects of COVID-19 using a virtual platform. We have also been awarded a grant that increases access to counseling opportunities throughout the territory. Unfortunately, the behavioral health effects of this long-lasting pandemic are already evident with a rise in suicide attempts, suicides, and violence within so many venues. Sadly, some of the behavioral health effects of COVID-19 will last way beyond the pandemic. We are all susceptible to behavioral health challenges, and this pandemic is a channel for just that. In closing, I want to thank my Department of Health family for their tireless commitment to the people of the Virgin Islands, and in particular, the Enforcement Task Force, who travels throughout the territory and sometimes face a certain degree of physical risk as they support our efforts to combat the COVID-19 virus disease, my era. I would like to thank the Virgin Islands National Guard and their leader, Brigadier General Kojo Knox Limbacher, for their continued support of our mission. Your continued effort during these difficult times is commendable. My colleagues here with me today, thank you. True to our mission, the Department of Health is committed to reducing health risks, increasing access to quality health care, and enforcing health standards. As always, the department is dedicated to continuing our collaborative efforts with the members of the 33rd Legislature. Senators, this concludes our testimony. Thank you again for your support of our efforts as we fight to mitigate the severe effects of COVID-19 and improve the Department of Health's services to our community. We welcome the opportunity to respond to questions you may have. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Encarnacion and Attorney George, for that testimony. Next, we'll go ahead and take testimony, and for the purpose of consistency, we'll go to Bill 33-0450, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the COVID-19 pandemic for additional 60 days from December 8th, 2020 to February 6, 2021. And we'll hear from Director Jashin and Commissioner Encarnacion, and then we'll wrap it up today with testimony with Bill 33-0448. Director Jashin, you're recognized for your testimony at this time.
Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., President of the 33rd Legislature, and other senators present, legislative staff, and those in the viewing, listening audience, good afternoon. I think it's still afternoon still. I'm Darrell D. Joshin, Director of the Virgin Islands Territorial Emergency Management Agency, known as VITEMA. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s request for approval of a 60-day extension of the state of emergency due to COVID-19 from December 8, 2020 to February 6, 2021. Today is the fourth time I appeared before the 33rd Legislature Committee of the Whole to present testimony on the importance of this body to vote in favor of a 60-day extension to Governor Bryan's state of emergency, which originated on March 13th, 2020, from the emergence of the SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes coronavirus disease 2019, known as COVID-19, which is still today a worldwide pandemic. The U.S. Virgin Islands has already lost 23 lives to COVID-19, and as of December 4th, has 2 additional individuals in the intensive care units at both Juan F. Louis Hospital on St. Croix and the Schneider Regional Medical Center Hospital on St. Thomas. The COVID-19 virus is extremely contagious, and the medical professionals indicate that spreading of the virus can be greatly reduced by using 3 simple preventive measures. 1, washing our hands frequently. 2, practice social distancing. And 3, wear a mask covering your nose and mouth. With the recent Thanksgiving holiday and upcoming Christmas holiday, the medical health care contagious experts anticipate rises in positive cases due to increased travel, close contact, and community spread. The Center for Disease Controls and Prevention, the CDC, has recently adjusted its recommendation of self-quarantine from 14 days to now 7 to 10 days with a COVID-19 test on day 5 of quarantine. Still, many of those testing positive are asymptomatic, and while they're in no immediate health risk themselves, they can easily transmit the disease to other high-risk groups. An extension of the state of emergency provides continued support in the territory for education, testing, and most important, enforcement of Governor Bryan's executive orders for COVID-19 mitigation efforts. VITEMA and the Department of Health as the lead territorial agency have worked in close coordination over the past 9 months to minimize the risk to the territory. Additional coordination continues with key federal partners, agencies of FEMA, the CDC, U.S. Health and Human Services, and most recently, Operation Warp Speed on the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines. Together, we have conducted community outreach, developed testing capacity and contact tracing for individuals with COVID-19 symptoms, built alternate care site facilities in both districts, increased availability of personal protective equipment known as PPE in the territory, and provided daily Department of the Health COVID-19 epidemiology reports. We're now coordinating and testing the tremendous logistic requirements to bring the first COVID-19 vaccine shipments quickly and safely to the territory. The vaccine will be in the territory and ready once the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, grants the emergency use authorization known as the EUA for subsequent distribution to 6 providers for the first phase with priority to prevent spreading by protecting those on the front lines, healthcare workers treating COVID-19 patients, and protecting the most vulnerable, elderly persons living in long-term care facilities. Information provided from the first 2 vaccine manufacturers, Pfizer and Moderna, state that the proper vaccine for COVID-19 requires 2 doses administered either 21 days for Pfizer or 28 days for Moderna apart. An additional 4 vaccine manufacturers are conducting clinical trials but have not presented their vaccines to the FDA for the emergency use authorization. As more vaccine becomes available for distribution, the territory is planning for up to 20 providers to be certified as sites to administer vaccines. An extension of the state of emergency provides continual access to federal sourcing of PPE and critical staffing in the planning implementation of the vaccine plan throughout the territory. Our Virgin Islands National Guard continues to perform screening of airport passenger arrivals at the Henry E. Rollson and Cyril E. King airports in coordination with VI Port Authority and the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency. On December 3rd, President Trump approved Governor Bryan's request for an extension of Title 32 funding for COVID-19 support to the U.S. Virgin Islands National Guard from December 31st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021. This extension permits not only the National Guard to continue the current airport screening missions, but provides the territory the ability to expand screening missions to to seaports as the British Virgin Islands is scheduled to begin passenger ferry operations. An extension of the emergency declaration provides continued use of National Guard for airport screening, COVID-19 testing, expansion of seaport screening, and assistance in the vaccine transport to healthcare providers. The following areas of concern remain incomplete and need to be attended to. Sentinel surveillance sites for testing asymptomatic persons not yet established, and housing for positive persons who cannot quarantine at home. Although large orders of PPE have been placed, today we cannot ensure adequate required PPE for providers and responders in the case of a surge or a hurricane threat to the territory. The facilities and staffing being prepared for inpatient overflow sites are not yet fully in place. Continued need to assist and educate both businesses and employers with preparations for screening and ensure protection of staff and clients. Letters and memos sent to agencies and businesses. Identify Department of Health's Emergency Operation Council members will partner with selected agencies for easier access and guidance. Increased testing capacity of the quick test machines, known as Abbott machines, to support demands of non-congregate and congregate shelters. Identify options for continued screening missions at airports and seaports without using National Guard due to either non-availability of forces approximately the 15th of March 2021 or 100% funded by the government of the Virgin Islands under the territorial active duty status. Currently, the reimbursement of airport and seaport screening missions are ineligible under the CARES Act. And finally, preparation, obtain approval, and implementation of the plan of implementation for the territorial-wide vaccine program in accordance with federal guidelines and protocols. If we stand down the state of emergency, there are internal government factors that will change and create hardships for the territory. During a state of emergency, government suspends normal constitutional procedures to regain control of the following: the ability to request resources from the federal government and receive technical support and other resources available to use during an emergency. Second, having control of goods and services, the price freeze on goods and services during an event like the worldwide pandemic. The supply chain for goods and services are limited. We must keep the U.S. Virgin Islands territory included in the national stockpile to receive goods. Third, we must control how and which businesses can operate. The state of emergency would continue control to prevent or preempt businesses that allow close contacts of patrons and deemed unsafe. Fourth, mandatory targeted testing will be implemented to mitigate a second surge of admitted patients, intubated patients, and death. And finally, fifth, the essential direct care providers, social workers, homemakers, Meals on Wheels, child care, correctional officers, nurses, nutrition staff, and the 24/7 residential serving staff. An extension of the state of emergency through February 6, 2021 or later is needed to deploy measures to safely protect our borders as well as demonstrate achievement of the POTUS guidelines for opening up America again. As a territory, we have been in both a national state of emergency and a territorial state of emergency for COVID-19. I say it again, since March 13th, 2020, just about 9 months. I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for their continued leadership as we navigate the many uncharted waters brought about by this pandemic. Constant vigilance is required. We must not let our guard down. We must continue to work together and realize that both visitors to the territory as well as those living and working every day must comply with the requirements of Governor Bryan's executive orders. Weekly updates using social media, live by Government House, Department of Health, and by TEMA will continue to educate, inform, and answer questions from the press. Look forward for communication activities involving COVID-19, vaccine distribution, and implementation timelines to be coordinated through the Joint Information Center as well as normal media outlets. The vaccine logistics deployment from manufacturer to local health provider will remain a key measure of success for the U.S. Virgin Islands in keeping pace with its allocation availability. As with any major emergency response, it takes the combined efforts of many public and private agencies at both the local and federal level. Thank you to each and every hardworking staff member, and especially thanks to the men and women of the Virgin Islands National Guard for the continued professionalism and service to the territory. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr., President of the 33rd Legislature, and all senators present, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today on the importance of extending the state of emergency an additional 60 days due to COVID-19 pandemic impact here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I welcome the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have about my testimony here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Jashin. Next, we'll hear from Commissioner Encarnacion. You recognize for your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Novell E. Francis, Senate President, Honorable Myron D. Jackson, Vice President, other committee members, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Justa E. Encarnacion, Commissioner of the Department of Health of the Virgin Islands of the United States. I am here today as the Incident Commander and member of the Unified Command Group as designated by Governor Albert Bryan Jr. in accordance with the Executive Order dated March 13, 2020. In accordance with Title III, Section 418, 5 and 6, and Title 23, Sections 1033 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Incident Commander has the authority to take all actions necessary to protect the public health and, pursuant to Title 19, Chapters 15 to 20 of the Virgin Islands Code, hold the right to exercise authority over the regulation of all health facilities, nursing homes, shelters, or other congregate housing facilities and schools in a territory. The Unified Command Group is comprised of our Federal Emergency Management Agency, Acting Coordinating Officer John Covell, by TEMA's Director Daryl Jashin, and General Kojo Knox Limbacher of the Virgin Islands National Guard. Joining me today are Dr. Nicole Cragwell Sims, Assistant Commissioner and Deputy Incident Commander, Dr. Tai Hunt Caesar, Medical Director, Attorney Dwayne Henry, Chief Legal Counsel, and Dr. Esther Ellis, the Territorial Epidemiology, and Francine Lang, our Director of Public Health Preparedness. I thank you for the opportunity to present the testimony on Governor Albert A. Bryan Jr.'s request for approval of the extension of the state of emergency declaration due to COVID-19 from December 8, 2020 to February 6, 2021. It is critical for the USVI to maintain an active state of emergency status. It is essential that the government of the Virgin Islands deploy accompanying emergency authorities and maintain access to federal benefits, assistance that arise from the emergency status. I support the requested 60-day designation. Currently, worldwide, over 65 million people have tested positive for SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes the disease COVID-19. The United States have over 40 million cases reported. To date, we have tested 29,924 persons under investigation, of which 28,161 have been negative and 1,680 have been diagnosed as positive. We have experienced 23 deaths and continue to pray for the families that have lost their loved ones because of COVID-19. Our level of positivity have increased to 8.9% during the last week. We currently have 134 active cases territory-wide. The department continues our work through our Emergency Operations Center and maintains direct contact with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention for guidance on all aspects of our mitigation and vaccination plans. There are still many things we do not know about COVID-19, and although a lot has been learned over the last 10 months, it remains a worldwide threat that continues to affect us through 2021 and possibly 2022. As the lead agency in this pandemic, we continue to seek ways to change our strategies and decreasing the disease spread. Some of our mitigation strategies that have proven effective have remained a success, a grassroots or boots on the ground approach of teaching the importance of wearing your mask, hand sanitizing, and physical distancing. We teach the impact of the following steps, guidelines versus hospitalization and yes, death for those who contract the disease from a family member or fail to wear a mask around them. We have identified at-risk and hard-to-reach population groups as well as neighborhoods with higher positivity rates and design outreach tailored to improving their compliance with the needed mitigation measures. This has included visiting bars and other high-risk venues. However, individuals continue to have crowded parties, and I believe those are the places that continue to fuel the pandemic. When we find them, the task force intervenes, but we are sure that some still continue beneath the radar. The sound trucks continue to take the messages around the territory in English, Spanish, and Haitian Creole. We are working with tourism and the VI National Guard to tighten our airport surveillance using an electronic system that will allow us to also monitor those who are in quarantine and send messages to those that are not and reminding them to monitor and report symptoms to our EPI hotline. The airlines and hotels are also beginning to reinforce our efforts of ensuring travelers are tested before arrival. American Airlines is offering home testing before travel, and some hotels are requesting validation of negative test results as well. Our collaboration with the Department of Tourism has grown. The travel declaration website and mobile app that passengers now use to input their COVID-19 status was upgraded to 2.0 on December 6, 2020. This version allows for seamless transitions of information to the Department of Health's epidemiology database. The daily tracking of all travelers and reminders of COVID-19 best practices, including signs and symptoms of the disease, will occur. We continue to use and share 24 Abbott Now machines with providers throughout the community. The department has increased our monthly testing capacity with acquisition of over 16,000 rapid antigen test kits, the Binax Now that you've heard of. The increase in our Hologic tests and 7,200 Abbott Now tests. Continuation of our pop-up test sites led by the Department Office of Commissioners team, the Communicable Division, and the Division of Epidemiology. We recently added restaurants, bars, and supermarket staff in the high priority areas and thus increased pop-up testing at those sites. We have invited many agencies supporting organizations and community groups to our weekly consultation meetings with CDC and our Department of Health's mitigation team. This has allowed us to provide guidance to many agencies and businesses to identify potential gaps and share best practices that can be shared. And within both areas, we share with them, they share with us. In addition, we answer questions and approve or amend protocols almost daily. CDC is working with federal partners on Operation Warp Speed to ensure the development and availability of a safe and effective vaccine to be used as a life-saving medical countermeasure in the treatment of SARS-CoV-2. The department has been integrated in the national response to ensure territory is included in all federal distribution. Our COVID-19 vaccination plan was submitted to CDC. Currently, 2 companies, Pfizer and Moderna, have requested emergency use authorization for their vaccines, which are being evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. The department has implemented a vaccination task force in August, which has since been expanded to include external partners. The Department of Health has begun processing applications for providers to administer COVID-19 vaccines. Updates and metrics are being regularly provided. We anticipate receiving the first shipment of vaccines in the upcoming weeks, which is targeted for healthcare workers and residents of long-term care facilities. This priority has been set forward by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP. As additional supplies of vaccines become available, priority groups will be expanded to include additional first responders and persons with underlying health conditions, persons in congregate living facilities, and other persons at high risk for serious outcomes. In addition to mobilizing the Virgin Islands National Guard for compliance monitoring at airports and seaports, we have engaged VI National Guard in our mission for successful vaccine distribution. The VI National Guard is also engaged with Operation Warp Speed and ready to assist in the vaccine mission. The department included Hurricane COVID-19 preparations, and it was concluded in collaboration with the Virgin Territorial Emergency Agency, the Department of Human Services, and other emergency services functions for this hurricane season, and have shifted our focus to all hazards preparedness. We continue to join the VIPD Enforcement Task Force in our nightly rounds throughout the territory. With the support of federal funds, we were able to secure increased staffing using Pafford Medical Services, who deployed a total of over 50 clinical staff to support our first responders in EMS, hospitals, nursing homes, and dialysis centers. We continued virtual behavioral health telehealth services and educational opportunities for Department of Health employee, other agencies, and community members. The Behavioral Health Alcoholism and Drug Dependency Division has collaborated with FEMA and SAMHSA and has implemented the Community Resiliency Program in the territory. This is a crisis counseling program available to all individuals in the territory, helping our community understand the current situation regarding the pandemic and reactions, reducing stress, providing emotional support, promoting the use or development of coping strategies, and connecting individuals with other people and agencies who can help them or provide support. Our radio outreach has increased to include behavioral health exercises that helps to alleviate stress and anxiety, depression, vaccine preparation, and continued mitigation efforts. Statements are shared in Spanish, Haitian, Creole when we take our loudspeakers out on the road. With the support of CDC staffing, we have not only emphasized mask wearing, but have distributed thousands along with sanitizers and informational flyers on all 4 islands. Since the last week in August, 144,430 masks and 51,524 flyers have been distributed in all 3 languages spoken of. We are now meeting the governor's office and joining in discussions and providing guidance on seaport entry to the territory. As the pandemic evolves rapidly, we continue to work closely with our local and federal partners to find mitigation strategies to meet the needs of our community. It must be noted that Unified Command, Governor Albert Bryan's task force, and the VI Department of Health Emergency Operation Council are cognizant of this fact and will continue to closely monitor the effects seen on the U.S. mainland and the subsequent effects of our territory. The administration stands ready and willing to implement proactive precautions based on the territory's status and as authorized by the state of emergency. The USVI has been and will continue to follow the presidential guidelines for opening up America again. We can stand down the state of if we stand down the state of emergency, there are internal government factors that will change and create hardship for the territory. During a state of emergency, governments suspend normal constitutional procedures to regain control. We will continue to experience new cases based on the trends on the U.S. mainland, and we are prepared to address the wave accordingly. An extension of the state of emergency through February 6, 2021, or later is needed to deploy measures to safely protect our borders, as well as demonstrate achievement of the President's guidelines for opening up. The flu. It is important to note that we are still in the flu season. It is critical to ensure the maintenance of all our vaccinations, most notably the seasonal influenza vaccine, during this time, as all other preventable diseases remain a top public health priority. The importance of getting a flu shot is now more important than ever before. In conclusion, I would like to thank our essential workers, the men and women who have dedicated themselves to ensuring essential services are maintained. I would also like to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roche, and my colleagues in the executive branch. I must commend my colleagues in the governor's cabinet as we continue to support each other during this era, the COVID-19 pandemic. The public should remain cautious due to the insidious nature of the virus and its ability to present as asymptomatic. Please continue to wear masks and other recommended protective items. We all have a role to play in our personal safety as well as that of our family, friends, and community. So many of you show up for tests after a weekend of partying and fear of contracting the virus, but somehow the fear disappears during the good times had. Please stay strong because we have a way to go before this is over, even though we know this too shall pass. I ask you, the members of the 33rd Legislature, to promote the social responsibility amongst your constituents. In accordance with Section 11 of the Revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands of 1954, as amended entitled 23 Virgin Islands Code, Anecdotal 1005, I hereby requesting your support for the proposed legislation ratifying Governor Bryan's declaration extending the state of emergency due to COVID-19 global pandemic to enable the government of the Virgin Islands to continue its efforts to protect its people, our people. I thank you for your time and continued support during this unprecedented emergency. Senator Francis, thank you once again. My team and I stand ready for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Encarnacion and Director Jashin, for all that you do, and also to the team, the COVID Task Force team, and everyone that's involved in continuing to keep us safe as a community. We appreciate the work that you're doing out there, and those individuals, our first responders that continue to put their lives on the line every single day for this community. We appreciate you, and thank you very much, and commend your work. At this time, we'll go to Bill 33-0448 and recognize Director O'Neill for her testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Senate President, Novell E. Francis Jr., other members of the 33rd Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and members of the listening and viewing audience. I am Jennifer O'Neill, Director of the Office of Management and Budget, and lead on Governor Bryan's financial team. With me today are Nathan Simmons, Director of Finance and Administration at the Public Finance Authority, Clarina Modest Elliott, Acting Commissioner of the Department of Finance, and Adrian Williams-Octolin, Director of the Office of Disaster Recovery. We appear pursuant to your invitation to testify on Bill number 33-0448, which seeks to amend Act number 8310, which authorized the governor to borrow monies from public funds to offset cash flow problems caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and to create working capital, avoid layoffs of government employees, pay essential obligations, and meet the operating expenses of the government for fiscal year 2021 instead of the previously authorized fiscal year 2020. As you know, Act 8310 authorized the governor to borrow monies to offset cash flow problems that were anticipated once the COVID-19 pandemic hit. Since that approval was granted, we have continued to negotiate with the banks and are now looking at a closing date of December 17th, 2020. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to be seen and felt within the territory with our increasing infection rates, empty harbors, and the many closed storefronts. While we were able to get through fiscal year 2020 without accessing these funds, I must say that it was quite difficult to manage between the months of March through July, when we were finally able to collect on the taxes due on July 15th. Because we've been able to meet our biweekly payroll and other mandatory obligations, even through these difficult times caused by COVID-19 and our continued inability to collect excise taxes, that does not mean that we will not have a need to access this loan in the next few months, which is traditionally our low revenue period. You will remember that Governor Bryan submitted a very conservative budget for the current fiscal year, FY 2021, as a result of the uncertainty in the generation and collection of revenues. This again is due to, among other things, the continued lack of cruise ships, which probably won't return to the territory before March 2021, and the ongoing limits on businesses because of COVID regulations that are in place. The particular measure before you today for approval is primarily to correct timing elements included in Act 8310. We have included a redlined version that tracks the changes proposed. In particular, in almost all instances, we are asking to strike 2020 wherever it appears and insert 2021. Remove references to FY 2020 and replace with FY 2021. Remove all instances where it states 2019 and replace with 2020. Change the reporting requirement to commence in the second quarter of fiscal year 2021 instead of the fourth quarter of fiscal year 2020, and amend the expiration date for the authorization period granted to the governor to the end of fiscal year 2022 instead of on September 30th, 2021. These are minor but very necessary changes that will allow for final closing on this facility by December 17th, 2020, and also allow for GVI to have funding at the ready in the event that revenues really do not come in as projected in the next few months. Having this loan at our disposal will ensure that payroll can continue to be processed and other mandatory costs can be paid. Consequently, we respectfully ask this body for your full support of this bill. Mr. President, this concludes our collective testimony, and we remain available to answer any questions necessary to facilitate this desired outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Director, for your testimony. And at this time, we have all three bills and testimony provided. Colleagues, I'll do a 3-minute round. Use it if you need it. If you don't need it, lose it. 3 minutes. At this time, Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, and again, I want to just thank the testifiers for all that they've been doing, particularly those that are in the midst of fighting the COVID-19 pandemic here in the Virgin Islands. Very quickly, I have to try my best to touch on each of these, right? So let me just ask on the amendment to Act 8310 very quickly, OMB Director, what is your cash on hand as of today? And have you seen any fluctuations of the cash on hand since the opening of fiscal year 2021?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I am actually pulling that up now, unless acting.
Okay, you can go ahead. No problem. I'll move on and you can answer.
It's 49 days of cash at $113 million.
So you have 29 days of cash currently?
49.
49 days.
49.
Wow, that's unprecedented for the United States Virgin Islands, and we are here talking about the fact that we are having serious financial crisis. Very interesting. Let me ask very quickly. So, of course, I am in full support of Act 8310 because we need to make sure that, you know, if we find ourselves in a situation come the middle of the year or further down, we are in fact in a position to tap into the dollars that is available to us via loan. But why are we still moving in the direction of a revenue anticipation note and not a line of credit? Isn't that a more appropriate way to go? And are we looking at $120 million or a portion of that $120 million at this particular time?
1 minute.
Senator, it is actually a line of credit-like facility, and it is $60 million.
Okay, so you're looking at 60 million. All right, okay. Thank you. So let me go to the Department of Health. I know that we've talked about establishing protocols at the ferry terminals. What's the status of that? And are there any clear protocols for
30
boaters embarking on land here in the Virgin Islands? Oh boy, my time is running. And let me just go ahead, since my time is running, and let's talk about the 2 airports. Are there protocols for mandatory testing requirements in place? And if not, why?
Time.
Unmute, Commissioner.
Oh,
You're
she
muted.
was talking. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I was trying to speak, Senator.
No problem.
I'm so sorry. Okay, good. So let me just go back to the first one and say real quickly. I did put out a public health order demanding certain regulations for the charters, for the boats. And so we are it's out, but we're in the process of editing it to ensure that we capture all actions needed. And also in terms of the air and sea ports, the airports, no mandatory testing at this point in time. We want to make sure that we can actually access that. So the VI National Guard is going to help us increase our number of testing capabilities, but we are able to test most days at the airports now.
Well, you know, most days is not sufficient. So what is the plan to ensure that there's mandatory testing? Because if we don't have mandatory testing at our airports, then that presents a challenge for our community, right?
So one of the things that we're asking is through the bill 33-0447, if we indicate that it's mandatory testing, and if you fail to test, then we can actually hold you accountable by law. And also, if you fail to quarantine, that's another thing that we're trying to do as well. So those are the 2 things that we work. Well, several things that we're working on.
So my time has been called, but I was hoping that you were going to say that you all are in the process, or you have procured a company to do the mandatory testing at the airport. I mean, you did receive the CARES Act funding, and that's the purpose of the funding. So is any of that in the works? Is there a particular location at the airports where you are, receiving the individuals who are coming off the airlines, and in fact making sure that every single person is touched by our those that are responsible for regulating?
Okay, so let's say, for example, and I'm hoping if I can't answer now, I'll answer with the chair. However, everyone coming, if we have mandatory testing and you refuse to test, yes, we did go through the RFP process. It is, of course, a stringent process, but we are close to finishing that process. I will be able to let you know which company has been awarded the ability to test everyone coming in out of our airport. So that's in the works. I'm hoping to get that concluded this week.
Well, I'm kind of disappointed to hear that. I think that we should have already had that in place, because we know what we're in the middle of. We are in code red, but my time has been called. I guess I will send a note to one of my colleagues to ask about the bill number 33-0447 around folks facing possibly losing their property if they're in violation. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fragrevi. Senator Thomas, you
Mr. Chair,
recognize
if I may,
3 minutes.
May I quickly expand upon that answer?
Please be quick,
One of the
Commissioner.
things thank you, sir. One of the things I placed in the testimony is that some of the airlines, thank God, American Airlines for one, JetBlue for another, and I think 2 more are trying to work with us. So they are going to indicate that you cannot come onto the airplane if you do not have a negative test. So we're working, Department of Tourism is working collaboratively with the airlines so that so it's a combination of them coming with a test and us being able to provide the test at the airport. That should be done shortly.
Thank you. Senator Thomas, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues, and good evening to the professionals testifying before us here today. And that last statement about the leaning on the airlines is kind of like the statement when we were leaning on other entities to monitor themselves, to report to us of their violations, to report to us their wrongdoing. And it's definitely a need that we should have here, but I understand your challenges. Let me go straight to, and I hope the number is right, Mr. Chair, 33-0450. That's the emergency, continuation of the state of emergency?
Correct.
Okay. Colonel Jashin, you have no worries there. You will be supported with that from this senator at least. So have no worries about the borrowing is mind-boggling. Director O'Neill, I know there was a time very recently, early in this pandemic, when, as my colleague who just spoke said, that we offered this ability to borrow, and it was, we ain't worrying about it yet. And I know we didn't have what was mentioned, 16 days of cash on hand, if that's correct.
49.
49 days of cash on hand. You didn't want it. You didn't want it when you didn't have that amount. Why are you looking to deal with it now?
Because, Senator Thomas, thank you for that question. We are expecting that in this fiscal year, we will have less money coming in because the taxes are based on the prior calendar year. So by the time we get to April, when we're actually collecting income taxes, et cetera, when people file on April 15th, the amount is expected to be a lot less than what we collected this year because of the number of closures, et cetera, that we had within this year and people weren't working.
Thank you. Thank you very much, because you jogged my memory with that, because several times you did warn me that 2020 is not the year we should be worried about. 2021 is when we are going to really experience challenges. I do remember you mentioning that. And let me close with the fine Commissioner of Health, Commissioner Encarnacion. And Commissioner, I know from the beginning, one of the things you took pride in was that the Virgin Islands community was very, very responsive to the incident commander and all of the early warnings we had to protect ourselves and be disciplined in how we manage our behavior during this pandemic. Is that the case now?
We're seeing, I think that the community at this point, they're becoming very complacent. It's something that we're seeing. We've been working on this for a very long period of time. And so we want to make sure we're doing different things within the community to stimulate the interest and for them to be able to help us a little bit, because it takes all of us to do it. But I think that the fact that they're a little bit more complacent, they see a lot of high numbers. However, they see low hospitalization. So they're thinking, you know what, I'll be fine. Well, they may be just the ones that are hospitalized if they do not adhere to the guidelines. So thank you for that question.
Time.
And if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair, I think, Commissioner, the attitude is being, we want to blame the Virgin Islands population. But how can you blame us for relaxing a little bit when the government is begging people to come here, and you are mentioning that we have less stringent requirements with the airlines and at the airports, and we're going to ask people to help? I think it's the fact that we, the government, has relaxed our position by saying, the rest of the Caribbean is closed, so come to the Virgin Islands and in numbers, and so try to encourage the community. But I think we need to truly blame the influx of our visitors for the numbers and the increases, because they have to interact with us. It's not like we're avoiding them. It's not like we're not in the different industries that have to deal with them. So the plea for the community to adhere to all guidelines should be tightly adjoined to a plea with recognizing that we have visitors who may not be adhering to the same guidelines we are asked to follow. Thank you very much for the extra time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond.
You may respond, Commissioner Hincaster.
Thank you very much. I think this is when Director O'Neill and the financial team and the Department of Health and Director Jackson and we try to balance each other because as Director O'Neill stated, 2021 is actually going to be our challenging year financially. And so there has to be a balance. I know health, we've been out there, we are out there. We're really encouraging compliance and we are discussing more strict adherence and what's going to happen. Like I said, go back to Bill 333-0447. But at the same time, we are discussing more restrictive measures, especially for the holiday season coming up. So there is a balance that's out there, but I do understand exactly what you're saying, Senator. So thank you for that. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I'll support the extension for the state of emergency. The RAN director, you said we have 49 days of money at hand. And the governor said that we had also $60 million over the budget. So we still have that $60 million in addition?
No, Senator, we do not have $60 million over the budget. That is the 49 days of cash that we have.
No, but the governor said he had $60 million over the budget. He said it.
No, that we do not have $60 million over the budget.
Okay, so what do we have in addition to the 49 days?
We do not have anything else outside of 49 days of cash. The only other thing would be access to the $60 million RAN or line of credit from the banks that we are asking to have these minor amendments on.
So we had some issues trying to convince two banks to get the RAN, 120 million, 60 each.
No, Senator, it's 30 million each. It's a total of 60.
Okay, good. Now things were put in place for us to, I guess, qualify. Do we have a window to be able to?
Yes, the closing is scheduled. Closing is scheduled for December 17th. The only thing we need to change is the dates because the fiscal year 2020 has gone and we're in fiscal year 21. So we just need to change the dates on the authorizations.
Okay, so you are taking $60 million to address what?
The potential.
Okay, then would that money come under revenues that, again, Act 8383, which puts the up to $50 million in 21 and up to
no,
half
Senator,
of it in 20?
1 minute.
No?
No, Senator, that would not. This loan would be to offset the shortfalls that we are expecting from tax collections in fiscal year.
Excuse me, but it is additional revenues.
No, Senator, it's a loan that we have to pay back. It's not revenues.
Okay, I'm getting all of them, but I only got 3 minutes.
30 seconds.
But in regards to public nuisance, that's a nuisance. I've been a police too long. To the Attorney General, can a police officer's peace be disturbed? I know for 26 years it couldn't be. Has it changed?
I don't know that has changed. It has been ruled by in the Superior Court previously that a police officer's peace cannot be disturbed because they are peace officers. So disturbance of the peace cannot be upheld against police officers.
If I may, Mr. Chair, in a public nuisance definition, endangers the public peace, health, then that would allow for police officers' peace to be disturbed.
Well, no, because when they're talking about the disturbance of the peace is a criminal offense, and so is nuisance. So that is the disturbance of the public peace, just as this is a public nuisance. So this doesn't refer specifically to police officers.
Right, I agree, and I know that's why I can't support this here again, because we're trying to open up a Pandora's box that we really don't need to go down during an executive order, and we don't need to go down this road to address public nuisances. It happens all, vagrants on the street, homeless people, all of them you will classify as public nuisances, and then we start going sideways. So, I can't support that bill. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff.
Mr. President?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President, may I just quickly respond? I'm not clear on what it is that the senator was saying with respect to this statute, but this public nuisance has to do with something or some activity that causes danger or to the health and safety of the public and disturbs the peace of the public. It doesn't have anything to do with disturbing the peace of a police officer. And in addition to that, it would not fall, or vagrants or other persons just standing alone for being vagrants, as was discussed, would not fall under this as an offense, under a public nuisance. Just to make that clear.
Yes. And that occurs during under a state of emergency as well, not under regular
Or even under a
occurrence.
state of emergency.
Yes. You recognize
Yeah.
Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We don't separate bills. Once a bill goes into effect and becomes law, and that becomes a public nuisance as a misdemeanor, it goes down in the books as a misdemeanor. A misdemeanor is a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor. Period. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Gittens, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I know it's getting late. I can't discuss all these measures, but I'm going to tell you straight up, this bill number 33, that's 0447, the public nuisance. As a career law enforcement officer, I for sure will not be supporting this measure. My chief concern here as well, amongst other things, is that we have a note here from our legal counsel that says not approved for legal sufficiency. Hopefully, before we go to a vote, we can know exactly why our Office of the Chief Legal Counsel feels that this notation needs to be there. My other concern is that it appears that we're talking about now under a pandemic that we want to rule with an iron fist, that we want to now take properties. In this section that I'm reading, the penalty clause is amended after both by adding for the first offense and not more than $5,000 for each subsequent violation, and property causing a public nuisance may be subject to forfeiture pursuant to this chapter, to Title 19. Are we saying now that we're going to take someone's house because they had a family event there, that, again, like one of my colleagues said, we keep being wishy-washy, where we're saying that we're relaxing, and we're asking people to come to the territory, and people are coming to the territory to vacation here, so they're renting homes, etc., and of course they have visitors. So what are we saying? We're going to shut down the Airbnb now and take the home from the owner? This is just not clear to me. We already don't fulfill our current basic enforcement authority. I've been looking under Title 23, which speaks to internal security and public order. In Chapter 3 of that title speaks to police regulations. Section 401 speaks to the punishment for violation of police regulations. That's not even enforced. Also, in the same Title 23, Chapter 9 speaks to the Fire Prevention Code.
30 seconds.
How many times have we been to establishments and we see the place jam-packed? You ever see a firefighter or fire marshal there shutting the place down? We have things on the books that we don't enforce. If we start to enforce the basic laws that are currently on the books, we'll be a much better territory. But everybody now just getting paid and forgetting about what laws we pass in the books. Chapter 10 also speaks to emergencies and major disasters.
Time.
Section, and if I may conclude here, this speaks to the authority of VITEMA. Section 1005 speaks to the governor and emergencies or major disasters. Again, although these may not be all of what is covered under public nuisance, I'm saying if we enforce the basic enforcement, then we will be able to better police ourselves and be a bit more of a disciplined community. But here it is now. We're looking to go draconian with this, where we want to speak about the forfeiture of someone's property. Colleagues, I leave that one for you, but just remember we spoke about the forfeiture of people getting their hand caught in the government kitty as well, and we let that one go. We can't afford now, under the pandemic, to say that we're taking people's homes just because they had one or two people more than they should have had. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Senator Benta, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening to the listening of your audience and testifiers as well. Let's go to the RAND, for instance, with a very anticipation note that we're looking at right now, which the last bill that was before us stipulated $120 million, and we're back to the $60 million. To Mr. Neal, what has been the change requested by the banks primarily for the revisit now of now instituting the loan?
Senator Benta, thank you for the question. It's not a revisit of the loan. It's the same loan that we've been talking about for months. We just took a pause with the banks having to go through their stuff, and we and the GVI side going through on our end to finalize and pull all the documentation together. The authorization given by the legislature was for up to $120 million. The banks and GVI agreed on $60 million, $30 million from each bank. It's not something new or that the banks are asking for anything different other than the dates changing.
So the date change is what you're going to work on. This has been something that's been before this body before. We were calling the special session to visit this. We voted on it collectively to go forward, and you're saying this new visit of this bill is primarily for date change. That's what it is?
Yes, Senator. Nothing has changed with the facility other than we were not able to close by the end of the fiscal year 2020. And because we're in fiscal year 2021, the dates have to be changed on the authorization. That's it.
Okay, so but what we understood, and you said collectively when we look at the days of cash that we have on hand, and it was said, in fact, that we have over some $60 million by the chief executive. You're saying no today. And the purpose for his statement was that we didn't need any money because we have a lot of money. So now, what is the rush? Just a minute. I'm speaking based on what your chief executive said to the people of this territory, not me. What he said in explanation in the airwaves collectively, where everybody heard him, where he said he has a lot of money and they don't need any money. So here we're revisiting the RAND right now for a loan. Run something that we have already approved from this body to go forward, which was never completed, and now we're hearing something different from the management, Office of Management and Budget. So you're saying that we don't have $60 million on hand?
Senator Benta, again, the funding.
No, let me, just a minute, Mr. Neal, just a minute. Mr. Neal, Mr. President, Mr. Chief.
Director, please yield to the senator. It's his time.
Thank you. That's not going to happen here tonight. I am explaining what the chief executive said to the people, Mr. Chair, if I may, to the people of this territory, not Senator Benta. So there's no correction on this side. The correction needs to be from the chief executive side, who introduced the numbers to the people of this territory. All right? I'm asking you as a management of Office of Management and Budget, based on the fiduciary responsibility this body has, if the numbers presented by the chief executive, the people of this territory, was correct.
Senator Benta, again, the $60 million, when the governor says that we do not need any money, we have money, that is correct. And that is because we have 49 days of cash on hand.
Is that $60 million?
What we need,
is that 60, Mr. Chair, if I may? I'm asking, and the question has not been answered. Do we have $60 million? That's the question I'm asking, nothing else.
Allow her to respond to that.
One question, and I am answering your question. You cannot ask a question, and because you're not getting the answer that you're looking for, you want to cut me off.
You need to put yourself in check, ma'am. Mr. President, Mr. Chair, my question was, in a bottle or rebuttal, do we have $60 million based on what the governor has explained to the people of this territory? That's it.
Very well, Senator Benta. She'll respond on my time. At this time, the question is whether or not there is $60 million available. The 49 days of cash translate to what amount of money?
$113 million.
$113 million.
Yes.
Very well. That answers your question, Senator Benta?
Sure does.
Thank you. Senator, how do you recognize for your 3 minutes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Greetings to the testifiers. Once again, good evening to the viewing and listening audience. Yeah, I really just have one question, might be two. The national, in reference to the public nuisance, how is this going to work with the National Guard, who right now is called up by the governor? They're doing public service announcements. Okay, they're not engaging anyone. They may try to get information relative to social distancing. That was initially patrolling beaches, etc. Now they're at the airport. Also, sometimes the National Guard also performs special operations with the local police department, where they may also be armed, depending on whether that status is provided for those Guard members. How is this when it comes to enforcement, disrespect by certain members of the community, how can that possibly be facilitated under the public nuisance? Attorney George?
First, I'd like to ask you, there were two versions of this bill, and the first was purely on public nuisance, and then there was another that was submitted. I want to make sure that you have the correct one, because the last amended one is one where it's with the section 1, where it actually amends Title 23, Section 1004 and 1005 by making violation of an executive order a criminal offense, a misdemeanor offense. And then second to that, then it refers to public nuisance, but it was a significant amendment. I want to make sure that what you have, based on the questions that I'm hearing regarding the public nuisance, it appears it might be from the first version. So can you please just clarify that for me?
Yes.
See which one
well, no.
we're talking about the same measure.
Yes, what you alluded to is correct relative to the amendment. But the question I was really referring to is because the National Guard is in support of sometimes law enforcement, but they do not carry a peace officer status. So that is why I asked the question. But let me do this instead. When it comes to the task force, maybe Commissioner Encarnacion, you can answer this. For the task force, they don't carry body cams. So in terms of he say, she say,
30 seconds.
her say, how is it that we're actually going to be able to determine if individuals are not in compliance, if we don't have surveillance documentation, someone that's undercover? How do we approach this properly to avoid heresy?
Actually, to be honest with you, a lot of it is blatant non-compliance. So it's out there. It's not something. There's some things that are done undercover, but most of the things we actually walk up to, and so we actually have witness of what's going on, and we don't go out one-on-one. We actually go out in a group or with partners. In reference to the National Guard and their responsibility under Title 32, Director Jashin could actually speak more to their responsibility. Yes, you're correct. If I may continue, they are only allowed to monitor at this point in time. But like I said, Director Jashin can speak more to Title 32.
Time. All right, thank you. I have nothing else further.
Thank you very much, Senator Hodge. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time. At the appropriate time, I'll be voting for all of these measures. Commissioner Encarnacion, and relative to the nuisance law that has been brought before us. I'm seeing in your testimony where you said you applaud and support promoters and entrepreneurship. You also acknowledge and appreciate the need for emotional release, as this is a stressful time for us all. You do realize that most of the young people who are promoters do so to make a living. And you are comfortable with individuals who are young business owners now getting a criminal record that will follow them for the rest of their lives. At a trouble between our 3 islands. And I can tell you, even in St. John, the businesses are up there packed every night. But I noticed in your testimony, you kind of single out promoters. And most of the promoters down here, if we don't want to call it, are actually young people of color. And Honorable Attorney General, because you mentioned it in your testimony, relative to similar laws being in California and in Washington. In California, where African Americans are 5.8% of the population, we are 28% of the prison population. In Washington, where we are 3.7% of the population, we are 18% of the prison population. When it comes to people of color,
1 minute.
why is it that the quick fix is always incarceration? Your suggestions to this body should have been one where maybe you want to impose stiffer fines. And just so my colleagues could know, the talk is in Washington that the VA is now going to start charging black males that they arrest locally with gang statutes in order to give them longer prison sentences and charge
30
them
seconds.
federally. That's what's going to happen in the Virgin Islands. The same gang statutes that they use in California and that they use in Washington that have us leading when it comes to a race being incarcerated. Why is it that in almost every state, when people of color are in the minority relative to the population, we are in the majority in the prison population?
Time.
Colleagues, there's no way I can support a measure like this. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Payne. I'd like to recognize at this time Senator Jovan James. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Senator Jackson, before Senator James is recognized, may I respond to Senator Payne?
Okay, please. Thank you. I recognize Senator James. Senator James, you can recognize Senator Encarnacion, and my time you may.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Don't let us stress you out. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I do rise in support of the extension of the state of emergency in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It is a no-brainer. We all know that we are going through challenging times in the U.S. Virgin Islands, so I do support the extension of the state of emergency. The only thing moving forward when it comes to the extension of the state of emergency, the chances of us going through something like this, again, only God knows when it will happen. But I really hope out of all of this, we can create a manual or some kind of blueprint. So when we are ever faced with some sort of pandemic of this nature, we can look back on what's on the record and implement things. You have certain areas where we went right. There are certain areas where we kind of went wrong. But at the end of the day, I must say that we are doing fairly well. However, as you can see with the Thanksgiving break weekend, it actually went up. And I'm just asking that you guys go back to the drawing board to find out what really went wrong. And I know at the end of the day, the main source is the airport. How I know that? My brother recently came back to the U.S. Virgin Islands, and right now I'm avoiding him. I really wish there were things in place where they put the backside in some place mandatory where he could quarantine. So, as much as that's my family member, it's the truth. So imagine how many individuals will be coming back home during the festival, even though we're not going to have an actual festival, but it is the season. People will be linemen regardless of what people think. And I really just hope that we really clamp down on the airport and making sure that things are in place. I came to St. Thomas, and when I came to St. Thomas, we keep coming out on sea flight. And while we come out on sea flight, there's another flight coming in from people coming from other parts of the world. And they have both of us entering at the same time. So one is Virgin Islanders and one is individuals hot coming from wherever they're from. And no one was at the airport to say, well, let these individuals go first. And then after they get cleared, then those who are doing inter-island travel can move forward. So a lot of things need to be corrected at the airport.
30 seconds.
And I don't like to compare the U.S. Virgin Islands to any place in the world because this is home. But I know in other places, as you come off that airport, mandatory lockdown in the hotel, and you can't leave there. So I'm not going to support the measure that speaks to the nuisances. I think that's excessive. We already have the authority to impose fines and to revoke licenses or suspend licenses if needed. So I don't see why we have to take this step of making individuals' lives difficult. And as far as Bill number 33, that's 0448, I do rise in support of that measure, and I'm willing to vote when it's time. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much,
Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Commissioner Encarnacion, you may respond at this time briefly, please.
I appreciate this, Senator Jackson. I just really wanted to say that it's not something that I or we want or feel comfortable doing. It's just a means of ensuring that the community stays safe. And we're hoping that individuals adhere to the guidance that's out there and no other fines or incarceration has to take place. That is truly not the goal, and I actually indicated that in my testimony as well. That's not the goal. The ultimate goal is for the health and safety of all Virgin Islanders. Thank you, Senator, for allowing me to say that.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. At this time, I'd like to recognize Senator Janelle Sarro. Senator, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every time that we have to discuss a state of emergency legislation, I get slightly annoyed because I keep saying the governor's authority to declare a state of emergency is a sacrosanct duty afforded to him inherently by virtue of his position as a chief executive officer. So those of us that voted for the state of emergency in the 32nd, I think we need to make a move to repeal it in the 34th because it's just unconscionable for a governor in a crisis to have to ask the legislative branch to act. Secondly, we have a new law, nuisance. What happened to the loitering law? We sat and had a debate about who carrying the water. I have to laugh thinking about it. About whose mother carrying the water, whose young man is helping the mother carry the water. And then the sponsor of the bill lashed back about, the carrying the water, yes, but what in the packet? And it was a good debate, and it was contentious, but we have a loitering law. What are we doing? We want all these laws, but we're not implementing them. That's my concern. And the last point that I have to say before my time is exhausted is I want to speak to the public. And when it comes to the public, we continue to craft the narrative that the legislative body has done nothing to assist the economy of the Virgin Islands. And this governor had a few gifts. He entered, and the administration entered this government with Lime Tree Bay. They entered with VIGL. They entered with medicinal cannabis. We have yet to move it. We send appropriations for seat-to-sale tracking system. The board still can't, we can't fill the board. We turn around and you had federal funds. The 32nd went to DC and fight, along with the governor, fight for billions to come to this territory, disaster recovery. We can't move that. And then we gave the run back in March. So we gave, when we sit and act like we did nothing, we came up with revenue bills. Medicinal cannabis, lime tree, horse racing, the advancement on the Pali Joseph Stadium, the federal funds to ODR, the RAN, and we sitting here acting as if, I mean, we did our job, but we have to execute. So we have to stop spreading the misinformation as if the body has done nothing for the entire time. We have given the tools to generate revenue for this territory. Let's
Time.
do better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Soros. Senator Benta, you recognize for a point of inquiry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to apologize to listener, viewing audience, but sometimes you got to dig deep to get deep. We have $113 million, not 60, it's 113, and we're going to move now to borrow 60, bringing that to $173 million by December. The people of this territory, those waste haulers, those who are waiting for the nonprofit organizations, as well as our seniors who are badly waiting for the little bit of piece of the rock that we owe them. And we can't account for the 113 to this level. We don't know where it came from. And the 60 million that we're going to add to this, we need to have a breakdown of how these funds are going to be dispersed. The line of credit to the bank is one thing, I just about the 60 million, but $113 million cash on hand that this body wasn't even aware of, and the people of this territory wasn't aware of, needs to know how we're going to disperse those funds to those people who are owed, especially those who are not government employees or the private sector who are out of jobs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Benta. Senator Degazan, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Sorry. My good senator from St. Thomas had me laughing from across the way, so I had to catch myself. I apologize, Mr. Chair. So, bill number 33-0450, as explained by most of my other colleagues, you know, we know the situation we're under, and of course I am in support of that. Bill number 33-0448. We always have questions as it pertains to the finances of the government, and we didn't get a chance for my Prompt Payment Act to see it through, which would really allow, if that bill was to go through, there wouldn't be so much money available on hand, because then we would have more money to our coffers and more money to our, given to our vendors, and they would be paid in a more timely way or timely manner. But however, I understand that it's good to have money set aside and access to money in the event of emergencies. And we really don't know what COVID is going to do as we go into 2021, how long the pandemic will last. Bill number 33-0447. I think it is too general. I think it is a bill that it made me come up with questions about property, you know, the taking of property, just how far the reach is. And I must agree with the at-large senator, you know, I think it's a bit excessive, some of what is stated. And if we take advantage or put in place our enforcement that we already have on the books, we won't have need of this bill, these types of measures. So those are my comments for those bills. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Degazan. Senator Viale, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Encarnacion, have we received an extension on the use of the COVID monies from December 30th?
That's actually a question more so from Director O'Neill.
Okay, Director
in
O'Neill.
reference to.
I'll ask it directly. Director O'Neill, have we received an extension for the use of the COVID monies?
To date, Senator Viale, no, we have not.
What's the balance of COVID monies? Do you know?
We on the treasury funds, is that specifically what you're referring to, Senator?
Yes, the money is the 70 million that was given to the government house, the 20 million to education, and the money is given to health and human services. Do they have a running balance?
Yes, Senator. We have, and those all have different dates. The education funds are don't expire, I think, until June, if I'm not mistaken. I think June 2021. The treasury funds are the ones that are expiring December 30th. And that was the $74.8 million we received.
What's the balance in that account?
That unobligated right now, we have about $20 million that the governor is putting some other expenditure or obligations towards so that we can spend by the end of the year.
Okay, then we definitely had sufficient money in that account to deal with the small businesses, but that particular bill was vetoed. Commissioner Encarnacion,
I'm sorry.
You're good. Commissioner Encarnacion,
12 million.
in reference to the reopening of school, have you discussed a protocol with the Commissioner of Education in reference to the reopening of school?
We had our subsequent follow-up meeting with the Department of Education and CDC
1 minute.
on last Monday, and we were also in discussion with her. We do have an individual that is assigned to her and the rest of the team. They're having a meeting.
Okay, let me make it simple. Will school reopen? Some version of school be reopening in January?
Some version of school, not full open school, no.
Okay. In reference to the one bill, Attorney General George.
30 seconds.
What is the status of enforcing the loitering law that was passed by this body?
Sorry, with respect to what is the status of it?
Loitering law.
Well,
yes.
It would be, I cannot report on whether or not there were prosecutions because it would depend on whether or not there are arrests, because remember the Attorney General's office handles prosecutions. Perhaps Commissioner Velinor, he may have information on whether or not there have been arrests.
He's still Commissioner Velinor is on?
Time.
Yes, I am.
Commissioner
Yes, good
Velinor,
afternoon,
the status of the loitering law?
Yes, so no, we have not arrested anyone for the loitering violations under the loitering law. There are some requirements, for example, posting of the signs, public locations, etc. So those have been some challenges, but no, there have been no documented arrest for loitering.
Commissioner, please put on your video.
And I wasn't
Commissioner
even-
Velinor, put on your video.
I wasn't asking about arrest, but just whether or not we were trying to enforce it and whether or not we were actually utilizing the tenets of the loitering law to try to break up those areas that have criminal activity.
Yes, sir. That would be the goal. But relative to the executive order as it relates to COVID-19, going back to that, sir, I believe the challenge that we have is that there's no associated law relative to the executive order, meaning that even though there's an executive order, we have to link it to an actual law to be able to make an arrest. So someone who comes in, like Senator James had indicated, his brother came in, and his brother came in and is not following protocol, it really doesn't have the teeth that the Attorney General mentioned if he's hanging out
Commissioner,
or he's not following protocol.
In all due respect, and I hear your answer, I was speaking to the loitering law, being able to decrease criminal activity.
Time.
And if we can't enforce the loitering law, I don't know how we're going to enforce any additional measure that is passed by this body. And I am just so frustrated that two individuals in Kennedy Project can be shot in the morning and nobody sees the car. You could have a shooting in Red Brick, a next female got shot, and nobody sees the car. You're just hearing a black car. I mean, there's no details. There's never no details to alert anybody to look out for anything. So I'm like, you know, we pass it. It doesn't make a difference if I vote yes or no because it probably won't be enforced anyhow. So nobody going to be arrested. Nobody, it's gonna be par for the course because that is what is happening now. Criminal activity is rampant, and arrest is minimal, even when it is done in broad daylight and there's a police station by Bassin Triangle 2 minutes away, and we can't find that car that shot those two ladies in a Kennedy project. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator VLA. Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I do write in support of Bill number 33-0450 because to extend a state of emergency and the conditions still exist, so definitely I will be supporting that. Bill number 33-0448 that deals with a line of credit to basically change the dates to 2021 and have that line of credit readily available when necessary, we can draw down on it. I will be supporting that. And bill number 33-0447, I believe, yes, we do need laws in place and they need to be enforced, but at the same time, I believe this piece of legislation in particular is a little heavy-handed in my opinion, so I do not know if I can support this legislation as written. But Commissioner Encarnacion, I know one of my colleagues asked you earlier in reference to our ports. And my concern in particular is our open borders and what type of plan do you have in place to assure that we can and we will protect our borders when it comes to many of these vessels and yachts, etc., and assuring that we test and deal with those individuals. Do you have a plan in place?
Yes, we do. We have a public health order that's out. Actually, I could actually submit a copy of that to you. We're also going to reinforce the public health order by ensuring that we have all aspects of it covered. But I'll share the current one with you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Barnes, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, of course, I am in support of 33-0450, and I do agree with the sentiment as it relates to the governor having to come before this body continuously to seek an extension of the state of emergency. I just think that that is really not a prudent use of time, and I do hope that that is addressed and resolved in short order. As it relates to Bill 33-0447, I cannot support this measure. Again, I am sure it's well-intentioned, but I am also continue to be mindful of unintended consequences. And, you know, my term in the 33rd legislature would not be complete without me using the word gentrification and all of the concerns associated therewith. So I just have concerns with these types of measures just in terms of principle, and I will not be supporting this measure. As it relates to the measure pertaining to the line of credit, I know, Director O'Neill, you may be able to shed some light on this. I know you're not the director of IRB, but where are we with improving our revenue collections?
Thank you for that question, Senator Barnes. I'm going to try real quick. One thing, we did receive some funding from Department of Interior to actually put the gross receipts tax filing online. We are working on that. BIR director is working to have that done in the first quarter of calendar year 21. And we are also looking for funding to try to get the other tax filings online. We've approved positions for BIR to get more revenue collection people. So that is one of the things that the director is pushing, and we hope that that will help from that angle.
Okay, so that will help, but can you quantify, do you have any, your policy hopefully is based on some tangible goal in
30
terms
seconds.
of percentage increase in collections, and then quantify that number as to the dollar figure associated therewith? So do you have any goals as it relates to the improvement in revenue collections associated with what you just described?
Senator, I don't have the goals right now. We are speaking about it, and we are actually having monthly meetings with revenue agencies, especially BIR, to set those goals so that we know how to calculate as we move forward. It will say what the improvement has been that hasn't been done. So we are working on that.
So if I may conclude, Mr. Chairman, so we haven't said we want to improve collections by 10%, by 15%. You're in the process of developing that.
We are in a process. We did say between BIR and myself, we have established, at least a 15% improvement, but it's not written down. It's just something we've talked about in terms of what he's working towards.
Okay, thank you, Director O'Neill, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Barnes. Senator James, you recognize your point of view.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the point of information. I just want to make it clear, and hopefully Commissioner Hussein Kanasian can answer that on your time. But I know at one point we were talking about contact tracing, and that is why I made mention to the connection with the airport and individuals coming in who want to act like it's not existing. Cool. But I know we have tons of Virgin Islanders and people from all over the world coming to the Virgin Islands who are not quarantining. And there's no contact tracing. There's no system put in place to say, well, your name is in this database. And I'm afraid to say, because at the end, if you really want to talk about public safety, we have individuals, if they know somebody and they're doing inter-island travel or coming wherever, they just let them bypass. I heard many stories where individuals say, oh, man, once they know and they recognize my face, they let me just pass through. So what I want Commissioner Hussein Kanasian to speak to this body about is how they want to go about with contact tracing to really keep track of individuals and the flow of people coming to the territory from point of entry and when they plan to go back based on their itinerary, their tickets. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner, if we could get you to address that, and also those individuals that may have been tested positive, how are we then doing the furtherance of the contact tracing to determine, their whereabouts and who else that they're exposing in respect to the COVID-19 positive contact?
Okay, so we continue to actually work contact tracing in two ways: the electronic version of contact tracing, as well as the face-to-face or personal contact tracing. That seemed to have worked best in the past, along with the enhancement of the electronic version. We're working with Department of Tourism. They just upgraded to 2.0, and that allows all the information coming from the portal, the tourism portal, to go into Inductive Health, which is the selected group for contact tracing, and that we'll be able to do just what Senator James is asking us to do.
So, Commissioner, in regards to those individuals that may have been recently tested positive, they may or may not have been tourists. They may have very well been local individuals. Are those individuals then entered into some form of a database, and contact tracing is then followed up to ensure and assure that their additional contacts are actually tested or quarantined as required by the CDC?
Correct, Senator. You answered the question. Everything you said, we do. They are entered into a database, and I don't know if Esther Ellis is still on the line, but they're entered into a database, and we follow up with them. We even offer them whatever they need. We try to provide to them so that they do not leave their homes. And if they do leave their homes and we see that it's going to be a repeated offense, we actually exert a public health order, or a stop order is placed on that, and that's where environmental health comes in. So we keep very close contact with them.
Right. Do you have any documentation of cases where individuals that were actually tested positive had as a result of going out into the community, have really caused a community spread consequential to their positive and not quarantining?
In reference to if they've caused a community spread, they are not going to be able to. Those that have been non-compliance wouldn't say to us who they've been in contact with. However, we have held them accountable. We have put a public health order and an injunction on them to remain within their quarters and ensure we haven't arrested anyone. However, we have made sure that they've stayed within quarantine. Environmental Health Director Harris is here, and he actually leads that project.
Very well. Thank you. We'll have some additional discussion in that respect. Senator Jackson, you recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I, for the record, the legislative record, and of course I spoke to this earlier, I attempted to address the matter of the need for funding for the Department of Health and the Department of Tourism as it relates to the pandemic and any health outbreak here in this territory by changing the language to Bill number 330241 that was dedicated to the GERS for the marine terminal tax. So it is most likely not going anyplace in this legislative body, but I attempted to do so. So in that regards, Commissioner, I could say a lot. I've been working with the Department of Health over a period of time, coordinating, so much so coordinating that now I'm left out of the discussions. But the issue that you raise and the Attorney General is online is this morning on the way to this hearing, I met one of the police officer who's very frustrated because the citations being cited to those who choose not to adhere to the regulations, the COVID-19 requirements, and violate on occasions the calls that we get regarding boaters, whether it be Megan's Bay, in the inlets and the bays and harbors of the Virgin Islands, that they are frustrated because there is no teeth, there is no enforcement. They give them citations, but there is no action.
1 minute.
Can you speak to that, Commissioner?
Okay, I actually spoke with Director Harris earlier, and I've asked him to be able to present what he actually witnesses when he's out there. I'm sure Commissioner Villanor can do that as well. Director Harris, could you please?
Good evening. Winston Harris, Director of Environmental Health for
30 seconds.
Department of Health. And so what happened
Can
is
you
that
put your
once
camera on, please?
His camera is on.
Okay. Please proceed.
And so what happens is that once the officer goes out, see a violation based on the executive order, some of those the citations are then channeled through my office and Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. Once we proceed with an administrative hearing, and then we also look at if the citation if it's enforceable based on the judicial law, based on any laws within the book. What we've been seeing within the last month and a half, approximately 2 months, is that establishment owners are actually willing to pay the fine and continue with the blatant violations, the disregards of the social distancing and everything, every protocol or guidelines based on the public health order that we sent out.
Okay. So do you believe that this piece of legislation helps in what is required, especially during this pandemic and state of emergency?
Yes. Yes, Senator. The whole goal is not really to seek arrest. We try to get, our main focus is to have compliance and have some type of mechanism in place for deterrence as we continue to see an influx of repeated offenders, and some of them actually telling you that all you can do is issue a fine. We hold establishments accountable for the actions, and so what's happening is that we may issue fines to these establishments, but again, sometimes the owner operators of these establishments that continue to do the violations. Not only that, we have customers and patrons that visits establishment that refuse to follow their guidances, and so that when these establishments do call 911 and the task force is dispatched to these establishments, there's nothing to hold that individual accountable for the actions. We're trying to protect also
in the essence of time.
establishment.
I don't mean to cut you. I'm on the chairman's time. I want to thank you very much because you articulated the concerns that I have as a Virgin Islander. 23 dead. I don't know what value you're going to put on that. And here we're talking about, not being strict. Where Tortola, they have armed guards outside your house to make sure you stay where you're supposed to. So who is going to decide the fate of this territory? Obviously ain't happening. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. They have armed guards. You stay there. I could tell you that in the park.
You recognize your point of inquiry, Senator James.
They got guards that they bring in. They are around the house.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Just to piggyback on what Senator Jackson asked to Mr. Harris, regarding the clubs and the bars and restaurants, you speak about individuals who just decide to just pay the fine, but what about the revoking of license or suspension of license? Haven't you take those extra measures instead of being so drastic with the measure that is before us?
Good day. Commissioner Evangelista of DLCA, if I may answer that question. The process of revoking or suspending a license actually is a lengthy process. DLCA does not have automatic shutdown powers, only the Department of Health. So for the offenders that have come through DLCA, they're on their third strike. So some businesses have paid upwards of $3,000. Thus far on St. Croix, 45 businesses have actually, for lack of better words, settled for fines totaling $9,275. And in the St. Thomas and St. John district, 85 businesses have settled for $20,550. So the reason for trying to criminalize the actions when people fail to follow the governor's directive is to, quote unquote, serve as a real deterrent to the individuals that are patronizing the businesses. So currently, businesses are held accountable. Some of them actually use the economic balance by saying, okay, I paid $3,000, but I've earned $7,000. But it's the individuals who are actually joining with the persons who have the establishments that we're trying to deter from actually going and creating a potential spread of COVID-19.
May I also address this? I need to comment on this because it's very important to understand that citations that are issued for violation of the executive order, or the terms of the executive order, cannot and are not enforceable in court unless there is a underlying criminal offense to for them to be arrested on or prosecuted on. At this present time, there is no criminal offense at all that addresses violation of an executive order in a state of emergency. That's what Bill number 33-0447 does. It amends section Title 323, section 1005 by making it an offense. So it's not going to be enforceable in responding to what the senator said.
Very well. Thank you for your responses there. And I guess in actuality is that what you're trying to do is then codified the measure because it no longer be an executive order, but rather.
Excuse me, Senate President. I think you're on mute.
I think
I am on mute.
I cannot hear the president.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Senator President Francis.
Now we can, yes.
Yeah. AG, I think that what you're trying to say is that, in fact, you're trying to codify the executive order, so it'll no longer be just an executive order, but rather it'll fall under Title 14 under the Criminal Code, so that there will be some enforcement authority. Is that what you're intending to do with this measure?
Not exactly. It is actually under 23. There are two parts to Bill number 0447.
Okay.
The first part is actually amending Title 23, Section 1005, which is the statute that actually creates the governor's powers to enter a state of emergency and to go ahead and issue executive orders. What this measure does is it puts teeth, or it allows enforcement of these executive orders, because the executive order standing alone is not a criminal offense. So if a person violates the executive order of the governor rather, if he does so, then we cannot, or the police officer cannot arrest them merely for violation of an executive order, because that is not an offense. There has to be a criminal offense, an associated criminal offense, in order for it to be enforceable in court. So those tickets and those citations would be thrown out.
So I think that's where the conflict is coming in, AG, because why would you want to enforce or put penalties to the governor's executive order instead of, because of course a bill or law trumps the executive order. So if it falls under Title 14 under the Criminal Code, why are we still saying that you want to put it under Title 3, which speaks to the executive order?
Yeah, because that is actually the appropriate place to put it, because Title 23, Section 1005 creates the powers of creating a state of emergency. It gives the governor the power to suspend laws and do any other things necessary to carry out the purposes of the state of emergency. So what we need to do, it just goes the next step. This measure just goes the next step, and it adds a Section I to Section 1004, which specifically creates an offense. That offense being that any willful violation of the terms of the executive order would result or can result in imprisonment or a fine. In essence, it becomes a misdemeanor, and there's a penalty associated with it. It just creates consequences for violation of the executive order. Right now, there are no laws that create consequences of a violation of the governor's executive order, and it's not unusual because we have several misdemeanor statutes in Title 14 that makes it a misdemeanor, a crime, to violate the orders of police officers, firemen, meter maids, different government officials. What this does is it's saying, okay, now this is saying that it makes it a misdemeanor to violate the orders of the governor of the Virgin Islands in a state of emergency. And so this is a kind of enforcement that encourages compliance, because when the governor puts in these, this executive order, certain declarations that orders or prescribe certain conduct, the compliance is very important, because the purpose of it is really to protect the safety and well-being of the community. So compliance is important, but right now we cannot enforce it in the court of law until we can have a specific criminal offense. And what it says here, any person who willfully violates any provision or declaration of an executive order issued during a state of emergency is guilty of a misdemeanor.
And they're guilty of a misdemeanor at what point? You have to go to court and then follow it via due process to be able to.
Exactly, and it can be issued by a citation, because I understand this kind of thing could be charged through a ticket, through a citation. If it requires an immediate arrest, that's something that happens according to the situation on the field. But if you see a situation or a police officer sees a situation there where there is a violation, a willful violation of the terms of an executive order, there is something that will be able to support a citation or a charge when it goes to court. At this time, there is none.
Very well. Thank you for your response there. I still having some heartburns or difficulties in that respect because, again, I believe that Title 14 or Criminal Code will provide for that level because you still have to go through the very same process when you have discretionary enforcement by allowing for a citation one time, another time, depending on who it is or who, then you move towards an arrest. I believe that there'll be some concerns or issues there. So we'll continue to vet this matter. Senator Gittens, you recognize for your point of inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Director of Environmental Enforcement stated that it appears that individuals prefer to pay the fine and move on. My question is, what are the established fines right now, and who established those fines? Through the chair to Director Harris.
Good evening, Director Harris. So the fines right now is $1,000 per violation based on the executive order. I think Commissioner Evangelista could speak on who established the fines.
No. Okay, forget that. So $1,000, and you're saying that individuals are just paying the fines and move on. How many? Do you know how many fines were issued last month? In the month of November?
Good day, Senator Gittens. This is Commissioner Evangelista. For the month of November, on the island of St. Thomas, we issued so far 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on St. Croix, 4.
So it's only DLCA issuing these citations?
So as we indicated, currently DLCA has the authority to issue administrative citations, but the BIPD does not have a criminal citation to issue in conjunction with the governor's executive order that issues the directives.
So this concerns me, Mr. Chair. Don't we have a COVID task force that encompasses all law enforcement officers to include DLCA? Am I correct, Commissioner Vellenor?
That is correct. The challenge is,
so
sir,
hold for my question, please. So the established COVID task force with the presence of the DLCA officers, only 5 citations were given in that month?
The numbers of citation would be known by DLC, and I think Commissioner Evangelista just explained the number of citations that were issued.
Okay, thank you. That's why they're taking us for a joke. Thank you.
So if I can, Senate President, can I answer the question and bring clarity?
You may, Commissioner.
Yeah, so for example, let's say you go to a club, a nightclub that is selling food or whatever. And there are many people in that particular location. And let's say we know that you should not have more than 6 people at a table. But there's a large gathering in that particular location. Based on the executive order, DLCA or the Department of Health can issue a citation. However, there'll be no criminal violation from the PD's perspective to be able to do enforcement. That's what we're essentially talking about, is being able to create a deterrent factor in addition to having the fine for individuals who own the establishment. What about those who attend that are also in violation? We're also trying to address that issue by by truly having a way where we can issue them either a citation or they go before the court to address the fact that they were in violation of the executive order.
Senate.
Currently, there's no T.
Very well.
May I, please?
Thank you, Commissioner.
May I?
Who's this?
Director Harris.
You recognize, Director.
Thanks, Senate. So in addition to the citations that were issued by DLCA, we last month, Department of Health alone issued approximately 67 citations territory-wide. So these citations, we do the due process hearing in conjunction with DLCA and Department of Health. So if a citation is issued by a DLCA officer, we go through the same hearing process as if the hearing were issued by a health enforcement officer.
Very well. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Yes, AG?
Mr. President?
Yes, AG.
Just a point I'd like to clarify as well. I think we need to make it clear that the citations that we're talking about issued by DLCA are administrative citations. They deal with the administrative laws of businesses and the fines and everything based on that statute. When I refer to this bill, which we're establishing a misdemeanor offense, a criminal offense for violation of an executive order, that is different. Those are administrative. That is strictly criminal, just like the other criminal laws on our books. So what happens is that there is no criminal offense, or I should say misdemeanor offense to become more specific. There is no misdemeanor or criminal offense that has to go through court that makes violation of an executive order a misdemeanor.
That's understood.
Okay?
Thank you.
But that is separate and apart from the administrative citations.
That's understood, Attorney General. Very well. I think that concludes this particular round, and so I want to thank you for your testimony. We'll be taking this matter up in our session, and at this time, we'll close off this round. Thank you to all of the testifiers. Again, I want to continue to commend the COVID Task Force and the Department of Health, the Director and of Vitima and the Task Force for the work that they're doing to continue to keep our territory safe. Of course, we have some concerns about the contact tracing and other things that's going on, individuals coming into our ports, our open borders, and those other challenges, but we know that you're doing everything possible to address those particular issues and to continue to keep us safe. So thank you for your testimony, as well as from the Office of Management and Budget and the Public Finance Authority, the Office of Disaster Recovery, the Acting Commissioner of Finance. Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, at this time, again, we'll dismiss. We'll take a 1-minute recess, and when we come back, we'll rise back into special session to take votes on these 4 measures that's before us. All right, thank you very much. The committee stands in recess for 1 minute.
Thank you.
We're out of recess. Colleagues, it's been a long day. And certainly, again, for those of you that's tuning in, we are in special session, consequential to a call by the governor for us to take action and 4 measures that have been before us. We had an opportunity to vet those measures during the committee of whole. And at this time, we are rising out of the committee of whole back into regular session to take the vote on those measures. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call up the bills individually.
Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Act numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of the date hereof a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation to 1. Acquire all of the Virgin Islands government rights, title, and interest in the matching fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury during the transfer period and the related rights. 2. Issue matching fund securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price, therefore, and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3. Direct the Security and the United States Department of Interior to pay the matching fund receipts directly into the deposit account, approving and ratifying all actions taken pursuant to Act number 8329 and 8330 prior to the date hereof, and ratifying all the amendments to the rum company agreements and for other related purposes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Amendment. Senator Thomas, you recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer amendment number 33-949. Amendment to Bill number 33-0446, offered by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. on behalf of Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Bill number 33-0446 is amended in Section 4 by striking paragraphs 1 and 2 in their entirety and inserting 4 new paragraphs that read as follows. 1. The amendments dated September 11, 2020, the Cruzen amendments.
Senator Vieira, you recognize for your motion.
President, I move to waive the reading of amendment number 33-949. I so move.
I'll continue reading the bill.
One, the amendment dated September 11, 2020, the Cruzen amendments, amending the agreements between Cruzen Very Limited and the government of the United States Virgin Islands, dated as of October 6, 2009, as amended, the Cruzen agreement. 2, the amendment dated November 30th, 2020, between Cruzen Very Limited and the government of the Virgin Islands, the United States Virgin Islands, further amending the Cruzen amendment. 3, the amendment dated September 11, 2020, the Diageo amendments, amending the agreement between Diageo USVI Inc. and the government of the United States Virgin Islands, dated as of June 17, 2008, as amended and supplemented the Diageo agreements. And 4, The amendment dated November 30th, 2020 between Diageo USVI Inc. and the government of the United States Virgin Islands, further amending the Diageo amendment. I so move.
Amendment properly offered and offered by Senator Thomas, seconded by Senator Barnes and Senator Jackson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Roll call and Bill 33-0446 as amended.
Senator Barnes?
No.
Senator Barnes, yeah. Senator Benta? Senator Benta, nay. Senator Blyden? Senator Biden, nay. Senator DeGazan? Senator DeGazan, yeah. Senator DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, nay. Senator Gittins? Senator Gittins, no. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Payne Sr.? Senator Payne Sr., nay. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, no. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator VLA?
No.
Senator VLA, no. Mr. President, 5 years, 10 nays.
No.
5 years, yes. And 10 noes.
Let me get the tally again, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, 5 yes, 10 noes.
Thank you. Bill number 33-0446, an act repealing and replacing Acts numbers 8329 and 8330, amending Title 29 Virgin Islands Code by repealing Chapter 24 in its entirety and replacing it with a new Chapter 24, terminating the existence of the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation, creating as of the date hereof a new entity named the Matching Fund Securitization Corporation to 1. Acquire all of the Virgin Islands government's right, title, and interest in the Matching Fund receipts to be paid to or for the account of the government by the United States Treasury during the transfer period and related rights. 2. Issue Matching Fund Securitization bonds and the residual certificate in order to pay the purchase price thereof and as otherwise authorized under the Act. And 3. Direct the Secretary of the United States Department of Interior to the Matching Fund receipts directly into the deposit account, approving and ratifying all actions taken pursuant to Act numbers 8329 and 8330 prior to the date thereof, and ratifying the amendments to the rum company agreement and for other related purposes failed to receive a sufficient vote or have been approved, disapproved, the governor will be so notified.
Motion.
Motion, Senator Viale.
Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to remove Bill number 33-0447 from today's agenda and place it on the session agenda for December 11th. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Viale, seconded by Senator Jackson, Senator Benta, Senator James, Senator Barnes. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 33-0448, an act amending Act number 8310 relating to the governor's authority to borrow monies from public funds of the Virgin Islands to offset cash flow problems caused by shortfalls in the collection of revenues resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic and to create working capital, avoid layoffs of government employees, pay essential obligations, and meet the operating expenses of the government to change the fiscal year for the governor's borrowing of funds from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021 and other related purposes.
Senator for Gregory, recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 33-941 to bill number 33-0448 in the nature of a substitute. Bill number 33-0448 as amended by striking all the language after the enacting clause and inserting new language that reads as follows. Section 1, Act number 8310 is amended as follows.
Senator Viale, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of this amendment. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Viale to waive the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, seconded by Senator Barnes. And hearing no objection.
I so move.
So ordered. So move. Roll call. This amendment in the nature of a substitute, bill number 33-0448, as amended.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benter? Yes. Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.?
Yes.
Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge Jr.? Senator Hodge Jr. not voting. Senator Jackson? Yes. Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? No. Senator Payne Sr., yes. Senator Saru? Yes. Senator Saru, yes. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator Viale? Senator Viale, yeah.
Please record Senator Hodges' vote as yes. And tally, please.
Senator Hodge Jr., Mr. President, yeah, is 15 yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0448, an act amending Act number 8310 relating to the governor's authority to borrow monies from the public funds of the Virgin Islands to offset cash flow problems caused by the shortfalls in the collection of revenues resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic and to create working capital, avoid layoffs of government employees, pay essential obligations, and meet the operating expenses of the government, to change the fiscal year for the governor's borrowing of the funds from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2021, and for other related purposes as amended, have been approved by this body and will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the last item on today's agenda.
Bill number 33-0450, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the COVID-19 pandemic for an additional 60 days from December 8th, 2020 to February 6th, 2021.
Roll call on Bill 33-0450.
Senator Barnes? Yes. Senator Barnes, yes. Senator Benter? Yes. Senator Benter, yes. Senator Blyden? Yes. Senator Blyden, yes. Senator Degazan? Yes. Senator Degazan, yes. Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yes. Senator Francis Jr.? Yes. Senator Francis Jr., yes. Senator Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yes. Senator Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Hodge Jr.? Yes. Senator Hodge Jr., yeah. Senator Jackson? Yes. Senator Jackson, yeah. Senator James Sr.? Yes. Senator James Sr., yes. Senator Payne Sr.? Yes. Senator Payne Sr., yeah. Senator Saru? Senator Saru, yes. Senator Thomas? Senator Thomas, yeah. Senator VLA? Senator VLA, yeah. Mr. President, 15 years.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 33-0450, an act renewing and extending the state of emergency in the Virgin Islands based on the COVID-19 pandemic for an additional 60 days from December 8th, 2020 to February 6th, 2021 have been approved by this body, and the governor will be so notified. Just a quick explanation in regards to Bill 33-0447, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code, Section 1461, relating to the public nuisance, by adding paragraph 3 to define public nuisance to as included anything that endangers the public peace, health, safety, welfare, economic well-being, or lives and property of citizens of this territory, and amending Section 1462 to establish penalties for actions that endanger the public peace, health, and safety in order to preserve the lives and property of the people of this territory during the state of emergency have been put on the session of December the 11th for consideration, as there is amendment to be offered and prepared for that particular piece of legislation. I want to thank you, colleagues, for your participation today. And thank all of the testifiers that came before us. I want to thank central staff and all that made today's hearing possible. Thank you very much. The special session of December 8th, 2020 is hereby adjourned.
Lilo, la,